The weather's nice today. That was the nurse. She was changing the water in the jug on my nightstand and doing that thing where people talk to you sideways, like the conversation is a small animal that might bolt if approached directly. You should go outside, she said. Sit in the sun a while. Staying in this room all day isn't good for your health. I smiled at her. I did not say anything because the thing I wanted to say was cruel and she had done nothing to deserve it. What I wanted to say was that I was already in a hospital, so we had comfortably passed the point where fresh air was going to fix me. What I wanted to say was that if sunlight cured cancer, this building would be a gazebo. But she was being kind, and kind is expensive, so I let her have it. She fluffed the pillow. She left, and I lay there, looking at a rectangle of very good weather through a window I was not going to open, and I thought, all right. She's right about one thing. It is time to go outside, permanently, because here is the part nobody warns you about with a terminal diagnosis. The dying is scheduled for later. The going broke is happening right now. Every day I spent in that bed cost money I did not have, spent on a problem the money was not going to solve. I had done the math 3 times. I had done the math the way you poke a bruise, hoping the number changed. The number did not change. So I spent the next few days being an extremely cooperative patient. I promised my doctor I would take my medication on time. I promised him I would keep a regular schedule. I promised him I would come in the moment anything felt wrong, and I said it while looking him directly in the eye, which is how you know a man is lying. Chin signed the discharge. Let me be fair to him, by the way. People love telling stories about monstrous doctors and butcher nurses, and I understand why. Those stories travel. But the reason they travel is that they are rare, and I was not in one of them. Every person in that building treated me decently right up to the end. They just could not do anything about it. I walked home. Not a taxi. Walked. And somewhere between the hospital gate and the 3rd traffic light, I started planning my life, which was a funny thing to do with about as much of it left as a decent movie. Should I get a job? No. No rush. Expenses drop dramatically the moment you stop renting a bed by the night. Should I travel? Now that was interesting. I had never seen the Great Wall. Grew up hearing about it. Never saw it. That struck me, standing at a crosswalk with a plastic bag of pills swinging against my leg, as an actually unacceptable state of affairs. I could fix that one. That one was in budget. So the plan was, go see the wall, come back, work like a normal person for as long as normal held. And then, when it stopped holding, when it got to the part where I would be lying somewhere unable to walk, waiting for the only appointment I had left, I would handle that myself, in advance, on my terms. I was very calm about it. That is the part people find upsetting when I say it out loud. Here is the thing about giving up. Everyone hears the word and pictures a man weeping into a pillow. That was not it. I had been to university. I knew roughly what my odds were and roughly what the treatment cost, and those 2 numbers, held next to each other, made the decision for me. Birth, aging, sickness, death. Everybody's line. Everybody's turn. You get born into this, you take your ticket. And honestly, I have seen the other version. I have seen people spend 2 years being thrown from hospital to hospital, poor and frightened and shrinking, and I am not convinced they got more days out of it, just louder ones. There is even a piece of research on that. Attitude does a surprising amount of heavy lifting when your body is finished negotiating. A cheerful man and a self-pitying man can have identical scans and very different calendars, so I was going to be cheerful, aggressively so, spitefully so. Should I be glad I'm an orphan? I said that out loud, on a public sidewalk, and I meant it, because here is what my situation actually spared me. There was nobody to bankrupt. Whole families get flattened by one bad diagnosis, generations of savings swallowed in a season, and I did not have that exposure. Nothing to lose meant nothing to lose. The parents went early enough that I do not remember them. I got left at the gate of an orphanage, and the director there, Grandma Chen, took me in and gave me her surname, and then gave me a given name too. Lei Ran. Peace and safety. I would like the record to show I have had a very funny relationship with that name. Grandma Chen died a few years ago. I clawed my way into a good university. I worked through it, graduated, landed at a decent company, and in 1 or 2 years, I actually saved a real amount of money. Some of the women in the office had started being warm at me. Life was, and let me stress that I noticed this at the time, about to become good. Then the scans came back. The warmth cooled inside of a week. I do not blame them for that either. Nobody signs up to date a countdown. My boss called me in. Decent man. Chin let me go, which he had to, and he paid me out far more than he had to, which he did not. I have never once been angry at him. Chin gave me money instead of a speech. Do you know how rare that is? So there was nothing left to organize. I was not going to look up my old classmates. I was not going to visit anyone from the orphanage. There is no good version of that conversation. Either they pity you or they flinch, and I did not need to run that experiment on people I liked. I clapped my hands right there on the street and decided, wall first, wall by the end of the week, which is when I heard the horn, not a polite horn, not the one that means move along. A long, panicking, sustained horn coming from behind me and above me, and by the time my body understood that the sound was about me specifically, the truck was already there. There was an impact I felt more in my teeth than anywhere else. There was pain that arrived like a wall arriving, and then there was nothing at all. I opened my eyes into darkness. Not the darkness of a room with the lights off, not eyelid darkness. This was blank in a way that made my eyes feel unemployed. It went in every direction and it did not end, and the only thing in it was a sphere of white light hanging over me, big as a house, glowing like it was lit from somewhere else. I sat up, fast. Then I ran my hands over my chest and my ribs and my legs, patting myself down like a man looking for his keys, because I distinctly remembered being hit by several tons of moving metal, and I was extremely curious about where all of that had gone. There was a phantom ache. That was all. My body remembered the truck the way you remember a dream. Calm down, I said. I said it out loud to see if sound worked here. It did, which was somehow worse. I looked up into all that nothing. Hell? Heaven? I ran through what I knew about both, which took about 4 seconds, and came up with the only firm conclusion available. It was definitely not a hospital. Then the sphere trembled, and something spoke. I have to be careful describing the voice, because I have described it wrong every time since. It was not loud. Loud is a thing that happens to your ears. This happened to the room. It was grand, and it was flat, and it carried a very specific quality I have only heard once anywhere else in my life, which is the quality of an announcement being read by someone who does not care whether you understood it. Lai Ping An, death confirmed. Well, yes. I had rather worked that out. Per Article 27 of the Law of Reincarnation, the deceased hold no right of refusal against an invitation from the main God space. The selected are granted the status of reincarnator. It is now confirmed. Li Ping An has become a reincarnator. I sat in that darkness with my hands on my knees and I said out loud to a sphere of light the size of a house, "Is this infinite horror? Look." I read. That was the one luxury the orphanage could afford in quantity, and later, in high school and then university, I read a great deal less because I was working, but the habit had gone in deep by then. I knew this shape, main God space, reincarnators, the dead conscripted into missions. It is not a rare shape. It has been done 1,000 times. Knowing that did not make it less alarming that I was standing in one. The voice ignored the question entirely and kept reading, and I should note for the record that this became a pattern. Reincarnator Li Ping An new player quest. Within 1 year, join the Xuanhuang Great World, specifically the Yuhua sect, one of the 10 immortal sects, and become an inner sect disciple. Mission reward, 1 5-star story card. 50,000 reward points. And that was the moment my afterlife stopped being interesting and started being a problem. Because I knew those words too. Xuanhuang Great World, Yuhua sect. I sat very still, in the dark, in the middle of nowhere, and I felt something in the back of my skull physically overheat. Let me explain what I had just been handed, and let me do it the way it landed on me, in the order it landed. There is a novel called Eternal Life. If you have not read it, congratulations, your worldview is intact. It is the one people point at when they want to explain what a genuinely cruel cultivation setting looks like. Not cruel like the hero has a hard training arc, cruel like the local method of getting stronger. The one everybody knows, and a great many people use, is eating other people. That is not subtext in that book. That is the operating manual. It is a world where ordinary people are weather. Where a bad afternoon for someone powerful is an extinction event for a village. Where cultivators lie to each other as a form of greeting. Where the power ceiling is so absurdly high that beings casually described as being able to open universes are considered mid-tier, and above them there are things nobody has a name for. And this voice, this enormous serene voice, had just assigned it to me as the tutorial. No, I said. You use that as a beginner quest? If you want me dead, you can just say so. I did not say that second part out loud. I want to be clear about why. It was not courage, and it was not manners. It was arithmetic. When something enormous and unknowable is speaking to you from inside a void, you show respect because you have no information and no leverage and it costs you nothing. But I was struggling. I want that on the record. Externally, composed. Internally, a man reading his own death sentence and noting that the handwriting was quite good. Then the voice said, "Given your status as a new reincarnator, you are entitled to 1 unlimited lottery draw." And my entire body changed its mind about the situation. A lottery? I said. A lottery. Which is how you know a man has fully accepted his circumstances. 10 seconds earlier, I was mourning myself. Now somebody had said the word prize and I was sitting up straight. Unlimited lottery. Meaning any lottery within the myriad realms, including miracles and possibilities. The winner may instantly gain power comparable to gods and demons. the ultimate authority to destroy a universe or create all things. I nodded along, feeling considerably better. Or they may draw a worthless stone. I stopped nodding, and then, because apparently the main god space believes in visual aids, the void lit up. A wheel came out of the dark. Cosmic is the only word that does the size any justice, and cosmic undersells it. It filled the space above the square the way a sky fills a field, and it was crowded, edge to edge, with prizes, each one glowing in its slot like a star that had been convinced to hold still. I could read some of them. That was the worst part. Creation deities. Ultimate Heavenly Tao, the Pangu Axe, the Four Swords of Juxian, Grandmist Golden List, Chaos Universe. Names out of myths that were old before any of the myths I grew up with existed, and below those, in the tier the wheel apparently considered unremarkable, things like True Dragon Bloodlines, Divine Phoenix Bloodlines, World Beasts, Eternal Divine Weapons, a door that goes anywhere, and below even that, a whole neighborhood of concepts I recognized from a different genre entirely. Protagonist Halo, Smart Chip, Soul Mutation, Simulator, Gene Lock, System. Any one of those would make you a legend in most worlds I could name. And then, filling out the rest of the wheel, taking up frankly a great deal of the wheel, were the ordinary things. Basic mortal martial arts, common plants, rocks, soil. Looking at it that way, I said carefully, the benefits are quite good. I was doing a very specific kind of lying. The kind where you say the optimistic sentence out loud in the hope that the universe hears it as a request. Because surely, I reasoned, nobody actually draws the rock. Nobody's luck is that bad. That would be absurd. That would be statistically hostile. That would require a level of cosmic pettiness that no reasonable system would. Then I thought about the last 3 months of my life. Then I thought about the truck. I shook my head and made myself stop thinking about it. And here's the thing I told myself, and I want you to know I meant it, because it is the single most useful sentence I have ever assembled. I had a terminal illness. I got hit by a truck. I died. And instead of ending, I was standing here in one piece, with functioning legs and no pain, being offered a free spin on the wheel of creation. Every day from here is a bonus. How exactly do you call that bad luck? Let's begin, I said. The wheel turned. I have watched a lot of things move quickly in my life since. I have watched a sword outrun sound. None of it has ever looked like that wheel. Treasures, techniques, bloodlines, strange objects, an astronomical number of futures going past in one blur, and no eye anywhere could have tracked the pointer. The correct move here, I thought, is to close my eyes and pick a moment at random, exactly like a man buying a scratch card. I did not close my eyes. I want to say something about that because it matters later. I left the orphanage. I got myself into a university. I worked myself through it and out the other side into a life that was starting to be worth something. Whatever else was wrong with me, I have never once been short of nerve. I made every decision in my life with my eyes open, including the last few, including the one about how it was going to end. Coming here changed nothing about that. Win or lose, it is mine either way. Stop. The wheel slowed, and the pointer came down over a single image. It was a man, enormous, broad through the shoulders in a way that made the proportions look wrong, holding an axe that had no business being liftable, and his eyes were fixed on something ahead of him with an expression I can only describe as decided. There was nothing else in the frame, but I swear I could see what he was looking at. Demons in front, behind him, a starving, screaming, ragged human race, everything left of it, packed in tight at his back, and I heard the thought that went with him. Not words exactly. It arrived the way a smell arrives. Create the world, let the age of humanity begin. Let there be an era that lasts. Though I die 100 times, I will not regret it. Reincarnator Lai Ping and has drawn the item. Infinite Horror, Gene Lock concept. Loading, tracing back to the true spirit, completing the origin, fixing bloodline, automatically starting at tier 1, and then something reached into me and turned the lights on. I do not have a better way to say it. Power came out of nowhere, and by nowhere I mean out of me, from a place underneath the place I thought was the bottom. My bloodline erupted, my vision went white and stayed white. And then the memories came, not my memories, ancestral ones, battle, survival, struggle, going back and back and back, from now to the beginning, an unbroken cord of people who did not stop, and I was being dragged along its whole length at once. My consciousness went with that Axeman, the one they called the Ancient, back to the very start of the fighting, back to the moment the lock itself was made, forged out of a species being ground against every other species in existence and refusing to end. My body started to make sounds, popping, cracking, small, awful industrial noises. Muscle and bone thickened and reset. Everything soft and slack about me, everything a modern man carries from sitting in a chair for a living, went away like it had been an argument I finally lost. And deeper in the actual meat of me, the cancer cells stopped. Then they changed. Here is a thing I knew from reading, back when reading was all I did. In the strict cellular sense, cancer is not really an illness. It is cells that mutate and divide without a break and refuse to die. There is a line of thinking that says those cells are trying to get to something, that they are attempting immortality and doing it badly. The body cannot survive the attempt, so we call the attempt a disease. The gene lock went into that machinery like a man kicking a door off its frame, and it did not delete the thing that was killing me. It aimed it. That thing had been trying to build something out of me for months, and it had been doing it wrong, and now something with an opinion had grabbed the wheel. The runaway cells stopped being an ending and became foundation. My own tumor became load-bearing, or to say it the way the memories said it in that hard ancient grammar, the liberation of what a human being actually is. Breathe, I said. I was on my knees on the floor of the void, which I had not decided to do. My head felt hazy and full, and about 2 sizes too small. The body was not the problem. The body was thrilled. The problem was the other cargo. Even considering myself a calmer and more rational man than average, having the memory of an entire species being hunted downloaded into a 20-something office worker is not a neutral experience. And I understood, kneeling there with my hands shaking, that the memories were the real prize, not the muscle. The muscle was a bonus. The thing that had just been installed behind my eyes was a mythology, first-hand, and no ordinary person could have held it. Assuming, of course, that I could hold it. That was the entire premise, and it had not been tested. I never expected it to be this item. I got out, teeth locked together. My head was pounding, and my body felt like it was floating, 2 entirely contradictory sensations agreeing to coexist. Even in fragments, even flickering past like slides, what I had just been shown was mythic. And I had been given it as a starting gift. Slowly, the flood eased. I sat back on my heels and let my heart find a rhythm and went through what I actually knew about the thing I had drawn. The gene lock, out of infinite horror, referenced in half a dozen works since. The story goes that it is one of the 2 great inheritances of the human race across that whole family of universes. The ancient people built it. The heavens did not hand it down. If the heavens would not grant humanity power, humanity would go and take the part that belonged to it and stop being livestock for every other species with an opinion. And it works on anyone who belongs to the human race, anyone who thinks of themselves as human. In some versions, that has included machines. You have heard about it and did not know. The old woman who lifts a car off her grandson. The mother who covers 100 meters in a time that does not exist because her son is falling. We call those miracles because we need a filing cabinet for them. They are not miracles. That is the lock coming off for a second and a half. It has 5 stages. The first restores what we lost. Combat instinct. The sense of danger. Every survival and fighting skill executed like you have already done it 100 times because somewhere behind you, somebody has. The second gives you free control over 90% of your own body and unleashes what is physically there. The third opens the brain. Modeling other people's thinking. Computation at a scale that is not funny. Techniques you invent yourself. The fourth is where it stops being a description of a person and starts being a description of a fate. Subtlety, spiritual light, control of energy. Whether there is a fifth is a matter people argue about. And the corresponding rank, in the wider setting, belongs to beings who inscribe themselves onto the essence of a multiverse and hold authority over it. Immortal. Above mortals in a category sense. Above them are higher saints, and above those, things that make and unmake universes as a chore. I sat with that. And then, because I am who I am, I got practical. Even in Eternal Life, that mission world, a first stage lock made me a real contender, not a winner, a contender. Not too good, I said. Not too bad. I had not drawn one of the top shelf items that would have made the tutorial a formality, but the gene lock was excellent, and the main god had done me one enormous favor on top of it. In the original story, the protagonist of Infinite Horror had to be dragged to the edge of dying before his lock opened at all. Mine came pre-opened. Stage 1, already running, no near death required. A Stage 1 lock by the book makes you stronger than the best special forces operator that world ever produced. That is a genuinely extraordinary peak of the ordinary human. It is also, and this is the part I made myself say clearly, nowhere near enough for where I was going. In Xuanhuang, there are men who can turn a galloping horse around with one hand and consider that entry level. And past them are things that break the frame entirely. And in the Yuhua sect specifically, the entrance trial is a fight, and the thing you fight is not a person. Plenty of disciples have died on that trial. Historically, quite a lot of them. But here was the actual reason to be optimistic, and I want to explain it properly because it is the whole engine of everything that comes after. The gene lock's best early function is not the punching. Anyone who opens it gets upgraded across the board. Constitution, comprehension, capacity, aptitude. And if you point all of that at cultivation instead of at fighting, at learning instead of at winning, then a mission that should be impossible becomes merely very hard. By the time I finished thinking it through, the shaking had stopped, my body had settled, and that turned out to be the point of the whole procedure. Nothing about it had been punishment. It was a gift being installed, and installations have a runtime. I flexed my hand, and I want you to understand what that felt like, because I had been dying for months. I had spent a season being carefully and slowly subtracted. I had gotten used to it. You do get used to it. Closing that fist felt like a paralyzed man being handed his legs back. The voice returned, indifferent as ever. Reincarnator Li Ping'an, the lottery is concluded. The new player quest begins in 1 hour. Prepare accordingly. Because of course the supreme deity has no patience for idle people. An hour is not a long time to learn a nervous system. I spent all of it moving, testing angles, testing balance, testing what happened when I asked for something my old body would have declined. And let me give the main god credit for the enhancement, because control was never the issue. It came in already calibrated, and I suspect that was the memories doing it. Somewhere in that ancestral flood there was an instinct for exactly this, and my hands were reading from it. I got a solid grasp of the basics inside the hour. I did not get a solid grasp of anything deeper. That is a pity I have thought about many times since. Give me a week in that void and I would have arrived somewhere very different. I did not get a week. Reincarnator Li Ping'an. The beginner quest has begun. Please enter the pillar of light within 20 seconds. A column of white came down out of the dark and stood there, waiting. The main god did not specify what happens if you decline. It did not have to. My newly installed sense of danger, the one that had been in my body for under an hour, took one look at that pillar and then took a very firm look at the option of not entering it and gave me an answer with no ambiguity in it whatsoever. So that was decided. I took a breath. I walked into the light. And on the way in, a sentence arrived in my head from somewhere, and I have never been sure whether it was mine or whether it came in with the Axeman. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to truly live? And I finally smiled. Of course I want to. The first thing I noticed was wind on my face. That is a stupid detail to lead with, and I am leading with it anyway, because after the void, after a place with no air and no direction and no temperature, having a breeze touch my cheek was so specific and so ordinary that my eyes came open on their own, and I was on my feet before I had decided to be. There was a tree in front of me, not a tree the way a park has trees. This thing came up out of the ground like something that had been coiling there for a few centuries and had finally settled on a shape, and it went up, and the sunlight had to fight its way through the canopy in pieces and arrived on the ground as loose gold coins. Undergrowth to my waist. Flowers growing wherever they felt like it. Everything green in a shade cities do not stock. A wild ancient forest, enormous, in every direction. Then I noticed the wall. There was a transparent screen of light standing between me and all of it, curved, faint, and dimming as I watched, which told me two things at once. 1. The main god had put a lid over me while I was unconscious, so that a brand new reincarnator would not simply be eaten in his sleep on arrival. 2. The lid was about to come off. Also, at some point in transit, my clothes had become other clothes, ancient cut, good material, and my hands were smaller. My whole frame had been walked back to about 16, 17, that stage where a body is done being a child and has not yet decided what kind of adult it is doing. And then a second set of memories came up my spine and settled in behind my eyes, calm as a file being opened. Dali Dynasty, Longyuan Province, the Chen family. I was a young master of that house, a family which, I noted with interest, does not exist anywhere in the actual novel, which meant the main god had built one for me from scratch and set it down in the world like a man placing a chess piece. The story I had arrived with was simple. I had gone up into the mountains on a hunt with my clansmen. I had drifted from the main group. I had gotten lost. And laid neatly under that, like a bookmark somebody had left me, was a lead. The Chen family and the Fang family have been on good terms for generations. The Fang family, of course. Main quest, I thought. The moment I thought it, a panel of ghostlight unfolded in the corner of my vision. Main quest. Within 1 year, join the Xuanhuang Great World, specifically the Yuhua sect, one of the 10 immortal sects, and become an inner sect disciple, which is one sentence and two entirely separate problems. Problem 1 is getting into the Yuhua sect at all, which means becoming an outer sect disciple, which means passing an entrance trial that people die on. Problem 2 is becoming an inner disciple, which is a second and far worse trial, and which the sect only opens to people who have already made themselves useful. Reading the background the main god had written for me, I could tell it did not intend to hand me either one. It intended to walk me to the door and let me knock, which, and I am being sincere here, was good news. That meant time. That meant a runway. If I had been dropped straight into the inner sect assessment on day 1, I would not have had enough lives to survive it. Of course, there was one other branch. If I could push the gene lock all the way to 3rd stage, or even 4th, I could simply overwrite the entire problem, walk in, and hand a bad afternoon to everyone present. That is not impossible. Somebody in the source material did roughly that somebody had considerably more incident in his life than I was hoping to have. I flicked the panel away with a thought and it went, and I brought it back with another thought and it came, which was frankly a much better interface than the wristbands they use in most of these stories. Then, while I was busy admiring the user experience, the light around me flickered, and a long way off, something howled. I would like to be precise about what that sound did to me, because I had a 1st stage gene lock in my body, and it had been in there for 1 hour, and the sound arrived and my body reacted before my opinion did. Skin tightened, weight moved to the balls of my feet, breathing went shallow and quiet. That is the difference. Ordinary fear makes you loud, instinct makes you quiet. The barrier popped like a soap bubble. Damn it, I said, because obviously, of course the main god had not put me down in a meadow. Look at the setup and read it backwards. Why would a pampered young master from a prestigious family be alone in the deep mountains? Why would he be separated from an armed hunting party? Why would he be lost? Chin would not. Not naturally. Not unless somebody wanted a scene. I moved. And that was my first genuine introduction to my own new body, because I did not climb the tree. I went up it. 1 step, 1 grab, 1 twist, and I was in the branches with my heart going and no idea how I had gotten there, like a man who discovers halfway through the movement that he can dance. From up there, through the leaves, I could see them coming. They came out of the tree line in 1s and 2s and then in a rush, gray and white, and I have to make sure the scale is clear. These were not the animals in your head. 2 to 3 meters, nose to tail, built long and heavy through the shoulder, fangs standing out past the lip with old blood dried on them, and the eyes, that was the thing, green and lit from the inside like a row of grave lights coming on in a field, dozens of them. My heart went once, hard, and my whole body locked up, which I want to be honest about. Yes, I had a gene lock. Yes, in theory, I was several categories stronger than I had ever been. But I was also a man who had spent his entire life in a modern city, and the most dangerous animal I had ever stood near was a bored tiger behind glass with a sign explaining its diet. A special forces soldier with a rifle would have had opinions about this clearing. I had no rifle. I had opinions about not being here, and these were not even ordinary wolves. This is Zhuanhuang. The wilderness here grows things that are on their way to becoming monsters, and it grows them by making the ordinary ones desperate. Then I remembered something. Weapons. I flattened along the branch, ran a hand down my left side, and there it was. Hard, cold, and shaped like an answer. I pulled a dagger out of my belt. Good steel. Good edge. The blade caught what light there was, and gave a little back, because naturally the young master of a noble house does not leave the estate unarmed. So the main god was not in fact going to make me fight werewolves bare-handed. It was, however, going to make me fight several dozen of them with a knife. I did not feel enormously reassured. Below me, the pack fanned out through the roots and started casting. Noses up. They had smelled something. They had not placed it yet, and up in the tree I had maybe a minute of that lasting. Then one broke off and started walking toward my trunk, unhurried, the way a thing walks when it is already sure. That's dangerous, I said, very quietly. And then I made the decision that set the tone for everything I have done since. I have thought about it a lot. If you had asked me a week earlier what I would do treed by a wolf pack, I would have said hold position, wait for rescue, don't do anything stupid. That is the correct modern answer. That is what a sensible man says. But I had a head full of somebody else's memories now. Somewhere in the back of my skull was the recollection of standing in front of races and demons and things out of lower dimensions and not moving. And against that, a few dozen animals is not a crisis. It is Tuesday. So instead of being afraid, I got specific. Despise the enemy strategically. Respect him tactically. I opened the gene lock. There is no good comparison for what that is like. The nearest I have is the moment right after you have already had the car accident, when the sound goes away and everything gets slow, and you can see individual pieces of glass, except it does not fade after, and you can steer it. The world went quiet and legible. My mind stepped half a pace out of my body and started doing arithmetic on the clearing. Wind, angles, distance to each animal, which of them was watching which. I shifted from lying flat to crouched, and the dagger came into my hand without me putting it there. Dozens of wolves, not a few, not a lot. And the instinct's verdict came back flat and confident. This will not kill you. I want to point out what that sentence does not say. It does not say you will be fine. It says you will not die. Those are extremely different sentences, and the space between them is made of stitches. But a flawless run, I thought. That is a modern man's instinct, and I have never been able to shake it. If we are doing this, let us do it properly. I looked for the leader. Chin was in the middle of the pack, one size up on the others, and his eyes were wrong, not animal wrong. There was a kind of arithmetic behind them. That was the king, and he was smart enough to bury himself in the crowd, which made a straight run at him impossible. Which is a problem because wolves are not a crowd. Wolves are a formation. They have roles. Get surrounded properly by a working pack, and it does not matter how strong you are. They will simply take turns until you are tired. To catch the thief, first catch the king. And I did not intend to back down, because backing down here means running, and running down a mountain in the dark from a pack that hunts by exhaustion is not an escape plan. It is a longer death with more cardio. Not to mention the interesting question of what else in these mountains would come to see what all the noise was about. So I stood up on the branch. I let the trunk sway, took the swing, and went off it. I have never been able to describe the next few seconds in a way that satisfies me. Muscle went off like a charge. Blood came up so hard I could hear it. My reflexes hit a ceiling I did not know existed and went straight through, and for about 2 seconds I could feel the air, the eddies around the branches, the way the pack's motion pushed it. That is the gene lock, not strength. Information. I came down like a falling roof. The dagger went into the first wolf's skull before it had finished turning its head, and the animal did not get a sound out. One, I said, and I did not stop. That is the part that surprises people. There is no pause in it. The blade came free and went into the next one and the next, and my mouth was counting on its own like a man counting change. 2. By then, the pack had understood that the sky was involved, and the whole formation flinched, and that flinch was the entire fight. Now, I kicked the first carcass. It went off my boot like a wet sack and landed across the wolves coming up on my right, and while they were untangling themselves from a dead colleague, I went the other way, straight into the front of the pack, using their own dead as a wall. There is a rule about animals that people get exactly backwards. You never turn your back, never run. That converts you from a problem into food, instantly, in their heads. What actually works is the opposite. Hunters have known it forever. You look at it, you make noise, you come forward. You make the animal do a calculation and lose. So I came forward. The dagger went in again, and another one dropped with a hole in the head, and then something hit me from the side. I did not think about it. My foot planted, my whole body snapped back on itself like a rope under tension, and I kicked it in the waist. It went several meters, hit 2 of its own, and did not get up. Copper head, iron bones, tofu waist. Old saying about wolves, and it is completely true. They are far more fragile than a person. No mass to speak of, no fat, and nothing at all protecting the middle. Everything about them is arranged for the first 3 seconds of a fight, and if you survive those, they are just long dogs. The pack pulled tight around me from all sides. Too late. The formation was already broken. They were reacting instead of working, and a wolf pack that is reacting is a crowd after all. And here is where I want to be precise about what I actually am, because it would be easy to tell this part like I was some prodigy. I was not. I had never been in a fight, not a real one. The first stage lock is the peak of a normal human, and that is not only muscle, it is the instinct and the skill. And once it is running, a man who has never thrown a punch in his life can handle animals. That is not talent, that is inheritance. Somebody did the fighting a long time ago, and I was reading their notes at speed. I went through the pack, straight through, not around, and they could not hold me. And then I was out the other side, and the big one was right there in front of me. Chin had watched me come. Chin had not moved. Chin had spent the whole fight sending others. That is not cowardice. That is the intelligence. Chin had eaten people before. Chin knew what we taste like and what we are worth, and he also knew what we are, and he had decided that this particular one looked expensive, so he sat in the back and spent his subordinates. Prepare to die, I said, which I admit is not a great line, and I need to note that I said it to a wolf. I put everything into one punch. Chin never expected a human to be inside his guard. The pack came at me at the same instant, jaws open, and I did not change my body's line at all. I just moved the fist a few inches, let the teeth go past, and connected. The air cracked, and he did not die. Chin rocked, Chin howled, dazed, staggering, and I felt the shock come back up my arm, and that told me something. There was something in that animal. A trace of a spirit monster, a thread of real chi, not on the level of the trained killers in this world, but far past any beast that has never done anything but be a beast. I was not surprised. I was busy. I stepped in behind the stagger, got around him, and put the dagger across his throat. Chin went down fighting for a while. I did not stand and watch. I walked, because there were still animals behind me trying to reach him, and I had no interest in being sentimental in the middle of a pack. And when I turned around, the rest were gone. Not fighting, not circling, running in every direction, making a sound I would rather not describe as grief, but do not have another word for. I went after the slow ones. I need to be honest about that too, because it sounds cold, and it was. Wolves remember. A pack that loses to a human and survives intact comes back for humans specifically. But this pack had lost its king and most of its adults in about 90 seconds, and whether it could even feed itself now was an open question, so there was no point in chasing the ones already over the ridge. Then it was quiet, and I stopped, and my knees found out what my body had just done. I stood there breathing like a bellows with heat coming off me in a way I could see. My blood was cooling out of whatever gear it had been in, and sweat came out all at once, all over. Which, and this is the sort of thing that goes through your head at a moment like that, is our actual superpower, not strength, cooling. Human beings are the best endurance animal on the planet we came from. We can run for hours. The famous predators, the cheetahs and the lions, they are magnificent and they overheat. And a great deal of human hunting throughout history has simply been walking after something beautiful until it lay down. A beast is a beast. How exactly is it supposed to beat a human? If it could, we would not be running the place. Ambush in the wild. Defeat the wolf pack. Slay the wolf king. Reward. 1 2-star story card. 1,000 reward points. The voice arrived late, which felt about right. The main god has finally become human, I said. Because if not for the lock, that clearing would have killed anything from my old world. Not a fair fight, not a close one. A rifle would have run dry. Then I looked at the reward and did what I always do, which is read the number instead of enjoying it. 2 stars. That is a rating. The main god space classifies everything by star rank across the myriad realms because the realms have an infinite number of power systems, and a reincarnator who cannot compare them dies of politeness, cultivation, magic, martial arts, superpowers, whatever. Everything gets a number so you know whether the man in front of you is a problem. It also prices the rewards, and that tells you what the main god actually thinks. The main quest, join a sect and make inner disciple, is worth 5 stars. An enormous wolf king with a threat of spirit monster in him in a world like this is worth 2, which is generous. That is a beginner's bonus talking. Realistically, that animal was a strong 1 star. In Xuanhuang, a properly trained man at the 5th level of the physical body could kill it without changing his expression, and the 5-star on my main quest is generous too. On raw difficulty it should be 3, maybe 4 on a good day. New player pricing. That was the moment the shape of the next year became clear to me. I was not being rewarded, I was being onboarded. Then I did some math on myself, which was less flattering. The young man whose body I was wearing had made it to the 3rd level of the physical body. There are 10 levels: nourishment, strength training, movement, hardness and softness, divine power, breathing, inner strength, membrane, communicating spirit, and divine transformation. The first 4 barely count. You are still a person. It is the 5th where a human being turns into something else, where you get the 1,000-pound fist and the strength to stop a running horse, and that is where the rest of the world starts using words like master. 3rd, out of 10. That was the raw material. And a first stage gene lock puts my technique somewhere around that 3rd level while making my actual fighting far better than the number suggests. A trained man at the 3rd or 4th level would have died in that clearing. But combat is one thing, and realm is another. Hardness and softness is not a muscle. It is a concept, and you have to actually understand it, and understanding does not arrive because you want it to. So that was my position. Excellent hands. Terrible foundation. I was still sitting on that when I heard voices. Young master? Are you over there, young master? Then another one, closer and much more upset. Blood. That's blood. There's a wolf pack in here. Young master Lei ran. Please be alive. Figures came through the trees fast, and the pressure came with them. The one in front was wearing a full suit of cold iron armor that had to weigh 100 pounds, and he was moving through undergrowth in it like a man in a shirt. Wang Jinghai, said the memories, head of the household guard, 8th level of the physical body. At that stage, a man grows a membrane under the skin that ordinary blades will not open, and on a battlefield he takes on 100 at a time and breaks through formations that were built to stop cavalry. His story is a good one, actually. Qin was a common soldier. Qin kept doing impossible things on campaign until the Chen family noticed, brought him in, taught him the family method, and eventually gave him the family name, a man who earned every syllable he is called by. Qin came around the last trunk and stopped. Young Master Lei ran. Are you all right? I was standing next to a very large dead animal. My white robe had gone a color it was not sold in. I was, I am told, entirely calm. Uncle Jinghai, I said. Then he actually looked at the clearing. I watched a man at the 8th level of the physical body read a scene and refuse the conclusion. His eyes went over the dead, went over the king, came back to me, went over the dead again. Young master, he said slowly. Did you kill all of these? Qin was not being rude. Qin was working the numbers, and the numbers were insane, because he knew what I had been. 3rd level. Movement. And even if a boy broke through in the middle of a life-or-death fight, the absolute best case takes him to hardness and softness, and that does not get you a wolf king with a thread of spirit chi. That does not get you unhurt. Behind him, the guards were already on the ground apologizing, and there was real fear under it. If the young master had died out here, everyone in this party except the 8th level man would have been executed, and they knew it. It's all right, I said. I got lost on my own. There's nobody to blame. Which was true, and also a very economical way of saying nothing at all, since the actual party at fault was a sphere of light in a void with a sense of humor. They kept apologizing anyway. That is what people do when they have been frightened. Young master, Wang Jinghai said, we should return. The wilderness is not safe. I looked around the clearing at everything I had done in the first 10 minutes of my new life. Agreed, I said. We came out of the mountains around the time the light started going orange, and I got my first proper look at where I actually lived. Dragon Abyss. It sat down there in the valley with a river running past it, and the walls were the thing that got me. 10 zhang high, dark blue brick, laid so tight the whole thing read as one object rather than a lot of small ones. I had expected something medieval and slumped. This was engineering. Whoever cut those stones had opinions about load-bearing. It used to be a capital. Previous dynasty. The current one wanted it too, right up until somebody with an interest in these things pointed out that the water element in Dragon Abyss was so strong it would sit badly under a dynasty aligned to fire, and the emperor decided the site was more trouble than it was worth. The court did not abandon the city though. It handed the old capital to the strongest family in the region, and that is a sentence with a lot of teeth in it. The Fang family. You do not need me to explain their weight. They have friends at court. The main house has a man at the 10th level of the physical body, the divine transformation stage, which in the secular world means there is exactly one person in the province who can walk into a room and set the temperature of it, and the head of the family, Lin Huicheng, is the governor. None of that is why they matter. They matter because of a woman named Lin Meilin. She left. She joined the Yuhua sect, and she came out the other side of it as a true disciple with the divine ability, which is the point in this world where a person stops being a very impressive human and becomes something the rest of us do not have a category for. In a place like the Dali dynasty, an ordinary Yuhua disciple would be treated the way a small country treats a visiting nuclear power. A true disciple with divine ability outranks princes. Emperors are polite to her. The Dali dynasty, the entire empire, is one of dozens under Yuhua's shadow. So with that woman behind them, the Fang family is not a family. It is a fact of geography. And while I was standing on a rise looking at all this and quietly reorganizing my life around it, a conversation was happening in the city that I would only hear about later and which decided everything. There was a courtyard on the south side, and a middle-aged man standing in it with his hands behind his back, looking out over the district the Fang family owned. If my Chen family could produce one prodigy like Lin Meilin, he said, I would die without regret. Chen Longwei, head of the household, divine transformation, 10th level, which in martial terms makes him a great grandmaster, and in practical terms means the province has 2 men who can end an argument by existing, and he is one of them. And he had a problem. Lin Meilin was coming home to visit her family, and she intended to take people back up the mountain with her. Servants, attendants, and, if the rumor was accurate, a small number of Fang juniors to sit the Yuhua entrance trial. The Chen family had been friends with the Fang family for generations, which meant there was a seat available on that trip if he asked for it. Qin had made inquiries. Qin had learned the thing everybody learns eventually, which is that a seat is not an entry. You can walk a boy up to the sect gate on somebody's coattails, and he will still spend his life carrying water because the door has a lock and the lock is strength. Fight a subterranean demon alone. That was the entrance requirement he had heard about, and without at least the 5th level, divine power, you should not even attempt the walk. The Chen family had nobody. The best of the younger generation were at the 3rd or 4th level, and Chen Longwei was standing in his own garden calculating exactly how many years of nothing that meant when he heard iron on stone outside the gate. Jinghai, he said without turning around. You're back. Qin did not need to turn around. At the divine transformation stage, a man's spirit spreads out and reads the ground around him. Qin had known who it was 3 courtyards ago. Master. Wang Jinghai bowed. Young Master Chen Lei Ran is unharmed. Good. There is something I should report. A pause you could have parked a cart in. The young master was attacked by a wolf pack in the mountains. We failed to reach him in time. We arrived afterward. And when we arrived, the pack was dead. The Wolf King was dead. Qin was not injured. Chen Longwei turned around. Oh? I examined the corpse, master. It was enormous. It carried traces of a spirit monster, well past an ordinary beast. Even a divine power realm martial artist would have had difficulty killing it cleanly, let alone with the pack still standing. Qin hesitated, then committed. I believe the young master's strength has reached something comparable to divine power. Chen Longwei's eyes went sharp in a way his guard captain had seen perhaps twice in 20 years. Is this true? Was nobody secretly helping him? That is not an insulting question, by the way. That is the correct question. Somebody with real power taking an interest in a family's junior is a normal event in this world, and it is almost never free. Judging by the ground master, nobody came to his aid. And Wang Jinghai had already checked. Qin had spent the entire walk back checking, precisely because he knew the patriarch would ask, precisely because his own reputation was riding on the answer. If the patriarch does not believe it, he said, summon him tomorrow and test him yourself. Chen Longwei knew his guard captain. The man had never once been careless, which meant that if this was true, Qin laughed. I have heard him laugh since. It is not a pleasant sound. It is the sound of a man who does not do it often and does not know what to do with his face. Good, good, good. Like a pillow handed to a man who is already falling asleep. My Chen family has fortune after all. It is only right. It is only right. And then, to nobody. It seems my Chen family is going to produce a dragon. Qin turned back to his guard captain. Bring the boy tomorrow. If he truly has that strength, I will reward you both, and he will receive a fortune he cannot yet imagine. Yes, master. Wang Jinghai's face did something complicated. Qin had bet on me before he had evidence, and the bet had come in. And I was on the far side of the city, in a bathhouse being handed a towel by somebody whose entire job was handing people towels and thinking about absolutely none of this. Let me tell you about the Chen estate because I need you to understand the size of the thing I had been dropped into. Courtyards, multiple, a garden that somebody clearly maintains full-time. Guards at intervals, servants moving with purpose, and the very particular silence of a place where nothing bad happens without permission. I had gone from a hospital ward to a truck to a void to a wolf pack inside about 2 days, and my nervous system had been standing at attention through all of it. Walking through that gate, something in the back of my neck finally sat down. Even a hard man cannot do all of that without a break, and I was not a hard man. I was an office worker with a spectacular knife. So I let the maids run me a bath, which was a new experience and one I did not fight, and I got the wolf out of my hair and off my skin and out from under my fingernails, and I put on the clothes they laid out, which were the clothes of a noble house's disciple and which fit like a costume for a play I had not read. Then I sent everyone away and sat down in an empty room to actually think, and I went through my new memories properly for the first time. Here is what I found, and here is where the main god did something quietly cruel and quietly kind at the same time. In this world, I am an orphan too. My parents in this life fought for the Chen family and did not come back from it. That is the whole story. 2 lines in a ledger, and the family did not throw the child out. This surprised me more than the wolves did, honestly, because I have read a great many of these stories, and the standard model is that the orphaned young master gets bullied by his cousins until chapter 40. That was not this house. The head of the family is fair. He actually values blood ties, and because of that, a boy with no parents got to hold the title of young master and be treated like one. The Chen family has many sons. None of them holds the position of young clan leader. That is because Chen Longwei made a rule. To be named heir, you must reach the 8th level, divine power with the membrane. Nobody has. And the rule applies to his own children with no exceptions, which is the part that made me sit up. That's genuinely rare, I said out loud, to the empty room. The man is named exactly what he is. Qin had treated a parentless boy well when nobody was watching and there was no advantage in it. That is not strategy, that is character, and I was going to need his help because the qualifications to join the Yuhua sect are not something an ordinary martial artist obtains by being talented. That is the part outsiders never believe. You say a boy is young and gifted and everyone nods. It does not matter. Without power or a patron, what exactly makes you think you get to stand in the line? The immortal sects do not run open auditions. Look at who actually takes that trial. Princes, the sons of ministers, children of great houses, most of them already at the 5th or 6th level, the best of them at the 7th or 8th. 10 gates of the immortal path. You do not walk in on merit alone. You walk in on merit plus somebody's hand on your shoulder. So, get the hand on the shoulder. I got up, went out to an open patch of ground in the courtyard, and went looking in my new memories for the family art. There it was, the ox demon great strength fist. The legend says it came down to the Chen ancestors from an immortal, and I want to flag that word because it is doing a lot of work. It is a first-class foundation art, an advanced body refining method, and the family will tell you with a straight face that it is not one step below the pine crane longevity fist that the Yuhua sect itself teaches. 9 forms. The first three are bull demon's horn, bull demon's hoof, bull demon's hide. Each one has more than 100 variations. It goes from simple to complex, and it trains the muscle, then the tendon, then the membrane, in that order, and when you have finished it, your skin turns into something that objects to knives, and your strength stops being a normal number. I ran through the content in my head, frowning. Isn't this from the Yangshen Great World next door? Because I had read those books too, and this thing was extremely familiar. Which brought me to a conclusion I found funny at the time and slightly less funny later. That so-called immortal who gifted this to the Chen ancestors was almost certainly a reincarnator. Think about it. Some poor soul got dropped into this world with a mission and a body art from another setting, made it far enough to be treated as a god by a secular family, handed over a technique, and went off to whatever finished him. And 1,000 years later, the family says immortal because that is the only word they have, the eternal life. Great world is enormous. 3,000 great worlds in the lower realm alone, each one covering star systems, and then the celestial realm above that, and realms beyond realms that only the highest beings ever see. The idea that I would be the only reincarnator in all of it was never plausible. I was one drop going into an ocean. And then the ancestors left a note attached to the manual, and the note is the reason I ever became anything. The Ox Demon Fist has a partner, a companion art called the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Technique. The two together forge a body that can actually carry a person through to the divine ability, the real one, the flying, and the miracles. The ancestor never found the second one. Qin got the first half. Qin built the family on the first half, and he went to his grave writing down in his own hand that he had never been able to combine them, that he had never opened that gate, and that he regretted it. I read that note standing in a courtyard under a moon, and I want you to remember it, because I'm going to come back to it, and when I do, it is going to matter. Then I started punching the air. The word for what I was doing is drilling, and let me be honest about the conditions. My body was still riding the wolf fight. My head was still full of a dead species. I had learned that morning that the patriarch was going to test me tomorrow. That test was the main quest, not officially. The main god does not send instructions, but a reincarnator in the right environment gets nudged along by the current, and the current here was extremely obvious. Otherwise, every slow-witted reincarnator in the realms would simply sit down and fail. The system does not have that hole in it. So, if I show real strength tomorrow, the patriarch backs me. If the patriarch backs me, I get the seat. If I get the seat, I am at the Yuhua gate. That is the entire chain, and it starts with one performance. Attend the test. Do not merely attend. Be undeniable. Now, here is the thing everybody knows about cramming. It does not work. Ordinary people spend years on these arts. Trying to learn one overnight is a good way to injure yourself and arrive tired. I was not worried, because I had the one thing that makes cramming work. The gene lock does not just improve the body, it improves comprehension, it improves aptitude. In the world it came from, people who awaken it are geniuses by definition, and every other system, every school of magic and martial arts comes in second to that. Here in the physical body realm, where the whole game is control of your own flesh, the lock is not an advantage, it is a cheat code. I would like to be fair about resources too, because this part is usually skipped and it should not be. The poor study letters, the rich practice martial arts. Body cultivation is eating. That is the unglamorous truth of it. Every hour of that drilling burns through you, and if you do not put it back, you will simply take yourself apart. The sects have pills for this. Essence pills, fasting pills, foundation pills, all designed to feed a body that is being rebuilt. A secular family has no such thing. A secular family solves it with meat in volume, and a genuinely serious practitioner can go through an entire cow in a day. I had spent the afternoon eating the Chen family's food. Ginseng, abalone, bear paw, venison, things I could not identify and did not ask about. At the time I thought it was hospitality, it was fuel. Somebody had done the calculation before I arrived, so I drilled. Horn, hoof, hide. 300 variations of the first three forms, from standing to walking to the closing of the fist, every one of them a small argument about how force should travel through a person. And somewhere in the middle of it, without noticing, I opened the gene lock. Let me describe what that is like when you use it for learning instead of for violence, because it is much stranger. My eyes went unfocused, my body kept moving, and in my head, the entire art came apart, not metaphorically, it decomposed. Every movement broke into its components, the components broke into principles, and the principles arranged themselves into a structure I could see. My brain had turned into an extremely expensive machine, and somebody had fed it a manual. You have felt a small version of this, everyone has. You beat your head against something for weeks, and then one morning it is simply obvious, and you cannot reconstruct what was ever difficult about it. Some people call it enlightenment, some call it flow. The reason it is rare is that the brain does it by accident. I could hold it open. Bull demon, gore. I shouted it in my own head, and my muscles surged, and the whole body came up from the floor like an animal putting its horns down and going. The flower bed in front of me shook. Leaves came off the trees. Petals went down like the weather had changed. Bull demons. Hoof. My leg tore the air and made a sound like fabric ripping, and a hardwood trunk as thick as a bowl snapped in half. Bull demons hide. Heat coming off my skin in waves. And then, without me deciding to do it, the movement started to change. That is the part that would have frightened a real master, because I was still doing the ox demon fist. Every form was correct, but the angles had begun to shift, a fraction here, a fraction there, towards something that fit me specifically. Understand what that means in this world. Martial arts are made by people. They are built around the body of the person who built them, and no matter how faithfully you copy, you are wearing somebody else's coat. That mismatch accumulates. It is why so many practitioners get to a certain level and simply stop and never understand that the thing blocking them is a coat that does not fit. Families and sects know this. A senior watches a junior and corrects the angles, and that is most of what an old master is actually for. But to alter an art yourself, consciously, correctly, that is not a level, that is a category. In this world, a man who can make martial arts fit him instead of the other way around is called a great grandmaster, and there are 2 of those in the province, and one of them is 100 years old. I was not a great grandmaster. The gene lock was. Here is the logic, and it is the cleanest thing about the whole system. People do not know their own bodies. We believe we are driving. We are not. Under the surface, the subconscious and the cells and the genes are running the actual machine, and they are older and better informed than the part of you that has opinions. The lock lets the machine speak. So the adjustments were not clever. They were not insight. They were my own body correcting a stranger's handwriting, because who could possibly know it better? My movements slowed down. The force in them went up. I stood in the middle of that courtyard with my breath going and something enormous and old moving through the shapes I was making, and the phrase that arrived in my head was one I had read 100 times in books and never once understood. The true meaning of the art. In a few hours I had gotten it, not the moves, the thing underneath them. And inside the Chen family, there were men at the key and inner strength levels, men with decades on me who would never reach it. And then, at some point after midnight, with my whole body burning and my mind absolutely quiet, everything connected. Waist, legs, back, shoulders, elbows, wrists, palm. All of it one object for the first time, all of it moving as one intention, and I put a fist forward. The air tore, trees several meters away shook and dropped their leaves, and in the trunk of the nearest one, at the height of my shoulder, there was now a deep mark, hardness and softness combined, force hidden, then released. The 4th level of the physical body. I stood there in a wrecked flower bed in borrowed clothes at some unholy hour of the morning, and I should tell you what I said, because I have thought about it a lot since, and I have never been able to improve on it. It's done. Then I went to bed. I want to say something about that too, because the sleep was not laziness, tension and release. A martial artist at this stage is still immortal, and mortals do not run continuously. In 2 days I had died, been drafted, been dropped in a forest, killed a pack of wolves, and torn my way up a realm in one night. I had genuinely reached the end of myself. I slept until noon, and nobody came near me, which I found out later was on the patriarch's specific instruction. The training ground was bigger than my old apartment building. Chen Longwei was standing in the middle of it in plain clothes, which men at his level always do, because the point of plain clothes is that everyone knows and nobody has to be told. Sharp eyes, very still, the kind of stillness that is not calm, it is readiness that has been going on so long it looks like calm. Wang Jinghai was to one side, and next to him was somebody new, young, built like a door, and watching me with an expression I recognized immediately because I had worn it myself at interviews, and it meant I have been told about you, and I do not believe a word of it. Greetings, master, I said. You've had your rest. Chen Longwei's mouth did something in the region of a smile. Good, that's how it should be. I know you fought the pack, and I know you gained from it. Strike while the iron is hot. Let me see it now. Then, without changing tone, if we can beat him, there will be great benefits. And I should describe what happened inside my chest at those words, because it was not courage, it was greed. Great benefits. In this house. From this man. At this exact moment in the calendar. Qin meant the seat. Qin could not say the seat, because saying it would have been promising something he had not decided yet, but he meant it, and I heard it, and my heart went sideways. Then the young man stepped out. My name is Chen Jun. I humbly request your guidance, young master Lei Ran. Chen Jun. My borrowed memories produced him instantly. Divine Power Realm, 5th level, a branch member, not main house. Went into the army and did well there, which in the Dali dynasty means he did a great deal of killing under a banner and came back with rank. I looked at the patriarch and understood the test completely. Qin was not asking me to win. Nobody expected me to win. 5th level against 3rd is not a fight, it is a demonstration. If I could stay upright for a few dozen exchanges, that alone would mark me as a genuine talent, and with training I might have a chance at the outer sect trial, and if I could not do that, then the conversation about seats was over before it started. Chen Longwei stood there with no expression at all, which is its own kind of pressure. There is nothing worse to perform in front of than a man who has already decided to be fair. Begin, said Wang Jinghai. We both moved. The air made a noise like a sheet being torn, and we were inside each other's range before I had a chance to be nervous about it, and then we traded a few dozen exchanges in about the time it takes to describe one. I have to talk about Chen Jun's style, because it told me a great deal about this world. It was army boxing, aggressive, domineering, absolutely no interest in defense. Every strike carried actual killing intent, not the theatrical kind, the kind you get when a man's hands have made decisions in mud. And under the brutality there was a genuine amount of variation, because you do not survive a career in that army by being simple, not the family art, mind, not the ox demon fist. But top tier for a mortal dynasty, and behind it, the 5th level. 1,000 pounds behind every fist, enough to end any 3rd level man on contact. And I did not open the gene lock. I want that on the record because it is the only genuinely arrogant thing I did that day, and I did it on purpose. I met him with technique alone. Ox demon footwork threaded through his punches, meeting force with angle, taking the 1,000 pounds and moving it 4 inches to the left. Good. That was the patriarch. Chin had not meant to say it. Chin said it anyway, and then nodded slightly, which from him is roughly a standing ovation, because what he was looking at was not strength. Chin could see perfectly well I had not broken through to divine power. What he was looking at was a boy using movement level force to argue with divine power level force and not losing, and that meant the family art was actually inside me rather than sitting on top, and he was satisfied, genuinely. Chin could have stopped it right there and I would have had the seat. Chin did not stop it. Chen Lei ran, he said, and there was heat in his voice now. Let's see what surprise you have for me, if he can defeat you. Chin had seen. Of course he had seen. A great grandmaster watches a boy for 90 seconds and knows exactly how much of him is still in his pocket. We hit 100 exchanges. Chen Jun had confirmed he could hold the situation, so he spoke, which in this world is a courtesy. Young Master Lei ran. Be careful. And then he stopped being polite. Fighting bloody battles on all sides. His muscles came up under his shirt. His joints cracked and popped, and the divine power came out of him and gathered into something with a smell to it. That was not a technique from a manual. That was a thing a man learns in a mass of other men and cannot unlearn. Now he was using all of it. Good timing, I said, and I stopped retreating and opened the lock. Everything came up at once. I gathered it into a single line and put my whole body behind it, and for 1 second I was not a boy in a courtyard, I was an old bull putting its head down with something ancient behind the movement. That is? The patriarch's voice. I did not have attention to spare for his face. We hit each other. The bluestone under our feet did not crack. It broke. Whole slabs went into pieces, and the pieces went sideways. Boom, crack, and we came apart. Chen Jun took several steps back and stopped. I took more than 10, all the way to the edge of the broken ground, bleeding off his force step by step until there was none left, and then I stood there and let out a long breath and felt my face go hot. I had barely held it, and I knew exactly why, so let me be plain about it, because this is the honest accounting. A head-on collision is the worst possible use of what I am. My technique was better, my understanding of the art was better. It did not matter. Divine power is divine power. His raw ki was twice mine, and no amount of correct angles fixes a number that size when you agree to a straight line. But life and death is a different equation, overcoming the strong from the weak, finding the win inside the danger. That is the actual nature of the gene lock, and I was not going to learn it standing in a courtyard where nobody was allowed to die. Excellent, said Chen Longwei. Excellent. Chin came across the broken stone and looked at me carefully, up close, with an expression that had entirely stopped being a test. It seems you've truly grasped the essence, not only in the movement stage. Chin shook his head slowly. Your bull demon's horn already carries 3/10 of the real thing. It has color in it. And then, half to himself, among the younger generation of my Chen family, nobody has yet been able to comprehend this. Chin kept going. And this is where I learned the family art was not what I thought it was. The Ox Demon Fist contains the true meaning of martial arts inside it. The ancestors reached this through generations, and divine power came out of them one after another. Build on it, understand the essence, and communicating spirit and divine transformation are not a problem. Then his tone changed slightly. Ordinary people compare it to the Pine Crane Longevity Fist. They are underestimating my family's direct line. Chin said it with no heat at all, and it was not boasting. That is what a man sounds like when he has actually done a thing and cannot be bothered to argue about it. Keep it up. You'll reach a realm one day. Then he clapped me on the shoulder, which nearly took me off my feet. You flatter me, master, I said. It's a pity I couldn't defeat Chen Jun. I've disappointed you. Ha 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 ha. Qin waved it off. How is a movement realm supposed to easily defeat a divine power martial artist? Which is when I understood he had been putting pressure on me for fun, and I had taken it seriously like a fool. It's good that you have this mindset. Qin sobered up and put his hands behind his back. You two, go down. Wang Jinghai and Chen Jun bowed and left, and that told me what was coming. Your ox demon fist is still lacking, he said. There are oversights in these movements. You need to move like this for it to work, and when you meet different martial artists, you must adapt. You cannot simply use the forms. And then the head of the Chen family taught me his family's art personally, in an empty courtyard, in the middle of the afternoon. I need to be clear about what that was worth. This man had mastered the ox demon fist to its ceiling, and he was a divine transformation great grandmaster on top of it, and he took the time. Qin moved. A full sequence, the whole thing, and it was nothing like mine. I watched with my mouth shut and got more out of 10 minutes than I would have gotten out of a month alone in the dark. Because here is the gap I had not seen in myself. The gene lock gave me instinct and it gave me comprehension. What it could not give me was human experience, and specifically experience outside of life and death. Fighting is a small circle. Martial arts is a large one. The lock had made me superb inside the small circle and had absolutely nothing to say about the rest. That is a good lesson to learn on a day when somebody is willing to teach you for free. When he was finished, he stood there with his hands behind his back and chuckled. Although you failed to defeat Chen Jun, you have still met my standard. Then he took out a jade box. I'll give this to you as a reward. I took it and, at his nod, opened it. Inside was a single blood-red pill about the size of a thumbnail, and the moment the lid came off, the smell of it went through me like an electric current. Every part of my body stood up and asked what that was. What is this? I actually swallowed. I have never been able to live that down. That is an essence pill, said Chen Longwei. A miraculous medicine used by martial artists at a high level. Only a genuine divine ability cultivator can refine it. It was not easy for my Chen family to obtain. And then calmly, in the past, even the elders and I rarely took it, and I want to make sure the size of that lands. Qin was not being generous. Generous is a small word. In this world, medicine is not a commodity, it is a ladder, and there are ranks to it. Human grade, spirit grade, earth grade, heaven grade, immortal grade, and each of those has tiers inside it. The essence pill is a middle grade item. It strengthens blood, hardens muscle and bone, builds inner strength, and it exists because an immortal sect makes it as a routine benefit for their inner disciples. Their routine benefit was the most valuable object in a provincial great house's vault. The elders of the Chen family took one perhaps once a year at the moment they were attempting a breakthrough, and only then. Qin handed it to a boy who had lost a sparring match. Now I'm rewarding you, he said. I hope you enter the divine power realm soon. Thank you, Patriarch. And that is the exact moment, standing there holding a jade box, that I understood the actual difference between the secular world and the immortal world. It is not flying. It is not fireballs. It is that, on the mountain, this thing is breakfast. An essence pill is enormous for a divine power man or a communicating spirit man down here. Up there, a disciple takes one a day and never thinks about it. If you try to reach the divine ability on ordinary food, on rice and meat and hope, you are not going to make it, no matter how gifted you are. You will simply run out of body. That is why the sects win, not talent, logistics. All right, go on down, he said, waving. I hope you break through soon. There will be another layer of opportunity then. There it was again. The seat, standing in the room with us, still not named. I will certainly live up to the expectations of the head of the family, I said, and bowed and left. And then I got back to my own courtyard and did not take the pill. I want to explain that, because it is the first genuinely good decision I made in that world. Every instinct said swallow it. I had been handed a miracle. My whole life up to that point had been about not having resources, and there is a particular hunger you get from that, a compulsion to consume the good thing immediately before it can be taken away. But I had just spent an afternoon being shown how much I did not understand about my own art. I had not finished the movement stage. I had not begun to grasp what divine power actually is as a concept rather than a number. Take it now, and most of it evaporates. Practice first, understand first, then take it. And the same pill is worth twice as much. That is not wisdom, by the way. That is being poor for long enough that you learn to make things last. I put the jade box down. I sat by the window. And then I made myself think about the thing I had been avoiding since the void, and my mood went very quiet. I needed to know how far along the story was, because here is my actual situation, and it is worth stating plainly before we go any further. I am not a genius. I am not the chosen one. I am not the protagonist of this world. I have one advantage and one only. I read the book, and the book has a main character, and he is somewhere out there, right now, and I know exactly what is about to happen to him. His name is Lin Feng. Right now, at this moment, he is a servant in the Fang family, 15, maybe 16. Qin looks after horses. Qin is nothing, he owns nothing, and he is stealing martial arts by sneaking into places he will be beaten to death for entering. And within about a year, he is going to become the single most important person in this world. Here is the sequence, and I could recite it in my sleep because I have. Qin steals techniques by watching for a month. Then he meets a man named Bai Haichan, who is dying and who hands him two things. A pill called the 9 Orifices Golden Pill, refined by a dead demonic emperor, which is a heaven-grade item, and which will sit in his heart dissolving for years and rebuild him from the inside. And a scroll called the Flood Dragon Subduing Yellow Springs Diagram, which is a treasure so far above this region's understanding that Lin Meilin herself chased it across 1,000 miles and did not get it. Then he trains for 3 months and reaches hardness and softness. Then, on the month-long road up to the sect, he reaches divine power and shortly after that, breathing. Lin Meilin notices him, and a servant is recommended for the outer sect trial, and after that it accelerates until you cannot see it, the underground of the desert, the inner sect trial on the Starry Sky battlefield, a 10-year agreement with a man named Zhou Yuheng, which I will get to, and which will eventually matter to me a great deal more than I wanted it to. Seclusion, divine ability, the mountain and river ranking, all of that, inside 1 year. So I sat by that window with the pill in a box behind me, and I thought very seriously about the obvious move. I know where the opportunity is. I know when. I could take it. And I decided not to. Not out of morality. I want to be extremely clear about that, because people always want it to be about morality, and it was not. It was about karma, in the technical sense this world uses the word. The 9 Orifices Golden Pill is the legacy of the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. The diagram is a thing that a divine ability true disciple crossed a province to hunt. Reach into that, and you are not stealing from a boy. You are stepping into a debt that stretches back through dead emperors and living monsters, and the people who touch it without the strength to hold it do not get graves. The entire Chen family has to do exactly nothing to Bai Haichen and Lin Meilin for the Chen family to be erased. That is the scale. My hosts, the fair man who gave me his pill, all of them, gone, because a boy with modern ideas got clever. So no. I did not want his fortune. I wanted his flight path. Because if a servant with nothing can get from here to the inner sect inside a year, then there is a road, and I only had to walk the same road with better shoes. There was one detail in there I kept turning over though. The Imperial Edict. The Dali dynasty is going to announce a title for Lin Meilin publicly, empire-wide, and that announcement lands right after Bai Haichan hands over the goods. Which meant I did not need to spy on anyone or find anybody. I only needed to wait for the loudest possible event and count backwards from it. The edict tells me where in the book I am standing. None of this is urgent, I said to the window. We need to find someone to ask about the city and see how far the plot has actually gone. And then, because I could not help it, I said the names out loud into an empty room like a man reciting a shopping list from hell. Flood Dragon Subduing Yellow Springs Diagram. 9 Orifices Golden Pill. Creation Immortal King. Goddess of Lightning. I did not know then that saying 2 of those out loud was already more dangerous than the wolves had been. Now let me show you the boy, because I had him in my head long before I had him in front of me, and the picture in my head turned out to be almost exactly right. Dawn, on the other side of the city. The Fang family's inner academy in a garden called Myriad Phenomena, where the sons and daughters of the house do their morning drills. Good drills, by the way. Real ones. Waist and hips moving as one unit, fists going out like arrows and coming back like the wind. And if you know what you are looking at, you can see the shape of the pine crane longevity fist in it, which is one of the 3 foundation arts the Yuhua sect hands down to the families it favors. Standing off to one side in purple robes, correcting people occasionally, was a tall middle-aged man with the presence of somebody nobody argues with. Giant hand Fang Tong, 8th level, the kind of man who takes 1,000 cavalry by himself and gets a nickname out of it. And in the artificial hills at the back of the garden, wedged in among the dark rocks, there was a pair of eyes, a boy of 15 or 16. Delicate features, gray robe, small cap, the whole uniform of a servant. Qin was watching every movement in that garden and copying it in his head. And when Fang Tong started explaining something, the boy's whole body leaned toward the sound like he wanted to take notes and had nothing to take them with. Qin had been doing this for over half a month. There is a drainage channel that runs under the artificial hills and comes out in the silt at the back of the inner academy. Qin had found it. Qin crawls through it in the dark. If he is caught in there, he does not get a beating, he gets an execution, and it will be legal, because in the Dali dynasty, a servant learning martial arts is a crime, and the punishment is handled by the household. Qin knows all of that. I will not be a slave for the rest of my life. That is what he tells himself down there in the silt, and I want you to hold on to it, because the boy is not being brave. Bravery is a decision you make once. This was a thing he did every morning before work. Then the half-hour ended, and he had to go, because he had a horse to feed. 1,000-mile snow. Beautiful animal. Belongs to the second young miss of the Fang family, Fang Qingwei, and it eats better than he does. That is not a figure of speech. That horse's feed included eggs and soy milk and a list of other things, and the servants knew exactly how good it was, and plenty of them skimmed off the top and ate it themselves. It is not even a serious crime. Everybody does it. Qin never did. Humans are inferior to horses. Qin thought that, standing there watching it eat, and then he went and got its water anyway, because his father had told him one thing before he died, and he had kept it. Better a beggar than a slave. If I fight a horse for its food, what am I? A dog of the Fang family? And here is why that detail matters more than any of the fighting. From a purely practical view, that decision is stupid. Qin is doing full body conditioning on servant rations. Qin has no medicine, no meat, no support. There is a hard ceiling on what a body can be made to do without fuel, and by refusing the feed he was choosing to hit that ceiling earlier and harder. Qin knew that too. Qin chose the ceiling. That is the man. Everything else about him, everything he becomes, is downstream of a 15-year-old with an empty stomach deciding that some kinds of full are not worth it. I, meanwhile, was in a study, drinking tea somebody had brought me, reading a report on the city. I had asked the staff to collect anything about Lin Meilin. What came back was almost nothing. Rumors. She joined the immortal sect. She is cultivating. That is the sum total of what a provincial great house can learn about a woman who lives 4 provinces and 1 mountain range away. I was not surprised. This world is stratified in a way that is difficult to convey. To an ordinary person in Longyuan, the Dali dynasty is not a country, it is the world, entire and complete. The Yuhua sect is a legend with temples in it. A martial arts master could live and die without ever laying eyes on one of their disciples. I only knew otherwise because I had read a book on a planet that does not exist here. Chen Longwei knows more, obviously. 10th level, head of the second family in the province. Men at that altitude know that the sect gives the dynasty a batch of outer disciple slots every year, and roughly who gets them. Qin had already hinted more than once that I should reach divine power quickly because there would be an opportunity, and he had left the shape of that opportunity deliberately vague. I set the report down. Practice steadily. That is the whole answer. Lin Meilin is coming back. When she does, an imperial edict goes out, and the entire empire will know within days. But by then, the golden pill and the diagram will already be in a servant's hands and out of reach forever. And I found I was completely calm about that. Not resigned. Calm. There is a difference, and I had to sit with it for a while to find out which one I was. Because I could have gone. I knew the river. I knew the timing, and I would still not have gone. And it was not fear exactly, it was the accounting again. What is a young master of the Chen family worth, measured against events that involve Bai Haichan and Lin Meilin directly? Nothing. Less than nothing. The whole family gets swept off the board as a rounding error. So all my information was good for was one thing, and it was the important one. Timing. Within 1 year, I have to pass the intersect assessment, and on the way there, I am going to run directly into a certain infamous old devil, and it would be very useful to know exactly when. Let me lay out his year for you the way I laid it out for myself that afternoon, because looking at it written down is what actually frightened me. Qin steals arts for a month. Qin meets Bai Haichan. Qin gets the pill and the scroll. 3 months of training gets him to hardness and softness. 1 month on the road to the sect gets him divine power, then breathing shortly after. Lin Meilin notices him and puts him forward for the outer trial, then the desert underground, then the inner sect trial in the starry sky battlefield, then a 10-year agreement with Zhou Yuheng, then seclusion, then divine ability, then the mountain and river ranking. 1 year. All of it. I did not need to match that. Let me be honest about my own ambitions at this stage, because they were modest and they were about survival. I needed inner sect disciple. That was the quest. That was all. And even that was going to be a problem. And here is why. Outer sect is buyable. Not with money, with connections. Chen Longwei could probably get me the slot on relationships alone. And the trial itself is a fight I could conceivably win. Inner sect cannot be bought. Inner sect requires you to complete sect missions, real ones, the sort that kill people. And the entry standard for even attempting them is divine power at minimum and communicating spirit if you want to be taken seriously. Divine power inside a year. From a standing start, without a heaven-grade pill sitting in my heart doing the work for me. At least a year in the divine power zone, I said out loud, to nobody. And the starry sky trial needs more than that. And then, with feeling, disaster. Because that is the arithmetic problem at the heart of the whole first year, and no amount of gene lock fixes it. Cultivation past the early stages is not effort, it is resources, and I had one essence pill in a box and a very supportive uncle. 10 days went by. I should compress them properly because they were not exciting, and they were the most important 10 days I had. The patriarch cleared the main training ground for me, emptied it, a field big enough to drill 400 men, reserved for one boy, because the head of the family had decided this particular junior was worth the inconvenience. I drilled for 6 hours a day. Then I stopped because the body has a limit and going past it is not discipline, it is vandalism. Then I went to the Chen family library and read, not techniques, geography, history, beasts, which mountains have what in them, which sects exist, and where. What the Dali dynasty actually is in relation to anything. That reading saved my life twice inside the next 2 months, and I did none of it because I was clever. I did it because I was still, mentally, a man from a world where you look things up. And around the 10th day, the patriarch's steward knocked on my door, and he was so excited he forgot to be dignified. Young master, news on the matter you asked the servants to watch. I put the book down. The young lady of the Fang family, Lin Meilin, the one who went to cultivate at the Yuhua Immortal sect. She's actually returned. They say she's achieved success. They say she's become an immortal, and the court is about to issue an edict conferring the rank of princess. I did not move for a second. Immortal, he said, and to him that word was not an exaggeration. To the people down here, someone with the divine ability can fly, can call water and fire, can pull lightning down out of a clear sky. There is no functional difference between that and a god. They do not have a smaller word, and if a household steward had heard about the edict, then it was real, and it was now. So there it was. That person's rise has officially begun. And here is the thing I noticed about myself, and it is the first moment I realized this world had already started changing me. I had expected fear. I had expected the sinking feeling of a clock starting. What I felt was my heart going hard and fast and my face getting hot, and it took me an embarrassingly long moment to identify the sensation because I had not had it in a very long time. I was excited. So, I said out loud to an empty study, I was looking forward to it too. Then I went outside and worked. Let me tell you about the month, because everything I became was assembled in it. I took the essence pill first, not before drilling. 2 hours into drilling, once the blood was already up and moving, because a pill dropped into a cold body is a pill mostly wasted. The effect is not dramatic. That is the thing nobody tells you. There is no flash. It is more like being handed additional room. My limbs filled up. My blood came up and stayed up and kept coming. And it did not exhaust the way it usually does, and I could simply keep going long past the point where the day should have ended. So I kept going, horn, hoof, hide, and then the other 6. Because the ox demon fist does not stop at 3, it stops at 9, and the upper 6 exist only in this world's version, added after the art crossed over and got improved by contact with better material. Bull demon enters the sea, bull demon plows the land, bull demon soars to the sky, rampages without fear, dominates one side, and they are genuinely good. I have to say that clearly, because I had been quietly condescending about a secular family art, and I was wrong. Chen Longwei told me it stands above the pine crane longevity fist. I assumed that was pride talking. It was not. Pine crane is beautiful, and it is a foundation art, and that is what it is. It takes its lessons from stillness and from nature, from cranes and pines and the idea of an unhurried life, and above it the Yuhua sect stacks the actual profound material. The Ox Demon Fist is a top-tier foundation method out of an entire other world, which then spent centuries absorbing the material of this one and getting worse-tempered about it. A single volume of it can carry a man through communicating spirit and into divine transformation, and the deeper you go, the more it opens, until at the end, it stops being about the body at all. That art is the only reason the Chen family exists as a military house, and their ancestor left them half of it. Now, here is what I actually did with the month, and it is the part I am proudest of. I did not rush. Everything in me wanted to. I had a year and a clock and a servant boy somewhere across town who was about to leave me in the dust. Every instinct said push, break through, get the number up. I refused, and I want to explain the reasoning, because it is the single most useful idea I have ever had. If I chase realms, I get realms, and nothing else. And then I will hit divine power, and then breathing, and then inner strength, and each of those will take longer than the last, and I will grind to a halt somewhere around the point where understanding matters more than effort, and I will sit there like every other talented man in history who ran out of foundation. But the gene lock does not care about realms. The gene lock cares about control of the body. And every hour I spent going back over health preservation, strength training, movement, hardness and softness, integrating them until they were not techniques but the way I stood, was an hour that made the lock easier to hold open. I had read about this. Somewhere in those infinite flow books, in a footnote, somebody wrote that a practitioner can eventually keep the gene lock running permanently, and that when you can, you are standing at the door of the next stage. I had no idea whether that was true, but the main god had turned out to be real, so I was in no position to be picky about my sources. So I said it to myself, out loud, in an empty training ground, and it became the rule I have followed ever since. I would rather the martial path go slowly than the gene lock go nowhere. Understanding the 4 foundation realms properly and folding them into ordinary life will do more for holding that lock open than any breakthrough will. Reaching divine power in a year is not the problem. Divine transformation in a year is not even the problem. Everything past that is the gene lock. So I drilled the low forms like a beginner for a month while a legend was being born on the other side of the city, and I have never regretted an hour of it. And then, on an ordinary evening, with my head full of that ancestor's note about the tiger demon, it happened. I was working the 9 forms in sequence, fist whistling, footwork precise. To anybody watching it would have looked like a demonic bull standing in the courtyard, which I am told it did, because somebody was watching by the end. And then my mind went sideways into a place I did not intend to go. I started thinking about the missing art, the tiger demon bone refining technique, which trains what the ox demon does not. Bone, organs, the internal architecture, the half the ancestor never found, and then, because my brain was open and running and had nothing better to do with itself, it went further. No, the tiger is not enough either. If we could also gather the ape demon ascending to heaven technique, that would be the complete set. Body perfected in every direction, the gate in the brain opened, divine ability, and somewhere in the middle of thinking that, the gene lock came open on its own. Then things got strange. The medicinal power of the essence pill, which had been sitting in me all evening, came up all at once. My whole body trembled, muscle and bone shook and would not stop. Every breath I took, something in my chest was digesting instantly. And then, boom, my heart slowed down. I want to make sure that lands, because it sounds like the opposite of a breakthrough. My heartbeat halved. It went from the racing of hard exercise to something slow and enormous and deliberate. And it got stronger, like cotton turning into packed earth. The 5th level of the physical body, divine power. That is the signature, and it is the strangest one on the ladder. A slowed heart. A continuous flow of vitality that does not run out, and then, when you ask for it, that heart goes to several times its normal rate in an instant and delivers 1,000 pounds through your fist and stops a galloping horse dead. That is what divine power actually is. I did not stop to appreciate it. I moved, slow to fast in one motion, heart hammering, and I crossed the whole training ground in dozens of steps inside a single breath, and I put a fist into the testing stone. Let me describe that stone. It is a block of blue stone the size of a cart, and it exists so that the young men of the Chen family can measure themselves against it, and it has been there for generations. It did not crack. It exploded into pieces. Fragments went across the yard and into the flower beds, and one of them took a chip out of a wall. Such powerful strength, I said, staring at my own hand. And here is the thing that made me actually stop and sit down. That was too much. That was not a fresh divine power punch. That was well past 1,000 pounds. That was more than men at breathing and inner strength should be able to produce, and I was 15 minutes old at 5th level. Because in that moment, in the middle of a breakthrough, I had touched something. 2nd stage, physical liberation, the part of the lock that goes into the body and takes out what is already there, all at once, and multiplies you. It was gone almost immediately. It was not a technique and it was not mine, it was a flicker, and the breakthrough had jolted it loose and it had closed again. But I had felt it, and I knew the direction. I sat down right there on the broken stone with my hands shaking and worked it out. Realm breakthroughs and the gene lock feed each other. The realm gives me control of the body. Control of the body opens the lock. The lock makes the next realm easier. That is not 2 paths. That is 1 path with 2 names. Then it went further, and this is the idea that has organized my entire life since, so I am going to say it properly. Normally, opening the 1st stage lock produces a kind of false enlightenment. Useful, reliable, not real. What had just happened was real, and the fact that both exist under the same mechanism told me what the gene lock actually is. It is not a power, it is a ladder made out of your own ceilings. 1st stage gives you combat instinct, 2nd gives you physical liberation, Third opens the brain. Each of those, everybody treats as a level. They are not levels, they are platforms. Because look at what actually happens. You open the lock and you explode past your normal limit. Then you live there a while, and the explosion becomes your new normal. And then, from that new normal, you explode again. The burst becomes the baseline. The baseline bursts again, spiraling upward. Forever. That is what the gene lock is, not a gift, an engine that runs on your own progress. And that, incidentally, is why a certain man in another world went from an office worker to the strongest thing in his setting inside a handful of missions, and why the same man later went around several planes punching hidden saints in the face while they screamed about it. Is the fourth stage the ceiling? No, it is the starting line for actually going into yourself. As expected of a great path opened by another supreme being of the multiverse, I said. Which is the polite way of saying what I actually thought, which was that this thing was outrageous cheating and I was going to use every inch of it. Then I got back up because I was not finished. I had 2 insights sitting in me from that stray thought, and if I let them cool, they were gone. So I chased them, and I put them into my hands, and I made 2 things. Tiger Demon descends the mountain. That one is not bad. Stretching the frame, working the limbs and the skeleton, cracking and settling as it goes. There are real traces of bone forging in it. Ape Demon leaps through the air. That one is honestly rubbish. It is a movement technique and nothing more. It does not touch the spirit at all, which is the entire point of the original, and I made it anyway on nothing but the will to jump. I stopped when my body told me to. Steam was coming off my head in a visible cloud, which is what happens when sweat evaporates faster than it can arrive, and I had never once been tired from drilling before that night, and I looked at the 2 crude things I had made and I told myself the truth about them. They are not complete, they are not usable. A low-level martial artist having an epiphany does not produce a real art because he has no accumulation to build it out of, and if he gets a fragment of a technique out of it, he should consider himself lucky. The Tiger Demon bone refining technique is something a divine transformation great grandmaster might fail to reconstruct in a lifetime. The Ape Demon needs the divine ability and a sea of consciousness that I do not have, so what I had was 2 sketches, but that ancestor spent his whole life wishing for the first of those sketches. Haha, I said, to a wrecked courtyard and a pulverized stone. That's quite a substantial amount of knowledge. 1 month, 10 years would not have compared. And that is precisely when a figure came through the gate at speed, because the head of the family had felt something move inside his own house and had come to see what it was. Chin stopped. Chin looked at me. Chin looked at the crater where a generation of Chen family boys had measured themselves. You've entered the realm of divine power? Chin came across the yard with the gravel crunching under his boots, and then he saw the stone, and he stopped walking. Did you destroy it? I nodded. I did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that would have improved the situation. His face went through several stages. I watched a man at the 10th level of the physical body, a great grandmaster, head of the 2nd family in the province, arrive at a conclusion he did not have a shelf for, because that stone had held up under everything the Chen family had ever put into it, and I have to point out what he was actually reading. It was not a divine power punch. A freshly broken through divine power man does not do that to a testing stone. Men at breathing and inner strength do not reliably do that to a testing stone. Chin did not know about the 2nd stage flicker. If he had known, he would have needed to sit down. Incredible, he said. Incredible. They actually managed to do this. And then he laughed, and this time he did not try to stop himself. Good. Very good. Less than a month. That was the number he was standing there with. Less than a month from a 3rd level boy to that. Chin was not doing martial arithmetic anymore. Chin was doing political arithmetic, and it went like this. My family is about to have a disciple inside the Yuhua sect, and I am the man who found him. Ha 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 ha, he said, mostly to himself. It seems I'll have to go and have a good chat with Governor Lin Huicheng in the near future. Then he turned back to me. At that time, I will secure you a Yuhua sect disciple slot. There it was. Said out loud, at last, in plain words, with no hedging. Thank you for the promotion, Patriarch. No need for that. Chin waved it off. I'm happy as your elder that you've achieved something. And then he said the thing that actually mattered. Why call me head of the family? Just call me uncle. I bowed. I made my face do the correct grateful surprise. I had a pretty good relationship with your parents when I was young, he added. Yes, Uncle Jun. Ha ha. Good, good, good. Chin clapped me on the shoulder again, and we stood there, uncle and nephew, in a courtyard full of rubble, and I need to tell you exactly what I was thinking, because I am not going to pretend to be a better man than I am. I was thinking, he is doing this because I am an asset. I had spent a decade in an office and a season with a terminal diagnosis, and between those 2 educations, I had learned the shape of the world with some precision. When I was healthy and rising, people were warm. When my scans came back, the warmth went off like a light with a timer. Not out of cruelty, out of accounting. Everybody is running accounts, so I did not believe the uncle thing. Not for a second. And then I thought about it for another second, and I noticed that I was doing the thing where a wounded man calls his wound wisdom. Because here is the honest question. Does the fact that someone has an interest in you mean the care is fake? Chin gave a parentless boy the title of young master when there was no upside in it. Chin made a succession rule that binds his own children. Chin handed me the most valuable object in his vault after I lost a fight. Chin had been doing this before I was worth anything. So I made a decision, standing on the broken stone. I do not expect anything from outsiders. I never have. That is not bitterness. It is just the operating assumption I was raised into, and it has never once failed me. But if a man actually helps me, I remember it, and I pay it, and I do not require him to have been a saint about it. Nobody has to tell me to do that. Nobody ever has. I thought about my old boss, who fired me and then paid me far more than the law required, and how I have never once been angry at him because he gave me money instead of a speech. Life is hard. You have to understand the difficulty other people are in. And then I thought about what I would actually be able to do for this family later, if the year went well. If I made inner disciple, if I got the divine ability, if I finished the tiger demon and the ape demon and brought them home, the two halves their ancestor died wishing for. At that point, teaching an entire clan would be an afternoon's work. Helping yourself is not a duty, it is a favor, and you remember favors without anyone reminding you. All right, Uncle Jun said. Your breakthrough still needs to be solidified. Here, take this. Another jade box. Another essence pill. I did a poor job of hiding my reaction, and I did not much care, because you cannot have too many of those. If I could take one of these a day, I would not need a 9 orifices golden pill at all. Foundation gets cleansed, aptitude gets improved, but the bulk of what that legendary thing actually does is raise blood and chi, and an essence pill does the same job in smaller mouthfuls. Good aptitude plus enough essence pills and the physical body road is simply a road. Then he said something that put the gift in proportion. Essence pills. My entire Chen family doesn't have many in stock. Most are used by the divine transformation elders for cultivation, and even they can't take them often. Some years, not at all. Chin was thinking out loud now. The communicating spirit realm men only get one as a bonus when they attempt the breakthrough to divine transformation. Everyone else cultivates on fasting pills. Then, decisively, I'll see if I can squeeze 2 more out of the clan elders for you later. And he did. Chin went and argued with the old men of his own house, on my behalf, over medicine. For daily cultivation, we'll provide you fasting pills, he said. I hope you cultivate well and don't let your family down. I nodded and said nothing, and I want to explain why I said nothing. Because a fasting pill a day plus an essence pill on top is an enormous ongoing expenditure for a secular family. That is not a gift. That is a budget line. It requires consultation. It requires the elders to agree that a boy with no parents gets the medicine that their sons do not. Chin was going to have that argument every month. So I took the 5 fasting pills he gave me, and I kept my mouth shut, and I decided the debt was real and I would be paying it. Then I went back to my courtyard and got my clothes changed and got put in a bath and got worked over by a physician who specialized in massage and blood circulation, which is standard maintenance for the core members of a great house and which I found deeply undignified and extremely effective. A week went by like that, solidifying, drilling, exploring what the lock would and would not do now. And then the world moved. The steward again, this time in the study, this time barely keeping his voice level. The Fang family's caravan was being assembled. Lin Meilin was going back up the mountain. And she was taking people with her, which meant the clock had started, and my uncle had gone to see the governor and had come back with a yes. The slot was mine. There was, however, a condition attached, and it was one of those conditions that sounds like nothing and is actually the whole story. Go make friends with the Fang family juniors, specifically, the second young miss, Fang Qingwei. She is Lin Meilin's little sister. After all, Uncle Jun said, she's the sister of a divine ability. Cultivate that friendship. And I said yes, uncle, and thought a number of things I did not say, because I knew exactly what that girl becomes, and my uncle would not have used the phrase cultivate that friendship if he had. I want to hold that thought, though, because it is not fair yet. At this point in the story, she has not done anything. She is 16 and she is about to be handed a great deal of power by a sister who does not particularly like her, and that is a shape of person we have all met. The carriage they sent for me had 4 black horses and an escort, and the character Chen painted on the side. Here is what happens when that carriage moves through Dragon Abyss, the street parts. Not politely, instantly and completely, with vendors physically lifting their tables and the martial artists in the crowd, the ones with swords at the hip who get admiring looks from ordinary people, going quiet and standing straight, because everyone in the province knows the name. The Chen family commands 300,000 mercenaries and holds the military. They are the second house after the governors. Offend either one, and life in Longyuan becomes impossible. I lifted the curtain and looked out at my new city, which I had barely seen because I had spent my entire time in it locked in a courtyard hitting things. There is a gladiatorial arena. There is a martial arts arena. There are establishments with names like Elegant Pavilion and Wanbao Club, and between them you can buy clothing, food, housing, transport, techniques, merchants, and company. Small city, all the organs. And in the middle of it, the Fang compound, sitting there like a fist. We arrived, the attendant stayed, an old servant led me in, to the horse farm. But a horse farm? I said out loud, and then I stopped talking, because my brain had just caught up. Fang Qingwei loves hunting. Everybody in Dragon Abyss knows it. Being invited to a Fang family outing means being invited to a hunt, and a hunt starts at the stables, which meant I was about to walk into a building that contained a specific 15-year-old. Looks like I'll have a chance to meet that person today. The stable yard was full of the young men and women of the great houses, on very good horses, in very good clothes, and at the center of it, on a horse the color of fresh snow, was the second young miss. She was worth looking at and she knew it. Cold, elegant, entirely composed, white on white, boots inlaid with jade. Young Master Chen has arrived. The talk started immediately and was not remotely quiet. Chen Lei ran. Divine power realm already. The Chen patriarch values him so much he made a special trip to the governor about the immortal sect slot. The head of the Chen family treats him better than his own children. The man is a genuine martial arts genius and a future pillar of that house, and you're calling it connections. If you had that strength at that age, your family head would have gone to the governor too. I let it wash over me and did not react, which is a skill you learn quickly in an office. Then one of the girls from another house asked the question everybody actually wanted answered. Second miss, I heard Lady Malin is going to take a group of people to the Yuhua sect. Is that true? Every set of ears in that yard turned. It is indeed true. Fang Qingwei did not even have to work at the tone. My sister has cultivated to the divine ability and is a true disciple. She's in charge of a peak. She naturally needs manpower to manage things, and it's only natural she should have some servants. Then, with her chin up, I'm going there to cultivate immortality. I will eventually achieve the divine ability and become a true disciple myself. She did not bother concealing any of it. Why would she? I came up and she looked straight through me. I have met second miss. And here is what I was thinking while I said it, which I want on the record because it is the first genuinely dangerous thought I had in that world. I looked at her and I read her. Chi? Or inner strength? Her blood was fluctuating in a way that meant recent medicine, spirit pills, the good stuff, taken as routine. Her cultivation was a level or two above mine on paper. I could kill her with one punch. I want to be clear that I had no intention of doing it and no reason to. It arrived unbidden, the way an assessment arrives. That is what the gene lock does to you. It does not make you violent. It makes you unable to look at a room without knowing where everything in it stands. Well, since this is your first time here, she said, from up on her horse, without much interest, go find a servant and fetch a horse. We'll go hunting later. Not rude exactly, just the tone you use with staff. I nodded and went, and behind me, the yard resumed. Second miss is truly formidable. Even a genius like Chen Lei Ran has to be respectful in front of her. Among the secular families, his talent is quite good. All of you entered divine power 2 or 3 years later than he did. She said it flatly and then generously. Qin's outstanding for his generation. Don't look down on him. After all, he may be coming to the Yuhua sect with us, which would be a boost for my Fang family. Yes, second miss is right to teach us. They were nodding like birds pecking rice, and I heard every word of it because I have a first-stage gene lock and my hearing is not a normal person's hearing. I found it funny. Genuinely. Not bitter. Funny. Because look at them. Look at all of them. This is a provincial city in a mortal dynasty on one lower plane of 3,000, and they are calibrating their arrogance against each other with enormous precision, and they are extremely good at it, and it is the entire world to them. They're locals. You want to compete on arrogance? You have no idea who you are talking to. The stable manager was one of those men who has survived 20 years of nobility by never once being the problem. Young Master Lei Ran, please choose whichever horse you fancy. They're all top quality. You certainly won't lose face in front of the second miss. Very careful with me. Very deliberately careful. Because the young masters and ladies could look down on him all day and it cost them nothing, but a servant who caused a scene in front of the second miss would be finished, and he mentioned in passing, in the tone of a man giving weather, not long ago Lin Feng was whipped 10 times. I've no intention of following. There it was. I said. Let me see. And I walked down the line of horses looking like a man choosing an animal, and I was not looking at the animals at all. I found him in about 4 seconds. Chin was down the row with his head bent, working, doing exactly what the other servants were doing. Same robe, same posture, absolutely unremarkable in every visible respect, and his blood was wrong. That is the only way I can put it. Every other servant in that stable was a normal, underfed, hard-working person. This one was carrying a furnace. Vitality coming off him like heat off a stove. Physique underneath the robe that had no business being there, and none of it showing on the surface because he had trained himself out of showing anything. An ordinary martial artist would have seen nothing. Even a divine transformation man would have thought, strong lad, good constitution, and moved on. I knew what I was looking at because I knew the answer before I saw the question, and because the lock makes you perceptive in exactly this way. Among a row of stable hands, you are the only one with abnormal blood, full of vitality, excellent physique. Who else could you be? And then he stopped moving, just for a fraction of a second. A hitch, mid-task, the kind of thing nobody notices. I noticed. What's going on? Is that person looking at me? Chin recovered instantly and went back to work, and I looked away and back down the line of horses like a man who has lost interest. And let me tell you what that half-second told me. It told me he had a secret, and he was carrying it at full tension. Not a boy hiding something small, a boy who has recently been handed something enormous and has been sleeping badly since, which meant Bai Haichan had already happened, which meant the golden pill was already in his heart, which meant I now knew exactly where in the book I was standing, and it had cost me one glance. I should have left him alone. Instead, I walked down the row, stopped directly beside him, and pointed at a black horse. Let's take this one. Chin stopped moving again, this time properly. What are you standing there for? The old manager was on him instantly. Get the horse ready for young Master Lei Ran. Yes, I understand. Chin came up fast, all deference, and got the black horse and led it over and handed me the reins with a slight awkwardness that was almost perfect and not quite. Young Master Lei Ran. Your horse. Okay, I said. And I stood there holding the reins of a horse handed to me by the future of this world, keeping my face completely still, and inside my chest something was going off like a bell. Because I want to be honest about what I had just done. That was not necessary. That was not strategy. I had walked up to the single most dangerous person in this hemisphere, gotten his attention, and made him hand me something for absolutely no operational reason whatsoever. I was, in that moment, genuinely shocked at myself. Why are you just leading it over? Don't you know to prepare the tack? The old manager took the reins off him, scolding, which was also a way of getting him out of my sight before he embarrassed anyone. Never mind, let me do it. Go and work over there. Yes. Chin went with an awkward smile, and his heart was going hard enough that I could see it in his neck. Take it easy, he was telling himself. Take it easy. And I walked out of that stable into the sunlight, leading a black horse, and let out a very long breath. Stimulating. That is the word I actually used, in my own head, and it is the correct one. It felt like dancing in a minefield. And here is what I noticed, and it is the thing that changed the shape of me more than the gene lock did. The same thing had happened when the steward told me about the edict. Not fear. Not dread. That hot, fast, absolutely unmistakable feeling of being alive at the edge of something. I had died once already. I got hit by a truck on a public sidewalk with a bag of pills in my hand. So what exactly am I protecting? I have already died once. Why should I care about so much? At worst, I die again. The invincible gate of eternal life. The peerless immortal king. The supreme ruler of the heavens. Haha, I said, out loud, in a stable yard, to an entirely uninterested horse. What's there to care about? And the old manager gave me a very strange look, and I laughed twice more and felt my head clear out completely. And I should name what happened there because it has a name in this world. That is breaking your inner demon. Half the people who walk the cultivation road never do it. They get the power and they keep the cringe. They spend 300 years afraid of a man who insulted them once. They calculate and hedge and flinch, and the flinch is what stops them, not the ceiling. I had spent my whole life being careful because being careful was all I could afford. I could not afford it anymore. Careful was going to get me killed on this road, and I had just noticed that I did not want it. Something in my bearing changed. I did not do it on purpose, and I did not know it had happened, and I found out from the reaction. Because when I rode back into that yard, Fang Qingwei, who had looked straight through me 20 minutes earlier, turned her head and stared, and her face did something complicated. What's wrong with him? Because there was a quality about him now, a kind of celestial air, and she had only ever seen that on one person in her life. Why does he look a bit like my older sister? She said it under her breath, and she did not mean it as a compliment to me. She meant it as an alarm, because the only frame of reference she had for that particular unbothered stillness was a woman who could kill everyone in the yard with a gesture and would not remember doing it. Second miss, what are you saying? Some boy from a lesser house being helpful. Her expression went back to normal in about a quarter of a second, and then it went past normal into something much worse, and her voice dropped to a temperature I had not heard from her yet. This is none of your business. Get out. Second miss? Get out. And I watched a young man from a prominent family go gray, fall off his horse, and then, and I want to be precise, roll on the ground, away from her, kowtowing on the way, apologizing continuously until he was far enough that standing up seemed safe. Nobody laughed. Everybody looked at the ground. Because here is what had changed in Dragon Abyss over the last 2 weeks, and nobody in that yard needed it explained. Since Lin Meilin came home, there is nobody in this city who can afford to make that girl unhappy. Not the heads of the great houses, not my uncle. Offend her, and the worst case is not a beating. It is a family being removed from the map by a woman who would consider it a small errand. These people were not her friends. They were not even guests. They were toys, and the toys knew it. Second miss, I said, riding up on the black horse. I have brought the horse. And I said it exactly the way I would have said it to anyone, not humble, not proud, the tone you use with a colleague. Her eyes sharpened, and she actually looked at me, properly, for the first time. And for reasons I did not understand at the time, she did not make trouble for me. Since we're here, she said, let's go hunting outside the city. We went out through the north gate like an invasion, 20 or 30 young nobles at a gallop, and behind them the attendants, and behind those the guards, and the total came to well over 100 people. Pedestrians got out of the way. Vendors got out of the way. Nobody in Dragon Abyss was going to be the one who caused an incident with that group. Wang Jinghai and a detachment of Chen family guards came along behind me, obediently, which was strange to watch. The Fang family had brought a communicating spirit realm expert to watch over the second miss, which is roughly the equivalent of sending a battleship to a picnic. I looked at all of it and made a small noise. No wonder the god arranged for him to hunt in the wilderness, because that was the piece I had been missing about my own backstory. Why would a young master of a great house be up a mountain? Because the second miss of the Fang family hunts constantly, and the entire junior nobility of Dragon Abyss copies whatever she does, and so every young man in this city goes into the hills regularly. The main god had not invented a scenario. It had picked a real habit and let me be unlucky inside it. That's reasonable, I thought. Very reasonable. Riding beside me, more or less, Fang Qingwei kept catching herself watching me, and then stopping. I must have seen wrong just now. How could this person possibly have the same quality as my sister? And here is a thing I want to say about her, because I have been unkind so far, and it is not the whole picture. She was not born like this. Before she went up that mountain, before whatever the sect did to her, she was a normal girl who had grown up hearing about an older sister who had walked off and become a legend. And underneath all the ice, there was genuine admiration in there. She wanted to be her, which is why the resemblance bothered her so much, and why she looked at me with more interest than she wanted to. Then she gave herself a mental shake. My sister is a celestial being. How could someone from such a small family possibly compare? She snorted and looked away and decided she had imagined it. We reached the hunting ground about an hour out. This is the Black Mountain Range, said Wang Jinghai quietly, riding up level with me. It's known for ferocious beasts, spirit monsters even. Divine power and Chi realm martial artists do not fare well in there. Young master, please be careful. Chin was frowning as he said it. I didn't expect the Fang family to choose this place. Aren't they afraid the young masters and ladies will get hurt? And there was the actual answer, and neither of us had it yet. Lin Meilin had come home, and when a divine ability true disciple comes home, she brings gifts, and her little sister had just been handed a pile of objects that ordinary people spend lifetimes not seeing. Magical artifacts, talismans, medicine, 16-year-old, new toys, wants somewhere to try them. Stop, said Fang Qingwei, at the foot of the range. She was reckless. She was not stupid. The Black Mountain Range is genuinely dangerous, and she had no intention of riding into it blind, so she turned to the communicating spirit expert, Steward Zhao. Take a group ahead and find us a suitable ground. Yes, second miss. Chin went, with men, and while we waited, she got bored, and boredom is where the afternoon actually started. There was a clean metallic ring, and she had a sword out. 3 feet of blade, silver white, so light it seemed to float in her hand, and under the sun it threw off a thin, bright line that hurt to look at directly. A fine sword. The chorus started immediately. Even I looked. That is the first magical artifact I had ever seen, and I have to explain what that means in this world, because the ladder here runs magical artifact, spiritual artifact, treasure artifact, dio artifact, immortal artifact, and each of those steps is not a step. It is a floor. Weapons in this world are rarer than medicine. A powerful treasure lets a man fight several categories above himself, which is why cultivators want them the way drowning people want air. My sword is named Autumn Snow. It was a gift from my elder sister, and then she twirled it. 3 sword flowers, one after another, smoothly, and lifted her chin, like a child showing off a red envelope at New Year. I had to physically stop my face from doing what it wanted to do, because I knew what that object was. A magical artifact is the lowest rung. It is what a divine ability cultivator produces by breathing on a piece of steel. It is not a treasure, it is a party favor. Lin Meilin had almost certainly picked up an ordinary longsword, done something to it that cost her nothing, and handed it over. And her sister was standing here in front of 20 people showing it off as proof of her position in the universe. Isn't this just playing with children? And then, because I am not made of stone, the second thought came in behind it, and it was worse. In the story, Lin Meilin basically left this girl alone. She gave her almost nothing that mattered. The things she handed to a stable servant on several occasions were categorically better than what she gave her own sister. I remembered a detail from later in the book, one of those throwaway lines. Before her inner sect trial, somebody flattered Fang Qingwei with a low-grade spiritual artifact, and she was thrilled about it, genuinely happy. Poor kid. I must have let that show, because she snapped her head around and caught me. Chen Lei ran. What are you looking at? I'm watching Second Mrs. Big Sword, I said. Honestly, truthfully, and with the exact intonation you would use with a child, which I did not entirely manage to keep out of it. She stopped. She did not know why that annoyed her, but it clearly did. What, you don't like this sword? Ice all the way through. What the eldest young lady bestowed is naturally excellent, I said, and quite suitable for the second young lady. The nobles around us went very still, because in their reading of the room I had just been extremely rude in a way that would be difficult to prove. She snorted and let it go, and every young master within earshot looked at me like I had walked through a wall. Let me note something about the age gap here, because it is the only reason that exchange went the way it did. She was 16, 17 at most. I had graduated university, worked a job, paid rent, been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and died. I was in my mid-20s, mentally, and had recently acquired a great deal of perspective. To me, she was a high school student with a very expensive sword. And to be completely fair to her, and I mean this, the arrogant young nobility of this world is not the worst thing in it, not by an enormous distance. There are people in this story who murder children their own age and bury them and go to dinner. She was rude to servants and showed off her presence. Once you enter the world of cultivation, that changes. Up there, if you do not have blood on your hands, you would be embarrassed to admit to being a cultivator at all. How exactly do you cultivate immortality without killing? Steward Zhao came back and reported the ground clear. We went in. And I have to describe the forest we rode into, because everything after depends on it. The trees got taller and then enormous, trunks a person cannot get their arms around, and vines came down through the branches in ropes until you were riding through a room rather than a landscape. The sunlight stopped arriving. It was the middle of the day, and you could not see a man 20 meters away. And the sound stopped. No birds, no animals, nothing. Second miss, let's stop here, said Steward Zhao, and his frown had become a different kind of frown. Going any deeper doesn't feel right. She looked around at the silence, and something in her actually recognized it, because she shivered. That's true. Let's go out. Everybody agreed instantly, which tells you they had all felt it too. A wise man does not stand under a wall that is leaning. We turned to leave, and that is when my chest kicked. Not a thought, a physical event. The gene-lock sense of danger going off like a fire alarm inside my sternum, and I opened my mouth to say something. I did not get there. White mist came up out of the ground. All around us, all at once, thick and fast and almost solid, and inside 10 seconds I could not see the man next to me. What's this? What's going on? The guards closed up. To their credit, they closed up fast and correctly. The Fang communicating spirit expert at the center with the divine power guard captains of 4 great houses around him and the soldiers outside those. Second miss, don't be afraid. We will protect you. Yes, I trust you to handle things. She was pale, but she was steady, and I will give her that. Young master, be careful, said Wang Jinghai at my shoulder. Things go wrong in these mountains. I nodded, and I already knew what was in the fog because I had spent a month reading in a library instead of only hitting things. The Dali dynasty's wild borders are full of spirit monsters, animals that got old enough and lucky enough to wake up. They come in tiers. A 2 or 3 star life form in the reincarnator's classification, and the difference between those two is whether it has learned to touch the spirit yet. Go one further, into the divine ability, and it can take human shape, and then you stop calling it a monster and start calling it a demon, and it goes on the list of things that end provinces. Then something went through the group, fast, low, making a high, thin, scraping shriek, and it moved between people in the fog like a piece of the fog that had decided to have opinions. The screaming started immediately. Several guards went down and did not come back up. 2 of the young nobles went with them. I am not going to describe it, and I need to tell you why. Not delicacy. It is simply that the description is not the thing. What actually happened in the dark, in fog, was that a group of extremely privileged teenagers found out in the space of 4 seconds that they were food, and that no amount of family name changes the arithmetic of a thing that is stronger than you and does not care. Monster! Don't come closer! Run! And the formation broke, which killed more of them than the monsters did. In the chaos, an arm came out of the fog toward Fang Qingwei, long, black-haired, clawed. Humph, you're asking for death. Steward Zhao was there, and he struck, and something the size of a man went backward into a tree trunk hard enough to shake it. And that was when we all got a proper look. Black, extremely thin, long-armed, and the face was nearly a person's face, which is the part that stays with you. It hit the tree, rolled to its feet, showed its teeth, went straight up the trunk, and was gone. A communicating spirit realm palm strike had not heard it. It's a spirit monster. Mandrills. Somebody said it, and the word went around the group like a temperature drop. This is troublesome, I said. Because I had read about them, and here is the summary. A mountain demon. Long and black, immensely strong, blue-faced and fanged. It runs faster than a leopard. It tears leopards apart with its hands. It is the overlord of whatever mountain it lives on, and it lives a long time, and most of the people it has killed never saw it. The one thing I could hold on to was that these were not the good ones. These were the low end of the category, animals with strength and speed and no spiritual capability at all. That was still very bad, because there were a lot of them. They knew this ground, and they had brought their own weather. Roar. They stopped hiding. And they came in among us, and each of them was physically stronger than most trained martial artists here, with hide that ordinary swords slid off, and in this terrain, even a divine power realm man was in serious trouble. Young miss, hurry! Steward Zhao started pulling Fang Qingwei backward toward open ground because he could not fight properly with her beside him, and she was in no condition to argue. She had never been near anything like this in her life. All that cultivation, and she could not use it, and I want to be fair, that is not cowardice. That is what happens to everybody the first time. Something dropped on me out of the branches. I got a stink of it first, and then it was there, claws coming down. The gene lock went open on its own. I got the sword up. Steel and claw met and made a sound like a saw hitting a nail, and the shock came down my arms and nearly took the hilt out of my hands. And then its face was right in front of mine, close enough that I could see old blood on the fangs, and it opened its arms to take hold of me. Get out of my way. I do not remember deciding to say that. Something came up out of me, out of somewhere underneath the bottom, and it threw the mandrill off me like a coat. I looked down at my own arms afterward, and the veins were standing out, and the muscle had changed shape, and there was a moment, half a second long, where I was noticeably larger than I had been. Second stage, again, for about a heartbeat. The mandrill hit a trunk, went up it, and left. Young master, hurry, I'll hold them. Wang Jinghai swinging a long sword in the fog with 3 of them working around him, already bleeding. And around us people were dying, and the young nobles of Dragon Abyss, who had never seen anything worse than a disappointing banquet, were screaming for their parents. Damn it, I ran. I have to be honest about that, and let me be honest about why, because it would be easy to leave it out. I ran because it was correct. This was not a wolf pack. Wolves are strong and stupid. This was a group of intelligent predators, more numerous than us, with a fog they had brought on their own ground, any one of which was a serious fight. There was no version of standing my ground that ended with me alive, and dying gloriously in the second month is not a strategy, it is a poem. So I went out with the crowd, following the thinning fog, and I nearly made it. There was a shape on the ground ahead, in the wet leaves, in white. She had fallen. Steward Zhao was 50 meters back with 4 of them on him and could not get to her, and he was shouting her name and could not stop being busy. A small one came over him, saw her, and turned. I did not think about it. That is the truth. There was no calculation, no decision about the sister of a divine ability, none of the things a clever man would have weighed. The sword came around, high angle, and I opened the thing's arm from shoulder to elbow, and it went backwards, screaming, "Get up! What are you doing standing there?" I got a hand into her collar and hauled her onto her feet. "Thank you for saving me." She was shaking so hard her teeth were going. Never in her life, all that training, not one bit of it available. And I need to state my own motive plainly, because I am not going to be given credit I did not earn. I was not being noble. In my head, the transaction was extremely simple. She gave me a fire talisman earlier. I am paying for the talisman. That is genuinely all it was. Let's go quickly. She grabbed my arm and pulled, and the girl who had been cold and immaculate an hour ago was covered in mud with her jade-inlaid boots ruined, and she did not notice at all. We ran. The others were being caught. I could hear it happening, and I did not turn around, and I should say the thing that makes me look worst, because leaving it out would be a lie. Those people dying were the reason we got out. The mandrills were occupied. There is no other way to say it. Your sister Lin Meilin didn't give you any divine ability treasure? I shouted on the run. If I had it, I would have used it long ago, screamed back at me with her eyes red, and honestly, fair enough. The fog was thinning, light ahead. We were about 10 seconds from open ground, and then the one I had cut dropped in front of us. It had followed, specifically, because I had heard it, and it wanted the person who had done it, which tells you how much intelligence is in there. Block. I got the sword up. Crunch. Crunch. That sword was a guard sword. Borrowed. Good steel and nothing more. And what it was being asked to hold was a creature comparable to an inner strength martial artist, with the strength of a large horse behind it and tens of thousands of pounds of animal in the swing. The blade started to go. I let it. I turned the failure into a pivot, went off the side and kicked it, and it rolled through the leaves. Used my sword. Fang Qingwei had autumn snow in both hands, holding it out to me, hilt first. I want to give her this moment because she earned it. She was terrified and useless, and she knew both of those things. And she found the one useful thing she could do and did it immediately. Good. And the instant that hilt touched my palm, everything changed. I have never learned a sword art in my life, not one form. It did not matter, because with the lock open, a weapon is not a skill, it is a limb, and the difference between that blade and the guard sword was the difference between a scalpel and a spoon. The mandrill came up howling, hunched, and then unloaded everything it had, and it became a smear in the air with claws in the front of it. I was not afraid of it anymore. I went in. The blade went where I looked. First pass took the wounded arm off entirely, and it screamed in a way I did not enjoy hearing. Second pass it tried to run. A good opportunity. I let my toes take the ground, felt the whole body swell for a fraction of a second, and put the sword through its eye and into the brain. It made a long sound that went on after it should have stopped. I touched down, drew the blade out, and stepped back, and I have been told what that looked like from outside. Precise and cold, apparently. Like a scalpel in a laboratory. It fell over and stopped. Slay one spirit monster, mandrill, reward, 1 2-star story card, 1,000 reward points. So that's the normal rate, I said, because that is useful information. The Wolf King got 2 stars as a beginner bonus. This got 2 stars on merit, which meant the main god had stopped subsidizing me and I was now being paid market price. And market price for a spirit monster that had nearly killed me was 1 card. Amazing, Fang Qingwei said, staring. We need to leave quickly. She was already moving. I did not move. I handed the sword back to her, hilt first, and looked up at the sky and smiled. I think we don't need to go anymore. She followed my eyes. There was purple lightning walking across a clear blue sky. Let me try to describe this properly, because I have seen a great many impressive things since, and this is still the one that comes back. There was no cloud. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the sky was empty, and lightning was crossing it anyway, in long, deliberate steps, with thunder arriving so late and so loud that the trees moved. And in it, riding the wind, coming down like the weather had chosen to have a face, was a woman in white, skin like jade, brows like new moons, absolutely cold. Sister? Lin Meilin had come home. She did not look at her sister, not once, not even a glance down at the girl on the ground. She stepped forward onto nothing, and lightning generated itself around her, and then she did the thing that ended the afternoon. Boom. Every scrap of that white fog, every trace of the eerie pressure in those trees, was simply gone, swept out of the mountain like a room being cleared. The mandrills all through the forest, still hunting, still killing, stopped moving at the same instant, every one of them. And they started making a sound I had not heard from them yet, a thin, panicked chittering, because whatever passes for instinct in a spirit monster had just been told that something at the bottom of the ocean was looking at it. They dropped what they were holding and ran. Purple lightning yin thunderblade. The lightning came down as a net, not bolts. A structure, fine and intricate and enormous, laid over the mountains and the trees and the men. And inside its lines, every mandrill in that forest turned into a small purple snake of light and stopped existing. They melted, like candles, in perfect silence, one after another, and there was no time for any of them to make a sound. Steward Zhao, who was standing inside that net, covered in his own blood, with the melting happening a meter from his face, did not move for a very long time afterward, and I stood in a wrecked forest and looked up at her, and I understood, in a way that reading had never given me, what the actual gap is. That is not more strength. That is not a bigger number. This power is beyond human resistance. I had spent a month being very pleased with myself about breaking a rock. She came down and stood on the ground like a person, which somehow made it worse. Then she moved one hand. The mud went off my clothes. The blood went off my hands. The wreckage of Fang Qingwei's white robe reassembled itself into a white robe, and her ruined boots became boots again, and the leaves and the twigs and the smell of that forest were simply removed from both of us as though somebody had turned a page. It took less effort than wiping a table. Sister! And Fang Qingwei, who had been shaking so hard she could not speak 20 minutes earlier, immediately went into full complaint. Why did you come so late? I was almost eaten. Chen Lei Ran saved me. You have to reward him. I want you to appreciate that this is a girl who has just watched 100 people die, telling on the monsters to her big sister. Lin Meilin looked at her. You would not have been hurt. Flat. No warmth in it anywhere. I left a fragment of my magic on you before I went into seclusion. Nothing in. This mountain range could have killed you. If you had cultivated properly instead of playing, you would not have needed anyone. And Fang Qingwei's face did something that I have thought about a number of times since. She had just been told the danger was never real, which ought to be a comfort. What she actually heard was the thing she was most afraid of, which is that her sister had already accounted for her and filed her under the heading of matters that do not require attention. She went red, and then she went quiet. Then the eyes moved to me. I should describe what it is like to be looked at by a divine ability cultivator because my reaction surprised me. It was not like being examined. It was like being weather. She was not deciding anything about me. She was aware of me the way you are aware of a chair in a room, and I understood with total clarity that if she had chosen to remove me from the world at that moment, there would have been no fight, no struggle, no last stand. There would have been a before and an after, and nothing in between. You are not bad. 3 words. Then she reached into somewhere that was not a sleeve and produced a jade gourd the size of my hand and tossed it to me the way you toss keys. Take it. I caught it. And you may study the basic martial arts of the Yuhua sect with the core disciples of the Fang family. Tell Fang Zeshan that I said so. Thank you, immortal lady. She was already going up. She did not say goodbye to her sister. She did not look at Steward Zhao, who had nearly died holding the line. She did not glance at the surviving heirs of the great houses of Longyuan province, all of whom were on their knees with their heads down, several of them crying. The lightning took her, and the sky closed over the top of her, and that was the end of the immortal's visit. And then the clearing, so to speak, went off. Steward Zhao, my brother is dead. Why did you not protect us? What was the Fang family thinking, bringing us here? My cousin is. You will answer to my father for this. Steward Zhao turned around. Qin was wearing 4 wounds and most of his own blood on the outside. Qin had held a communicating spirit realm line by himself for the better part of 10 minutes. Qin had just watched 20 spirit monsters melt like candles a meter from his face. Qin had, at that point, no patience left in him at all. Be quiet. They kept going. I said be quiet. Perfectly calm. Whoever speaks next, I will kill. Silence. That is Dragon Abyss. That is the whole social structure of the province in one exchange. The Fang family took the heirs of 4 great houses into a mountain, got a third of them killed for an afternoon's entertainment, and then told the survivors to be quiet or die, and the survivors were quiet. Nobody was going to answer for it. Everybody there knew it. I stood holding the gourd and thinking about scale, because look at what had just happened to me. I nearly died. Wang Jinghai nearly died. Boys I had eaten lunch beside were being carried out under cloaks, and to the woman who fixed it, that entire mountain was a chore she completed on the way to somewhere else. That is the gap. Not strength. Relevance. I did not want to be strong. I wanted to be relevant. I got home and shut the door and opened the gourd. Essence pills. I have to be precise about the number because it is the funniest number in the first half of this story. 100. 100 essence pills. My uncle, head of the second family in the province, commander of 300,000 men, had gone to his own elders and argued and come back with 2. Over a month. And he had been proud of it, and he was going to have to go and do it again. A woman handed me 100 as a tip for a favor she considered unnecessary on her way out of a conversation she had not enjoyed. I sat on the floor of that courtyard for a while. I would like to tell you I felt grateful. What I actually felt was a very cold and very clear determination never to be on the receiving end of that gesture again. Meanwhile, in a study across the city, my uncle was sitting down carefully. The report had reached him. The Fang second miss saved by his nephew. The immortal lady rewarding him, personally, speaking to him. Qin was sweating through a good robe, not from fear. So this is the Qilin of my Chen family. Qin was thinking about a decade of clan council meetings. About the elders who had voted against the medicine. About a boy with no parents and no backing who had been given a courtyard because it was the decent thing to do. Let us see what the old stumps have to say now. And I want to sit on that for a second because I did not see it at the time and only understood it later. Somewhere in that city there was a man who was happy for me in a way that had nothing to do with what he was going to get out of it and who was about to go and win an argument on my behalf in a room I would never be allowed to enter. Right, the work. Because I had noticed something in that forest and I could not leave it alone. When the mandrill came down on me and I threw it off, I had produced something I cannot produce on purpose. Ordinarily, I put out 4,000 to 5,000 caddies. In that half second, I had put out somewhere between 10 and 15,000. 3 times my ceiling. for less than a heartbeat. That is the second stage. Not achieved, not held, touched. The body dips into the reserve, spends it, and slams the door. And here is the problem with the second stage, which the original story is entirely clear about. You cannot train it. You cannot meditate your way in. The trigger is a genuine crisis of life and death, and it has to be genuine. Every part of you has to believe, with nothing held back, that this is the last second there is ever going to be. The reincarnators in that story got theirs by nearly dying, repeatedly, in horror films. I did not have a horror film. I had a very pleasant courtyard with a fish pond in it, so I sat down and thought about it like an engineer instead of a hero, and asked the actual question. What does the crisis physically do? Because the crisis is not magic. The crisis is a signal. It tells the body to stop rationing. The body rations constantly. That is its entire job. It will let you die of exhaustion rather than let you tear your own tendons. The near-death signal overrides the ration. So I do not need the crisis. I need the override, which means I need to build pressure inside myself, deliberately, until the body concludes it is about to burst, and give it exactly one place to go. Think about a sealed pot on a fire. You heat it. The steam has nowhere to be. Pressure climbs, and the metal starts to complain, and if you keep going, the lid does not lift politely. The lid leaves. I am the pot. Blood and chi are the steam. My fist is the lid. I went out to the training ground that night and started trying. I want to be honest about how it went, because the version where it works is a lie. The first attempt did nothing. The second did nothing. On the fourth, I compressed hard enough to see spots crawling at the edge of my vision. By the 10th, I had gone a color I can only describe as boiled shrimp. The veins were standing up on my forehead like cable. My whole body had visibly swollen, and I had to stop because I could not see properly. I went out and did it again the next night, and the night after that. The thing that made it possible at all was the 9 forms of the demon bull fist, because that art is not about hitting, it is about compression. Every form gathers, folds, and gathers again. Bull enters the sea. Bull plows the earth. Bull soars to heaven. Each one is a turn of a screw. And the 9th form is not a technique. The 9th form is a sentence. Dominate the world. I ran the 8 forms in sequence, each one packing the last one tighter, until my arms were larger than my arms, until my own heartbeat was audible across the yard, until the pressure had nowhere left to be. Then I threw the 9th. My right arm swelled to the thickness of my own thigh. The skin split. Blood came out along the forearm in a line, and I felt the tendons creak like rope on a mast, and the fist print landed in the air a meter past my hand. Not on anything. In the air. It hung there for a fraction of a second. A shape. A dent in nothing. The replacement testing boulder went across the courtyard and through the wall. Not the sound a punch makes. There is a specific sound a punch makes, and that was not it. That was artillery. I stood there bleeding from my own arm in the dark with my ears ringing. It worked? Said out loud, to nobody, in a wrecked courtyard, for the second time that month. I made a secret technique. And then I started laughing and had some difficulty stopping because of what that actually means here. A family will guard one of these for 300 years. Wars get fought over them. My own clan's single greatest treasure is a fist art that a passing immortal left behind 8 generations ago, unfinished, and the ancestor who could not complete it died apologizing for it. I had been in this world 1 month, and I had made one, at night, in a yard, by thinking about a cooking pot. That is cheating, I thought. That is flagrantly cheating. I called it explosion. Kai Jia, in the original story, had a move with that name. His was different in every mechanical respect. I took the word anyway, partly as a joke and partly as a nod to a man I have never met who was, somewhere out there, presumably having a much worse week than I was. The second attempt was easier. The third was easier still. By the end of the week, I could do it without splitting the skin, and I want to state the cost plainly, because a technique with no cost is a lie, and I do not intend to tell you any. After an explosion, I am empty, not tired, empty. Everything the body was holding back has been spent, and for a window afterward I am weaker than on an ordinary day, slower, softer, easier to kill. And in the place I came from, that specific window is what kills people. Not the monster, the recoil. Reincarnators die in the seconds after the big move constantly, having won the fight and lost the afterward, and the ones who get old are not the ones with the largest attack. So I did not train it as a finisher. I trained the recovery. I trained the timing. I trained knowing at any moment exactly what I had left in the account, because a man who does not know his own balance is a man who is going to spend it at the wrong time. Control, not heroics, control. The next morning, I did the other half of the work, which was quieter and mattered exactly as much. The 6th level of the physical body is called chi breathing, and every book in that world describes it as though it were mystical. It is not. It is filtration. You draw in, the body sorts what came in, the rubbish goes out, the useful part stays and gets folded into the tissue. Then you do it again. Each pass leaves the interior a little cleaner than the last. It is rinsing rice. It is panning for gold. Wash out the grit. Keep what is heavy. I had 200 pills in a gourd, a month of demon bull compression in my bones, and organs that had been beaten into cooperation. So when I sat down and did it properly, it took one night. Somewhere in the 4th hour, the sound of the world changed. That is the only way I can put it. My hearing sharpened until I could hear a mouse working inside a wall on the far side of the garden, and could have told you which wall. My organs settled and thickened. The inside of my own body stopped being a rumor and became somewhere I could look. 6th level. Chi breathing. 2 months in this world, and I sat in the dark with my new ears listening to a mouse and had the least heroic thought available. The road of martial arts is difficult at every single step. Because it is. Each of these levels is a wall that men spend decades against. I am not climbing a staircase, I am climbing a cliff, and the only reason it looks fast is that somebody handed me equipment at the bottom and called it a present. In the morning, my uncle came to inspect the hole in my courtyard wall and never got as far as the wall. Chin stopped 4 meters short and stared at me. You have broken through again? Just lucky, I said. Chin did not blink for a while. Lucky. Very lucky. And he went off with his hands behind his back doing arithmetic I could hear from where I was standing, because my hearing was excellent now. A level a month. 2 months in the family. Divine power at 1. Chi breathing at 2. Inner strength by the 3rd. The 7th level. At 16. Chin got as far as the gate, stopped, stood there a moment, and then laughed, and the guards on the gate did an admirable job of pretending not to hear it. The Fang compound looked different the second time. Same walls, same guards, entirely different building, because when I came through the gate, Fang Qingwei was standing in the entrance courtyard waiting for me. Not on a horse, not surrounded. Standing there, in ordinary clothes, having clearly been standing there for a while. You came. Second miss. Don't call me that. Fast. And a little annoyed, and not at me. Just Qingwei. I would like to note the size of that, because from outside it is nothing. In that city it was an announcement. The second miss of the Fang family had just publicly downgraded a boy from another house out of the category of people you address by title. Her cousins heard it. They rearranged their faces in real time, and I understood the mechanism because it was not affection, it was arithmetic of a kind I recognized. Her sister had said 3 words to me and given me a gourd, and Fang Qingwei had spent her entire life learning to read what her sister valued, and she had just been handed a reading. But I am going to be fair to her here, because there was something else in it too. I had grabbed her by the collar and hauled her off the ground and told her to get up, and nobody had ever done that to her. Everyone in her life either served her or feared her. In the worst 10 minutes she had ever lived, one person had treated her like a colleague. You do not forget that. Even if you are 16 and unbearable, she walked me in and introduced the core of the family, and I am going to give you the names because they come back. Lin Yang, Lin Gang, Lin Ming, Lin Lei, Lin Kai, Lin Xiao, Lin Yinger, the direct line, the ones who get the medicine and the tutors and the slots. Divine power realm, most of them, a couple at Qi breathing, all of them somewhere between 2 and 5 years older than me, all of them extremely careful about their faces when Qingwei said my name, because they had heard about the mountain. Everyone had heard about the mountain. Then the elder came in and the temperature in the room changed. Fang Zishan, an uncle, communicating spirit realm, which in that province puts you in the top handful of living people, and he came across the courtyard directly at me while I was still bowing. None of that. Chin caught my elbow on the way down. Don't bow. Call me uncle. Second uncle in a month. I was collecting them. Thank you for saving my lazy niece, he said, and he said it dryly, and behind him, Fang Qingwei made an outraged noise that he ignored completely. The family owes you. Meilin said you are to learn our foundation arts. So, let us find out what you can carry. Chin took me to a training hall the size of a barn. Pine and crane longevity fist, he said. Foundation art of the Yuhua sect. Outer disciples spend a year on the first section. Watch. And he did it once, straight through, beginning to end. No commentary, no breakdown, no repeat. I understood immediately that this was not instruction. This was a test, and the test was whether I would ask him to do it again. Chin finished and turned and folded his hands. What did you understand? I closed my eyes. And here is what actually happens inside my head when I do that. Because from outside, it looks like a boy standing still and being modest. The first stage, gene lock, does not give you a photographic memory. It gives you something more useful and much stranger. My body watched him, not my eyes, my muscles, my joints, my tendons, all of it took the recording, because they are made of cells that have been learning to move for a very long time, and they are extremely good at it, better than my conscious mind will ever be. So I did not remember the form. I ran it. Internally, in the dark behind my eyes, at full speed, and then again slower, and then again while noticing where his weight sat in the third transition and why the fourth breath is where it is. 14 seconds maybe. I understand it completely. Behind me somebody actually snorted. One of the cousins. Lin Lei, I think. Then show me, said Fang Zishan. So I showed him. And I would like to report that I did it well. What I actually did was worse than that from his point of view, because I did it correctly, not the movements of a beginner who has memorized the movements, the rhythm of it, the pauses, the specific way the art wants the shoulder to arrive slightly after the hip. The things that are supposed to take a year of somebody standing behind you correcting your elbow. I finished and opened my eyes and the training hall was completely silent. Fang Zishan had gone the color of paper, because here's what he was actually looking at, and he did not say it out loud in front of his nephews and nieces, and he told me later. Qin had seen this exactly once before in his life, in this same hall. From a girl who was now riding purple lightning through a clear sky and considered a mountain full of spirit monsters, a light errand on the way to lunch. This is not talent, he said, eventually. Uncle? Talent is when a boy learns in 3 months what takes others 3 years. I have seen talent. I have raised talent. Qin gestured vaguely at the cousins, who had the good sense to look at the floor. That was not talent. Qin shook his head once, like a man dislodging water from his ear. That is a gift from heaven. Then he taught me the other two. Soft bone flying spirit body, which is not what it sounds like. It is not softness. It is the art of making the frame negotiable, so that force arriving at one part of you can be routed to another part and out. Dragon Tiger Step, which is footwork, and which is the single most valuable thing anyone taught me in that world, and I will explain why later, in a river, at night. 10 days for all 3. 10 days is not fast, incidentally. 10 days is absurd. Fang Zishan stopped attending after the 4th because he said, and I am quoting him, he had begun to find it distressing. And my uncle Chen Longwei, who was not going to be outdone by the Fang family in the matter of giving me things, brought out the last thing his clan had. A scroll, very old, sealed in wax, kept in the vault under 2 locks. The demon bull visualization diagram. Qin put it in my hands like a man handing over a child. This is not a fist art, this is the other half. Our ancestor left it with the fist. Fist trains the body. This trains the spirit. Most of the family cannot use it at all, because you need the body to be at a certain standard first, or the mind simply slides off it. Qin looked at me. You are at that standard. And here's the thing I did not tell him. The Chen family had been guarding that scroll for 8 generations, taking it out at ceremonies, handing it to their most promising sons, watching those sons fail to make anything of it, and putting it back in the vault. It works. It works perfectly well. It is a genuine spiritual cultivation method, and it is the reason their ancestor got as far as he did. They just did not have anyone who could hold still inside their own head long enough to run it, and the reason is that spiritual cultivation is boring, and boring is a skill. I had spent 4 years at a desk, so I sat down and ran it, and my spirit thickened, and my uncle got the rare pleasure of watching his family's dead treasure turn out to be a live one after all. Which brings me to the river. I had a habit by then. When my head got too full, I went down to the Dragon Abyss River at night, out past the last of the lantern lines, where the bank goes to stone, and the water gets deep and fast, and the city noise stops. And on the 4th or 5th night, I found somebody already there. I heard him before I saw him. Impacts, steady, deliberate, spaced out like a metronome, and wrong, because that is not the sound a person hitting a bag makes. I came around the rocks and stopped. Lin Feng had sandbags tied at both wrists and both ankles. Qin was doing squats with a stone the size of a barrel across his shoulders, and I do not mean a few, I mean he was somewhere deep into a count and his legs were shaking and he was still going. Then he put the stone down and went over to a slab of blue river rock and started punching it. Bare hands, no wrapping, full weight, again, again, again. The rock was wet where he was hitting it, and it was not water. I stood in the dark and watched a 15-year-old stable hand systematically destroy his own hands against a stone, on purpose, with a completely blank face, and then, when he was done with that, walk into a black river at night and swim out to where the current turns over on itself and start fighting it. Not swimming, fighting. Letting the water take him under, coming back up, going again. And let me tell you, my reaction was admiration, and it was, but that was second. The first thing I thought was, old Devil Fang, because I knew what this boy becomes. In the story, he ends up in the demonic camp. Chin does things later that a decent person could not walk back from, and half the mouths in that world curse his name, and the other half do it quietly because they are frightened. And people say he is cruel. Chin is. Chin is genuinely cruel to other people, but nobody, in all that cursing, ever mentions the part I was watching. Chin is crueler to himself than he has ever been to anyone else. Chin is not training. Chin is not disciplined. Those words are far too soft. Chin is squeezing himself like a rag every night in the dark, alone, with nobody watching and nobody to impress, because he has decided that this is the price and he is going to pay it in full. I looked at that and I told myself the truth. I could not do that. Not with a gene lock, not with 200 pills, not with anything. I have the results and he has the road, and I am not going to stand here and pretend they are the same thing. Then he came up out of the water and went absolutely still. Who is there? And here is where it nearly ended, because his hands had come up and his weight had settled, and he was not asking who was there in order to have a conversation. Chin was asking so he would know where to aim. I had done enough reading to know what his teacher had told him, and Bai Hai-chan's advice on this subject was simple and correct given the circumstances. If you are discovered, you do not explain. A slave caught cultivating in secret is a dead slave, so you strike first and you strike to finish it, and then you deal with the body. Chin was 15 and he was about to try to kill me because it was the sensible option. Don't be afraid, I said, and I stepped out where he could see me, with my hands where he could see them. It's me. I'm not going to report you. Chin recognized me, and his face went through 4 things at once and settled on terror, which was worse. Then he dropped, straight to his knees on the wet stone, forehead down, and started talking very fast. Young master, I can explain. Years ago, I was washing the horse at the shallows, and lightning struck the water and killed a horned serpent, and I pulled it out and ate it, and I drank the gall, and since then my health has been unusually good, and it put the idea in my head to study on my own, and I know it is forbidden, I know, but I never stole anything from the family, and I never. Bang! Forehead on stone. Bang! Again. And I stood there listening to a story that had clearly been rehearsed for months, waiting for a night exactly like this one, and thought, I have not said a single word yet, and he is already on his knees. That did something to me that I am not entirely proud of and did not entirely dislike. Get up. Chin kept going. Lin Feng, get up. You are going to give yourself a headache, and I am going to have to explain to somebody why the second Mrs. Groom has a bruise on his forehead. Chin looked up. A horned serpent, I said. Do you know what that actually was? A snake, young master. It was a unicorn viper. I sat down on his squat stone, which I want to point out took the weight of a person without complaint and which he had been carrying across his shoulders 20 minutes earlier. A young one. They start out looking like a big water snake and then they keep going. 1,000 years if it survives that long and gets enough spiritual energy, and it stops being a snake at all and becomes a dragon. That is what the horn is for. It is the beginning of one. Chin stared at me. You ate a proto-dragon, I said. You ate it and drank the gall on the riverbank because you were hungry. That is why you can carry that rock. It is not unusual good health. It is the single luckiest meal anybody in this city has ever had. Chin did not know what to do with his face. And in his defense, that story was mostly a lie. There was no serpent. What he actually had was an immortal's medicine in his heart and a Tao artifact scroll under his roof beam, and the serpent tail was a construction designed to explain his body to exactly this kind of accusation. But this is the thing about a good lie. Chin had built it out of something real. There had been a river and a snake and a starving boy years ago, and the reason the lie sounded true when he told it was that most of it was. Enough theater, I said. Sit down. Young master, sit down and look at the river with me. My neck hurts. Chin sat down, about 2 meters away, on the very edge of the stone, in the posture of a man ready to leave at speed. And we looked at the river. It was a good river, wide and black and moving, with the city lights ending well upstream and the mountains stacked against the sky on the far bank, and the sound of water going somewhere in a hurry. Neither of us said anything for a while. How long have you been at it? I asked eventually. A little over a month, young master. And in the day you work? Yes, young master. And you sleep when? Chin did not answer that one. I let it go, and the silence came back, and it was a different silence now, and after a while I made the offer I had come there to make, although I did not know that until it was out of my mouth. I can buy you out. Chin turned his head. I mean it. I will go to the Fang family. Your contract is a piece of paper and I can pay for it, and after the mountain they are not going to argue with me about a groom. You would be free tomorrow. You could walk out of this city and never see any of these people again, and I watched him want it. That is the part I remember. Chin was 15. He was a slave. He had been whipped 10 times in the previous month for something he almost certainly did not do, and a young master of a great house had just offered to hand him his life back, and he wanted it so much that he had to close his eyes for a second. Then he said no. Thank you, young master. I cannot. Why not? And I already knew why, which is the only reason what happened next worked, because his teacher had told him to stay. Bai Haichan wanted him inside the Fang household for one specific reason, and the reason was standing on a mountain in the clouds. Lin Meilin was going back to the Yuhua sect, and she was going to take servants with her, and a servant in the baggage train of a true disciple gets carried up a mountain that a free peasant will never be allowed to climb. The most direct road from that stable to immortality ran through staying a slave for 4 more months. Qin could not say any of that to me, so I said it for him. You are staying because she is going back to the sect, I said, to the river, and she will take people, and a groom is a person she takes, and once you are on that mountain, nobody is going to ask how you got there. The sound he made was not a word. You want to go up, I said. Free men do not go up. Servants of the Fang family go up. So you will stay a servant exactly as long as it takes, and not 1 day longer. Qin was staring at me with his mouth open, and I did not look at him, because if I had looked at him, it would have become a confrontation, and I wanted it to be a conversation. Am I close? Young master, he said, and his voice had gone strange. Who are you? Somebody who would have done the same thing. And then he did something that surprised me, which is rare. Qin laughed. Not a servant's laugh. A short, cracked, genuinely amused noise, and he sat back on the stone properly for the first time and let his shoulders drop, and something in the whole shape of him changed. Then you should not call me Lin Feng, he said. Everyone calls me Lin Feng. What do you want me to call you? Qin thought about it. I do not know. Nobody has asked. We sat there. Brother Chen, he said after a while, testing it. Is that, may I? And I should tell you what that cost him, because from outside it is 2 words. In that world, a slave who addresses a young master of a great house as brother is committing an offense for which the standard penalty is death, and everyone involved knows it, and there is no version of it that is casual. Qin was not being familiar. Qin was gambling his life on a reading of a person he had met twice. Brother Chen, I said. Yes. And then I laughed, and I could not help it, and I said the truest thing I said that entire night. You know, most cultivators in this world never manage that. They get power. They get titles. They live 300 years and they still have a slave living in their chest, bowing to everyone above them and grinding everyone below. It never comes out, not with strength, not with time. I looked at him. You have had it out in one conversation. I believe you are going to go a very long way. We agreed to train together. His schedule, my river, no witnesses. And I want to end this part with the joke, because the joke is on me, and it is the best one in the story. Lin Feng walked back to the stables that night convinced that he had been taken under the wing of a genuine expert, a young master of a great martial house, a prodigy who broke into divine power in a month. Someone with real knowledge, real lineage, a real foundation. Meanwhile, the expert in question had been practicing martial arts for a total of 2.5 months, had learned his second fist art the previous week, and was, on the evening in question, still slightly worried about whether he had done the dragon tiger step footwork correctly. Neither of us mentioned it. I certainly was not going to. While the 2 of us were sitting on a rock discussing our futures, something was happening under the Fang compound that neither of us knew about, and I only pieced it together much later, from things people said and things that stopped making sense otherwise. There is a sealed room beneath that house, not a cellar, a chamber cut deep with dragon incense burning in it that comes from the northern sea and costs more per stick than a guard captain earns in a year. Lin Meilin was sitting in it. Above her head, turning slowly, was a talisman. I should be careful about how I explain this object, because if I get the scale wrong, the rest of the story does not land. The ladder of artifacts in that world goes magical, spiritual, treasure, Tao, immortal. The sword she had given her little sister as a homecoming present, the one that got twirled in a stable yard in front of 20 admiring nobles, was the first rung, the bottom. The thing turning over her head was the 4th, an upper-rank Tao artifact, the inextinguishable lightning talisman. There are beings in that world who have been alive for tens of thousands of years, who rule mountains and command sects and are addressed as ancestors, and who will never in their extremely long lives own one of these. They dream about them. They start wars over rumors of them. She had one. Nobody knew. Her father did not know, and her father was a 10th level grandmaster. In her palms, she was holding a pearl. The Thunder Spirit Pearl, one of a set of 5, one for each element, and this one had been lent to her. Lent, casually, by a woman named Mo Yuyan, who was her senior sister at the sect, and who apparently had the other 4 lying around. 2 thunder serpents were turning in the air around her, one bright and one dark, yin and yang, and while they turned, she went through the 4th level of the divine ability and into the realm they call yin and yang. Thunder cracked over the roof of the Fang compound. And her father, 10th level, great grandmaster, the strongest man in the province, sitting in his study some 40 meters above her, did not notice anything at all. I want that on the record. It is the cleanest picture of the gap I have. She was thinking, while she did it, about a debt. The pearl had been a loan, and she intended to pay it in a currency her senior sister would actually appreciate, and I remember the phrasing when I heard about it because it told me a great deal about what kind of person she was. She was going to deal with Zhou Yuheng's arrogance for her, not kill him, not fight him, take him down a level, do it publicly, as a favor. That was how she planned to settle the loan of an object worth more than the province. Then she ran through a list of names that were, in her assessment, embarrassing the sect. Tao Chen, Ouyang Feng, Fan Longzi. Remember the first one. It comes back at the end, and it comes back hard. And the last thing she thought about before she came out of it was the thing I had spent 2 months arranging my entire life around. The Yellow Springs Dragon Subduing Diagram. The 9 Orifices Golden Pill. She had known both were in Dragon Abyss. She had known roughly where. She had not gone and taken them, and here is her reasoning, verbatim, as it came back to me. They did not come to me. They are not to my taste. Therefore, I do not need them. That is it. That is the entire deliberation. The 2 objects that the protagonist of that world builds his whole ascent on, and a woman who could have picked them up on a walk, decided they were not her flavor and went back to her lightning. I have thought about that more than almost anything else in this story, because I was the same, wasn't I? I had made a rule at the start, and the rule was that I would not steal another man's fate, and I told myself it was principle, and there was principle in it, but if I am honest, there was also a calculation. The karma on those objects would bury me. Anyone who touches them, knowing or not knowing, ends up under the ground without a marker. She was not calculating. She genuinely did not care. That is a higher thing than my version, and I did not enjoy noticing it. And the question that stayed with me, the one I could not put down for months afterward, who is Mo Yu Yan? Because in the book I read, that name is not a major character. That name barely appears, and here she is lending out sets of elemental treasures the way you lend a neighbor a ladder. Meanwhile, at ground level, I was doing my homework. 10 days gave me all 3 foundation arts of the Yuhua sect. Pine and crane for the body's frame, soft bone flying spirit for routing force, dragon tiger step for the feet. And then, at the river, Lin Feng did something I had not asked for and did not expect. We had been meeting for about a week. I had been teaching him, openly, everything I had. The demon bull fist, the 3 Yuhua arts, not summaries, the real thing, the way Fang Zishan had given it to me, correcting his elbow in the dark like an idiot with a lantern. I had not thought about it much. It cost me nothing, and it was going to be extremely useful to have a friend who could bench a boulder. On the 8th night he stopped mid-form and stood there. Brother Chen, there is something I have not told you. There are several things you have not told me. Chin laughed, and then he stopped laughing. I have a fist art, a real one, from a sect. And he taught me the 7-star fist of the Star Swarm sect. I have to explain what that meant, because on the surface it is a trade, and it was not a trade. That art was not his to give. It came from his teacher, and his teacher was the last living remnant of a sect that no longer exists, and giving away a sect's core art to an outsider is the kind of thing that gets you struck out of a lineage in every world that has ever had lineages. Chin did it anyway, and when I asked him why, he did not have a speech ready. Because you did not hide anything from me, he said. If I kept hiding after that, what kind of person would I be? So we sat on the bank and did the accounting because we were both 15 or 16 and the moment was getting heavy and neither of us wanted it to be. So I gained 1 manual, he said. And I gained 3. 4. 3. The bullfist is a family art. I am allowed to give it away. It is my family's decision and my uncle would approve. The Yuhua ones came from Fang Zishan, and he did not say I could not. 4. He said stubbornly. You are bad at arithmetic, and you gave away your teacher's sect art for free. This is why you are a groom. Chin threw a rock at me. It missed by a great deal, on purpose. And he still did not tell me about the pill or the scroll. I knew. Of course I knew. I had known since the stable, and I noticed, that night, that it did not bother me even slightly, and I have to say why, because it is the closest thing to a philosophy I had at that point. A man is allowed one thing he does not hand over. Everybody has one. If you require your friends to be transparent all the way down, you will not have friends, you will have assets, and I had spent enough time in an office to know exactly what having assets instead of friends feels like. Let him keep it. It was never mine. Now the numbers, because they had become a problem. I was at 4,000 to 5,000 caddies of force in the divine power realm. I was eating 2 or 3 essence pills a day out of a gourd that a woman had tossed me like keys. In 10 days, my strength had roughly doubled. That is not sustainable, and I knew it. Not because I was going to run out of pills, because of what happens on the other side. Second stage gene lock is a door, and I had touched it twice now, briefly, and both times the door had let go of me before it did any damage. That will not last. When it opens properly, when the reserve actually comes off the leash, whatever is holding it has to be strong enough to survive being filled. My foundation was iron. It needed to be diamond. If I hit second stage with the body I currently had, the second stage would kill me, not metaphorically. It would go through me like water through paper, and I would come apart in my own courtyard, and my uncle would find pieces of his family's qilin distributed around the fish pond. So I needed pressure, enormous, constant, whole-body pressure, applied for hours in a way that no amount of punching a rock provides. In the original story, there is a solution to this, and it is called a divine strength doll. It is a training construct. Sects use them. They cost more than my clan's entire annual revenue, and there is not one in the province. I sat by the river being annoyed about this for about 90 seconds, and then I looked at the river. Water is heavy. Water gets heavier the deeper you go, and it does not stop, and it does not get tired, and it applies itself to every square inch of you simultaneously with total impartiality, and it is free. There was one problem, which is that the human body has an opinion about being deep underwater, except that mine did not anymore. Innate breathing. That is a real thing at my level, and the books describe it in a way that made me laugh when I first read it. You stop needing the mouth. The body takes what it needs through the skin and the interior, quietly, continuously, the way it did before you were born, floating in the dark, connected to somebody else's blood supply. You go back to being a fetus. That is the actual comparison the manual uses. So I walked into the Dragon Abyss River at night and kept walking. 10 meters, 20, 30. The light went, then the cold went, then the sound went. And the pressure arrived and settled onto me like a building. And down there in the dark, standing on silt, I ran all 5 arts: pine and crane, soft bone flying spirit, dragon tiger step, 7-star, demon bull, every form of every one of them, at full effort, against water that would not move. I want to describe what that does, because there is no drama in it. And it was the most important thing I did in that entire first year. Above water, when you throw a punch, the punch ends. Down there, it never ended. Every extension was a fight, and every retraction was a fight, and there was no moment of rest at any point in any movement, and inside about half an hour, I stopped being able to tell the difference between the exercise and drowning, and my organs began to compress. That is the sensation, and it is exactly like the image the manual uses. Raw iron under a hammer, not damage, consolidation. Every pass folds it tighter, and the impurity comes out and goes into the water, and what remains is denser than what you started with. Somewhere in the second hour, something clicked over in my chest. 7th level, inner strength, the realm where the organs become harder than iron, where a man's liver can take a blade, where the interior of the body stops being the soft part. 3 months in this world, 16 years old, and I did not stop. I want to be honest about this moment because it is the closest I ever came to sounding like the protagonist of one of these stories, and I was alone at the bottom of a river, so nobody heard it. "Come on," I said, into water, with my mouth. "I know there is more. Come on." And I ran the whole sequence again, and the organs kept going, past iron. Iron was the description in the manual, and the manual was describing the ceiling, and my ceiling did not turn up where it was supposed to, and somewhere in the 3rd hour I looked inward with the sun and moon technique and saw my own organs faintly luminous, like cut stones, like something with facets. Harder than iron is not a level, there is no name for it. It is not on the ladder because the ladder was built by people whose bodies stopped when they were told to, and that is when I finally understood what I had actually been given on that wheel, and it is not what I thought it was for the first 3 months. I had been treating the gene lock as an accelerator, a cheat, a thing that makes the numbers go up faster. It is not. The gene lock does not look outward. It does not want anything. It does not require spiritual energy, or a sect, or a teacher, or a pill, or an era with heaven's grace in it. Drop me in a dead world with no primordial chi in the air at all, a world where every cultivator would wither, and every immortal would slowly starve, and this thing would still work, because it is not drawing from anywhere. It is self-contained. It eats itself and comes back larger. It is a road that does not care whether the sky is watching. That is the point. That was always the point. And I had been using it to break rocks in a courtyard to impress an uncle. I came up out of that river feeling like a man who has just read the manual after 2 years of owning the machine, and approximately 4 seconds later, something noticed me. I felt it before I saw it. Not the gene lock danger sense, though that arrived immediately after. Something in the water, upstream and below, turned its attention onto me the way a searchlight turns. Then the surface of the river lifted, 30 meters of it, 40. Coming up out of the deep channel, thick through the body as a wine barrel, scales set like forged plate armor with the water sheeting off them, and on the flat of the head a single horn, low and heavy and turning slightly, sweeping. That is what the horn is for. It hunts treasure and it hunts living force, and I had spent 3 hours at the bottom of its river glowing like a lamp. A unicorn viper, full grown. The thing Lin Feng claimed to have eaten as a snack, except that one had been young and dead and struck by lightning, and this one was neither. And I have to record my first thought, in full, because it was not tactical. I hate snakes. I have always hated snakes. In the world with the office and the hospital, I could not look at them behind glass. 3 months of martial arts, a secret technique, organs like cut diamond, and the thing that went through me on that riverbank was pure childhood. Then I ran. Toward the shore, along the surface, with dragon tiger step, doing the only thing that could have saved me, and behind me the river opened up. It struck. I felt the pressure wave lift the water under my feet. And then something the size of a man's chest went past my shoulder, end over end, and hit that snake in the side of the head. Lin Feng had thrown his squat stone, 100 kilos of river rock from the bank, one-handed, into the skull of a spirit beast, and it did not hurt it in the slightest, and it did not need to, because it moved the head 8 inches, and the strike went into the water where I had been. "Brother Lee!" Chin was screaming. Chin was absolutely white. Chin had thrown the only object he owned at a dragon, and in that instant, standing on the bank with his heart going and every part of him convinced he was about to watch me die, Lin Feng broke through into the divine power realm. I saw it happen. I was mid-stride, mid-panic, being hunted by a proto-dragon, and I still saw it because it is not subtle. And what I thought was, how is he doing that so easily? Who breaks through in the middle of an emergency? That is not how any of this works. That is absurd. That is not a real progression curve. And then, on the next stride, oh, right, yes, me too. The viper came out of the water onto the bank, and the bank stopped being a bank. Let me describe the tail, because the tail is the part that stays with me. Thick through as a bucket, not fast in the way a whip is fast. Fast in the way a falling building is fast, which is to say it arrives with the whole weight of the thing behind it, and the ground does not argue. It made a dozen craters in that shoreline in under a minute, not dense, craters, with stone in the air afterward, and I danced, dragon tiger step at last, doing the thing it was built for. That art is not footwork the way a soldier means footwork. It is the study of the half meter. It teaches you that almost nothing needs to be blocked, dodged, or absorbed, because almost nothing is actually aimed at where you are going to be, and the entire discipline is knowing precisely where the edge of the strike ends and standing exactly one hand's width outside it. I spent that fight on the edge of a blade, literally on it. Every dodge cleared me by less than the width of my own body because I did not have the speed for anything more comfortable, and each time the tail landed, the shock came up through my boots and rang my organs like a bell. I could not hurt it. I should be clear about that. 4,000 to 5,000 caddies into scale plate like that is a man slapping a warship, but it could not catch me either. And after about 90 seconds of this, the snake did something I did not expect. It got nervous. I saw the head come around and I saw the horn quarter the ground looking for me and not finding me, and I watched a 30-meter spirit beast reach a conclusion it had probably never reached in its life, which was that this particular meal was not worth the trouble. It turned and started back toward the water, and something in me, some part that had not been consulted, said no, because if it went into that river, it was coming back. Tomorrow, or next week, or the night after that, and I would be down there in the dark with no bank to run to, and no rock, and no Lin Feng. And because a unicorn viper is a spirit beast with a horn on its head, and the horn is worth more than my clan's vault, and there was a lair somewhere in that channel with a century of collected treasure sitting in the silt, and because, if I am being completely honest, I had spent my entire first life being the one who lets the thing go. You think you're leaving? I set my feet. Bull enters the sea. Bull plows the earth. Bull soars to heaven. 8 forms, one into the next, tightening, and the heat came up through my chest and into my shoulders, and my arms began to swell against my sleeves. Explosion! 8,000 caddies of force, gathered out of a body that only holds 5, folded into one point the size of a fist. The air in front of my hand cracked. There was a sound like something breaking that was not the snake and was not me, and I found out later that it was the sound barrier, and that if you hit hard enough it makes a noise you can hear in the city. The head came off. Just that. Cleanly, at the neck, and 30 meters of body kept moving for several seconds afterward and put itself into the river shallows, and then everything went quiet except the water. Spirit Beast Unicorn, Viper Slain. Reward. 1 3-star story card. 3,000 reward points. 3 stars. I stood in the wreckage of that riverbank with my arms shaking and my ears full of nothing and looked at that number, and the arithmetic arrived on its own. 2 months ago, a mandrill nearly killed me and paid 2 stars. Tonight I killed something that a mandrill would flee from, and it paid 3. Have I actually cleared the novice village? I do not know how else to describe the feeling. It was not pride exactly. It was the specific, slightly stupid satisfaction of watching a difficulty curve bend under you. Brother Li. Lin Feng arrived at a dead sprint and stopped about 4 meters short, staring at the corpse in the water. Do you? He said, and had to start again. Do you know what that is? A unicorn viper. I told you about them. 100 years ago, the Fang family killed one of these. Qin was not looking at me. Qin was looking at the head. They lost people. They spent resources. It is in the family records as an event. There is a hall with the horn in it. Qin turned around. You did that by yourself, in one hit, in the dark, while running. And I opened my mouth to say something suitably impressive, and then I looked at him properly. 15 years old, hands wrecked from a month of punching Riverstone, sandbags still tied to his ankles because he had run down the bank without taking them off. A boy who had, 40 seconds earlier, thrown the only possession he had at a dragon on the extremely small chance it would buy a stranger half a second. What exactly is there to be proud of, standing next to that? You moved its head, I said. That is the only reason I am here. Thank you. Qin waved it off like a man batting away a fly, which I would come to learn is what he does when he is embarrassed. Then I went into the water. The lair was in the deep channel, 30 meters down, a scoured hollow under the rock where the current turns, and the silt in it was decades thick and full of things that had been carried in and never carried out. The first thing my hand closed on was a sword. I knew what it was before I had it clear of the mud, because the water around it was warm. 3 feet of blade the color of a coin held to a candle, no decoration. A single character on the Rikasso that I read as Shi-Ri, which means the rising sun, and that is what it was called, and that is what it did. And then I read it properly, and I had to sit down on the riverbed, which is a strange thing to do. 36 magic arrays. I am going to list some of them because the list is the joke. Daylight, a lamp essentially, running off the blade, adjustable, and I mean genuinely adjustable, all the way up to a brightness that takes an eye, and all the way down past dark to the point where the blade itself stops reflecting anything, and you are holding 3 feet of absence. An invisible sword, pure Yang Demon Smelter, which does to certain kinds of creature roughly what an oven does to a cake. Blazing Sun Array, which is fire, in the way that a foundry is warm. Yang Light Gathering. It charges in daylight. Free. Rainbow Flight. It goes where I look, within a range, without my hand on it. Golden Crow Guard. It defends me on its own without being asked while I am doing something else. A treasure artifact. The third rung. 2 full floors above the sword that a divine ability true disciple had handed her own sister as a homecoming gift in a stable yard to applause. I sat on the bottom of a river holding it and said, out loud in bubbles, wow, that is unfair. Then I dug up the rest, and the rest was worse. There was a bag in the silt, gray cloth, unremarkable, about the size of a satchel, and when I opened my spirit into it, it was not a satchel. 10 cubic meters. A room. A bedroom-sized volume of nothing with things sitting in it. And this is standard equipment for cultivators far above anything in that province, and the viper had presumably eaten whoever it belonged to. Inside, first, gourds, 10 of them, and each gourd held 360 pills, and I recognized the pills. Mingying pills, top of the human grade. One of them trades for over 100 of the ordinary tonics that keep a martial house running. My uncle had scraped 2 essence pills out of his elders and been proud. 3,600, then 2 more gourds, different, smaller count, 100. Each. Pure Yang pills. And I have to do this in stages, or the number does not mean anything. 1 pure Yang pill is worth about 100 Mingying pills. 1 Mingying pill is worth about 100 of the common stuff, which puts a single pure Yang pill somewhere around 10,000 ordinary doses, and there were 200 of them in that bag. And if you take it all the way down the ladder to the essence pills that had made my uncle sweat, the total lands somewhere in the region of 100 million. 100 million. The Chen family, 300,000 mercenaries, second house of the province, holds perhaps a few dozen essence pills in a good year. And then the books. Not books. Jade slips, which are better than books, because a slip does not describe a technique, it shows you one. You put your spirit against it, and you watch a man perform the art from the inside, at whatever speed you like, for as long as you like. There were 9, 6 martial, the Shi-Ri sword technique, which belongs to the sword, 7 Starfist, which I already knew, and which told me something, Nebula Step, Starfinger, Northern Dipper Fist, Blood Moon Blade. 3 Spiritual, which is the rarer category by a long way, Stargazing Diagram, Sun and Moon Technique, Starlight Spirit Purification, And one more, sitting apart from the others, and I knew what it was before I touched it because the slip was a different color, a divine ability technique, burning lamp, the kind of thing a sect keeps behind 3 doors and a locked elder. And at the bottom of the bag, wrapped separately, a jade pendant with one character carved into it. Bye. I sat there in the dark with the pendant in my palm and put it together, and it was not difficult. Star Swarm Sect Arts, 7 Starfist among them, a family name that Lin Feng had never told me and I had never asked. This bag had belonged to an ancestor of the Bai family, which meant it had belonged some generations back to the lineage of a man currently teaching a stable boy to punch rocks by a river. I had just robbed my friend's teacher's grandfather, and I need to say what I actually thought, sitting there, because it is the rule I ended up living by. If this is a sugar-coated bullet, I will eat the sugar and send the bullet back, meaning I do not believe in free things. Something this large, arriving this conveniently, in a river I happen to be training in, is either the best luck of my life or the opening move of somebody else's plan. I could not tell which, and I was not going to be able to tell for a long time, and refusing it was not an option a reasonable person would take, so I would use it, all of it. And I would keep a running note of what I owed and to whom, and when the bullet turned up I would still be standing there with the account open. I came up out of the water with the bag and the sword. Lin Feng was sitting on the bank exactly where I had left him, guarding a corpse and my boots. Hold out your hands. Brother Chen, hold them out. I put 6 gourds into them, 5 Ming Ying, 1 pure Yang. Qin looked down at what he was holding, and then up, and his face did a thing I had not seen it do before, which was to lose all of its composure at once. No. Yes. Brother Chen, I did not do anything. His voice went up. I threw a rock. I threw 1 rock. I did not fight it. I did not kill it. I have no claim on any of this. I was standing on the bank. You threw the rock, I said, and I am alive. That is the whole transaction. Everything in this bag is downstream of you throwing that rock, half. It is not half of anything, it is. Lin Feng. Qin stopped. I said we split it, so we split it. And here's the part I want on the record because people ask me about it later and they always assume it was strategy. It was not strategy. I was not investing in the protagonist. I was not buying goodwill from a future demon emperor. If I had wanted to buy him, I could have done it for 1/10 of that and he would have been just as grateful. Qin had thrown himself between me and a dragon with a rock in his hand, having known me for 8 days. I pay for that. That is all. I have never in either of my lives failed to pay for that, and I do not intend to start. Qin stood there holding 6 gourds and did not know where to put his face. I also gave him half the spirit herbs, which were considerable, and which he tried to give back twice. The corpse I left for the Chen family. That was deliberate, and I need to explain the accounting, because it is the other half of the same rule. 30 meters of unicorn viper is not a trophy. The scales go on armor, and they will stop things that steel does not. The horn is raw material for a spiritual artifact, which the Chen family does not currently possess a single example of. The meat is spirit beast meat, and a martial house runs on food, and 300,000 men eat. That one carcass would move my clan's line for a generation. Tell the household guard where it is in the morning, I told Wang Jinghai later that night. Tell my uncle it is from me. Do not tell him anything else. Because my uncle had gone to his elders and argued about 2 pills. This was my payment. Not gratitude, not a favor. A settled account at a rate I considered correct. Lin Feng and I walked back toward the city together in the dark with the sandbag still on his ankles. At the edge of the lantern light he stopped. I have to go. It is the middle of the night. The horse eats at dawn. Qin shifted the gourds under his arm, 100 million worth of medicine in a servant's sleeve. 1,000 Chen snow. If it is not fed on time, the second miss finds out, and last time she found out I was whipped 10 times. I looked at him. A boy who had just become, on paper, one of the wealthier individuals in the province, hurrying home in the dark so as not to be late feeding a horse that eats better than he does. Go on then, I said. Good night, Brother Chen. Good night. And he went, at a jog with the sandbags on. Now I want to tell you about something I did not see, did not know about for a very long time, and which was, without any question, the single most consequential thing I did in that entire year. Lin Feng got back to his room. Servants' quarters, a plank bed, a roof low enough to touch. Qin put the gourds down, and then he did what he did every night, which was to reach up into the gap between the beam and the thatch and take down the thing he had been hiding there for a month. A scroll. The Yellow Springs Dragon Subduing Diagram. Qin unrolled it on the bed to look at it, the way he did every night, understanding almost nothing about it, and the roof was low, and the beam had a nail in it, and he caught the heel of his palm on the nail. 1 drop of blood came off his hand and landed on the scroll, and the scroll drank it. I have had this described to me, and I still do not think I have the picture right. There was a connection, is the way he put it. Not a light or a sound. A sudden awareness that the object on the bed had an inside and that he was standing in the doorway of it. So he did the thing a 15-year-old does when a mysterious artifact opens for him, which is to test it with the nearest object. Qin thought about the gourds, and 200 pure yang pills lifted off the plank bed and went into the void. Somewhere inside that scroll there is a river. It is called the Yellow Springs, and it is the river of the dead, and it is not a metaphor in that world, and it had been running quietly inside a piece of silk under a servant's roof for an unknown number of centuries. Something came out of it, a dragon came up out of that river, and it took the entire offering in one motion, all 200, and the boy on the bed found himself looking at an enormous eye. Excellent, you have done well, child. The voice came from everywhere. After sleeping for an eternity, I, Yan, have finally revived. That scroll is not a scroll. It is the spirit of an unrivaled Tao artifact, and the artifact belonged to the great emperor of the Yellow Springs, who was, in his day, the supreme demonic emperor of that entire world, and is spoken about in the same tone people use for weather and plagues. And Zhao was supposed to wake up years later. That is the point. That is the whole point. In the story I read, the awakening happens much further along when the boy has struggled up several floors on his own, and it happens slowly, and it costs him. What woke that thing early was 200 pure yang pills arriving in a single meal, which came out of a bag in a river that I found, and which I handed over on a dark riverbank because a boy threw a rock at a snake for me. I did not know. I have to be completely clear that I did not know that night or for months afterward, and that when I finally did find out, I stood still for some time. I had spent 3 months being extremely careful not to touch another man's fate. I had not touched it. I had accelerated it. I had pushed the entire timeline of that world forward by a year and a half by being nice to somebody. That is the butterfly. That is what it actually looks like from the inside. It does not look like a decision. It looks like being decent to a friend on a Tuesday. A few days later, I went to see my uncle. I put a gourd on his desk. A full one. 360 Mingying pills. What is this? For the family. And I left. Because I did not want the conversation, and because there was no version of that conversation that would have gone well. I heard about the rest from Wang Jinghai, who was in the room. My uncle opened it. Qin took one out. Qin looked at it for a while, and then he sat down without meaning to, and Wang Jinghai said he shook, physically, like a man in a cold wind. A Mingying pill. Qin counted them, apparently, all of them. It took a while. One of these is worth 10,000 essence pills. And then he said the thing that Wang Jinghai repeated to me twice because he thought it was funny, and it was not funny, and I have thought about it every year since. My Chen family has given birth to a true dragon. Qin was not talking about strength. Qin had already accepted the strength. Qin was talking about the fact that his family, which had spent 8 generations as the second house of one province, staring up at the Fang family and their one immortal, was now holding a jar of medicine that the Fang family could not buy. What is Lin Meilin to us now? We have Chen Lei Ran. And then, quietly, to a guard captain in an empty study, we will be a family of immortals too. The sword I did not show anybody. I need to explain that decision because it looks like paranoia, and it was not. Shi Ri is a treasure artifact. In the entire province, there are perhaps 3 spiritual artifacts, one rung lower, and they are clan treasures with names and histories kept in halls, brought out at funerals. If I walk into the Yuhua sect wearing a treasure artifact at the 7th level of the physical body, the following happens. Someone above me notices. Someone above me is a divine ability cultivator, and a divine ability cultivator who wants an object off a mortal does not need to fight him for it, or trick him, or arrange anything. They put out a hand. The object goes to the hand. That is the whole event. A treasure forged for the strong, carried by the weak, is not a weapon. It is a notice pinned to your chest. So the sword went into the storage bag, and the storage bag went inside my robe, and I went back to being a promising young man from a martial family with nothing much on him. 2 weeks later, the caravan formed up. Several hundred people, the whole Fang delegation, the accepted juniors, the escorts, the baggage, the horses. 5 provinces to cross, and better than a month on the road, because the Yuhua sect does not send flying cranes for outer disciple candidates, and the immortals who could cross that distance in an afternoon do not do it for other people. Lin Meilin took Lin Feng as a servant. Her reasoning was recorded in one line, delivered without looking at him, when someone asked why a groom was on the list. Since he is good with horses, he can look after spirit beasts later. That is it. That is the entire thought that the most powerful person in the province gave to the boy who would eventually be spoken of in the same breath as demon emperors. Qin is good with horses, and walking beside that caravan, invisible to everybody except one person, there was now a dragon. Jiao could see the whole train. Jiao had opinions about all of it. Look at them, he said in the boy's head on the second day out. The Fang family, the Chen family, great houses of a border province. You are the inheritor of the great emperor of the Yellow Springs, and these are ants. Lin Feng kept walking. That sword the young Chen carries. Pure yang. I want it. And the gourd, the pure yang pills. There were more. I could taste them on you. Bring me both and I will teach you the higher demonic arts. Real ones, not the peasant fist forms you have been collecting. And Lin Feng, 15 years old, in a servant's robe leading a horse, said this. I told you, not Brother Chen. Boy, you had my gourd. Chin did not raise his voice. Chin never raised his voice. Was it not enough? And that was the end of it. I would like to sit on that, because it is the first real test of that friendship, and I was not present for it and did not know it happened for a long time. An entity that had ruled a world was, on day 2, telling him to rob me, and a boy who had spent his entire life owning nothing said no to it and kept saying no, and it never got any easier for him and he never once wavered. People will tell you a great deal about what Lin Feng became. I have heard most of it, and a fair amount is true. I was there for that part. I know what he did with the first real chance he had to sell me. Jiao also looked at me at some point across the caravan and gave his professional assessment. Inner strength, the force of about 3 horses. But there is a great deal asleep inside him. 10, perhaps. A pause. Chin would do as a great elder for you, later. 3 horses. That is how they measure it in that world, and I never got used to it. Not once, not in the whole year. Everything is horses. A man's punch, a beast's charge, the pull of a treasure. You break through a level, and somebody congratulates you by telling you that you are now worth an additional animal. The first time I heard my own strength quoted that way, I had to work quite hard on my face, because in my head it sounded like a notice pinned outside a stable. Good condition, 5 horses, inquire within, hold on to that, it gets worse. The road took 37 days, and I did not waste one of them. Here's how the world sorts things, by the way, using the classification I came in with. 1 star is a master of ordinary martial arts, the kind of person who is a legend in a small country. 2 stars is divine power, the innate realm, the top of the physical ladder. 3 stars is a grandmaster. I sat in a swaying carriage and did the arithmetic and reached a conclusion I found extremely funny. If somebody dropped me back into an ordinary martial arts world right now, it would not be a fight, it would be an attack from a higher dimension. 3 months. That is all it takes to become a monster somewhere else. Then I opened the stargazing diagram, and the world's most exalted spiritual cultivation technique turned out to be homework. I am not being flippant. That is what it is. You observe the stars, you track them, you calculate the trajectories, you hold more and more of the sky in your head simultaneously and run it forward, and you do this for hours, every night, until your spirit is no longer a vague, warm feeling behind your eyes but an instrument that can compute. You turn the mind into a machine by making it process enormous quantities of data. I sat in a carriage in a fantasy world with a jade slip and a piece of night sky, doing sums, so I traveled to another world, and I still have to do my homework. Such is life. And then I ate a Ming Ying pill. I had been putting it off. When I finally took one out and looked at it properly, in daylight, I saw why they are named the way they are, because inside the pill, small and perfectly formed, there is the phantom of an infant, curled up. The manuals are matter-of-fact about it. Take one of these a day for 20 years and you have a 90% chance of reaching the divine ability regardless of talent. 90%, I thought. That is not 90%. That is 99. The missing 10% is people who get eaten by wild pigs. The pure yang pills I did not touch. I looked at one, once, in the carriage, for a long time. The Ming Ying was a warm ember in the palm. The pure yang was not warm. It sat in the middle of my hand and the air above it moved. Swallowing that at the 7th level of the physical body would be swallowing a reactor, not a metaphor. There would be a light and then there would be an area where a carriage used to be, back in the bag. And on the 20th night or so, using the sun and moon technique, looking inward instead of outward for once, I saw it. I had been told about it. Everybody in that world has been told about it. It is the thing every cultivator on the physical road is walking toward from the day they learn to make a fist. The gate of the divine ability. Deep inside, further in than the organs, further in than anything I have words for, there is a gate. Ancient stone, taller than a house, and the surface of it is grooved and folded in a pattern that I recognized immediately and wish I had not, because it is the pattern of the surface of a brain. It was shut. And around it, there was light, some, thin, mine, 3 months old, and there was black fog, and there was much more of the fog than there was of the light. I sat with that for a while. Because here is what I understood, looking at it, and it is the single most important thing I learned on that road. I had assumed that the gate opens when you hit it hard enough. That is what everybody assumes. You gather your strength, you strike, the door gives. It does not. You cannot punch that door. A burst does nothing to it. Explosion does nothing to it. I could have stood in front of it doing 15,000 caddies all night, and it would not have moved a hair. The gate does not open for a peak. It opens for a floor. It measures where you are when you are not trying, your baseline, the ordinary, unremarkable resting condition of your body and spirit on a day when nothing is happening. Which is, I realized, sitting in a swaying carriage on a road in a foreign world, exactly the same thing the gene lock had been telling me since the first week. The burst becomes the baseline bursts again. I was not trying to open a door. I was trying to raise a floor until the door was underneath it. Also, on that road, I watched Lin Feng lie to a god. We were camped. Lin Mei Lin had come down out of wherever she stayed, and she was standing on nothing about half a meter above the grass, which she did without appearing to notice, and Lin Feng was in front of her with his head bowed, explaining himself. I was 200 meters away, and I have very good hearing. Qin was giving her the serpent. The lightning, the riverbank, the gall, the health, the secret practice. The same story he had given me, polished up with a servant's tremor in it. Oh, I thought, Lin Feng has decided to act, and she listened to the whole thing. Then she said something short, and he bowed, and she went back up. And I sat there in the dark and worked out what I had actually just seen, and it is not what he thought he had seen. Qin believed he had fooled her. Qin had not fooled her. Nobody fools a divine ability cultivator with a story about a snake. She could have read the truth off him in a second and would not have needed to do anything as crude as reading. She simply did not care. Qin was a servant, and servants have histories, and the history did not affect the horses. That is the thing about being far below someone. It is not that you cannot lie to them, it is that your lies are not interesting enough to check. On the 37th day we came around a shoulder of rock and the mountain was there, Yuxian Mountain. And I have been trying to work out how to convey it for a long time, because everybody who has read one of these stories has a picture in their head already, and the picture is wrong. The peaks do not look like mountains. They look like blades. Dozens of them, standing out of the cloud floor, thin and vertical and far too sharp to be geology, as though something enormous had put its swords down point first and walked away. Waterfalls come off them from heights that make no sense, not falling, dissolving. The water leaves the rock, and by the time it is halfway down, it has stopped being water and is simply weather. And above all of it, up where the air should have been empty, there was a city, floating, in the clouds. Towers and bridges and terraced roofs, and a road of white stone that came out of the underside of it and went down into the cloud and did not reach the ground. The whole caravan stopped. Several hundred people, most of whom had spent a month being told what to expect, all of them silent at once. And I stood in a cart track with my mouth slightly open, and finally understood a piece of wordplay that I had read 100 times in that language and never once felt. What is an immortal? It is the character for a person, standing next to the character for a mountain. That is it. That is the entire etymology. An immortal is a person on a mountain. I had always thought that was quaint. Standing there, looking up at people living in the sky, it was not quaint at all. It was a description. Then the cranes came down, 8 of them, each bigger than an ox, white, with disciples standing on their backs the way you would stand in a boat, and they came out of the cloud in formation and landed in the meadow in front of the caravan and folded their wings. 1,000 Chen Snow, the second Mrs. Priceless White Horse, lost its mind completely. It went straight up on its back legs and tried to leave the province, and Lin Feng went up with it because he had the reins wrapped and he was not letting go, and for a second there was a servant airborne at the end of a rope attached to a panicking horse in front of 8 sect disciples. One of them raised a hand and flicked a whip, once, without particular interest. The horse came down, put all 4 feet on the ground, and stood there like a statue. Lin Feng landed on his feet, which I noticed, and which nobody else did. And then the disciples were courteous. I need to explain how badly that broke my model of the situation. In the story I had read, the Yuhua sect is not courteous. The outer sect is a shark tank. The reception for new candidates is arrogance, contempt, small cruelties, and a queue of people looking for someone to step on. There is a specific character, Tao Chen, whose entire function in the early chapters is to make life unpleasant. For arrivals, and he is not the only one, these people were pleasant, genuinely, carefully pleasant. They helped with the baggage. They addressed the Fang Juniors properly. One of them apologized for the horse, and when someone asked why, they said it came from above, from the great senior sister of Holy Spirit Peak, Mo Yuyan, that name again, lending out elemental treasures, setting the manners policy of an entire outer sect. And I stood there in a meadow with my luggage and thought, with some alarm, is this even the Yuhua sect I read about? Where is Tao Chen? Why is everybody being so polite? What happened here? Because the plot had drifted, not broken, drifted. And a reincarnator whose only real advantage is knowing what happens next has just been informed, politely, by a smiling disciple carrying his bag, that his advantage has an expiry date. Be careful, I told myself. From here, be very careful. The map is not the ground. Before they separated us, I found Lin Feng in the crowd. The The servants were going one way up a service road on foot, and the candidates were going another, and it was obvious from the layout that this was not a temporary division. That was the shape of the rest of their lives, laid out in 2 paths in a meadow. Qin was at the back with a horse, so I gathered my qi in my throat and put my voice into a thread and sent it to him alone, which is a small technique and the first genuinely useful thing the Sex Foundation Arts had given me. Lin Feng, Qin stopped dead. I will be waiting for you at the Immortal Academy. Qin did not turn around. Qin was smart enough not to turn around, but I watched his shoulders come up and set, and he walked up that service road with a horse and 100 million in medicine in his sleeve, and he did not look back once. The city at the foot of the mountain is called White Stone City, and everything in it is white stone. Dragon Abyss, the ancient capital of a fallen dynasty, the city that had made me feel like a provincial the first time I rode through it, would have fit in one of its districts and would have looked like a village. That is the scale you are dealing with. The place where the sect keeps its outer disciples is larger than the largest city in the empire I came from. While we were being processed, a woman in a dark robe came along the queue recruiting. Night Rain, from Zhenlin Peak, for the Zhenlin Association. Women only, and she said so cheerfully and moved on down the line of female candidates, and I will admit I filed the name away for later, because a women's organization with enough standing to recruit openly on arrival day is not a social club. She also gave the newcomers the lecture, and this is the part I actually needed, so let me lay the ladder out. At the bottom, outer disciples, hundreds of thousands of them. That is the number, not a figure of speech. Above them, inner disciples, several thousand. Above them, true disciples. And here the number stops being approximate and becomes exact. 365. One for each day of the year, and not one more, ever. And every single one of them has opened the gate of the divine ability. Lin Mei Lin is one of the 365. Above them, the heavenly masters. Names I had read. Ouyang Feng, Feng Ruoxi. Above them, the 10 true disciples. Zhenlin, whose association was recruiting in the street. Liu Haoyang. And above those, 2 people. Only 2. 10th level, the realm of trampling the heavens, each carrying a Dao artifact. Zhou Yuheng, Mo Yuyan. I listened to that whole list being read out in a white stone square in the sunlight, and I want to record what I said, quietly, to nobody, because it was the first time I really understood what had been done to the world I had landed in. Good grief, what have you built here? Because those names do not belong together. Some of them are from the book I read. Some of them are absolutely not from the book I read, and I recognize them from somewhere else entirely, and a world that contains both of those groups is not a novel anymore. It is a collision. The main god had not dropped me into a story, it had dropped me into several stories that were happening in the same place, and had not warned anybody. Also on that list was Haoyang Peak, which the woman mentioned in passing as one of the strongest lineages available to new disciples, with an excellent success rate and a full transmission of their signature cultivation art, the pure youth technique. The entire line practices it, all of them, without exception, for life. You have never seen a crowd lose interest in a career opportunity so fast. 200 candidates unenrolled themselves in complete silence within about 4 seconds, and the woman doing the recruiting had clearly seen it happen before because she did not even pause. Then came the examination. They took us into a hall the size of a cathedral, and at one end of it there was a pair of black gates, wrapped in chains, covered in talismans, sealed. And behind them, something breathing. They opened it, and what came out was a construct, roughly humanoid, blackish, and heavy in a way that made the floor complain. An underworld demon puppet at the divine power realm, which is the 8th level, which is a level almost nobody in that hall had reached. The test was simple. Hit it. They measure what happens. The first candidate up was a young man in extremely good clothes who did not queue because people had made room for him. Yi Fan. Young master of the Isle of Eternal Night, whose father has opened the gate of the divine ability, which in that hall made him effectively royalty. Qin walked up, did not bother taking a stance, and hit the puppet once. It came apart. The examiners wrote something down, and one of them announced the result to the hall, and this is where I finally got the unit of measurement delivered to me officially. The force of 5 horses. 5 horses. I stood in the queue of an immortal sect's entrance examination in a hall the size of a cathedral and had to look at the floor because in my head, a man with a clipboard had just certified a teenager at 5 horsepower. Qin was very pleased about it. Everyone was impressed. 5 is a great many horses. Then they called my name, and from somewhere in the crowd, a group of voices went up. Go on, Brother Chen. The Fang Juniors, Lin Yang, Lin Lei, the whole set of them, the ones who had looked at the floor in a training hall 3 months earlier, cheering for me, in public, in front of the sect. I walked out and looked at the puppet, and I want to describe what I did because everyone who tells this story afterward gets it wrong. I did not use explosion. I did not open the gene lock past its resting state. I did not use the ninth form. I threw an ordinary punch in the demon bull style at a training construct, at what I judged to be a suitable fraction of my strength. The puppet did not break. The puppet tore apart in the air. It came off the floor, and while it was off the floor, it went into pieces, and the pieces went into the walls. There was a silence in that hall of a quality I have rarely heard since. The 7th level, one of the examiners said, and he was not addressing the hall, he was addressing his colleague, and he had forgotten to lower his voice. Qin is only at inner strength. Where is that force coming from? That is not possible at the 7th level. When this one breaks through to divine transformation, the first one said slowly, he will be putting out 20 or 30 horses, like an inner disciple of the Tai sect. And I want to translate that, because if you do not know what the Tai sect is, that sentence sounds like nothing. It is the highest compliment available in that room. It is a provincial examiner comparing a 16-year-old from a border family to the elite of a rival power that this sect measures itself against and does not enjoy measuring itself against. I put my hands behind my back. Does that count as a pass? Somebody laughed. Then several people laughed. And I stood there being modest, having used by my own estimate somewhat less than a tenth of what I had. In the crowd, Ye Fan was not laughing. I looked over at him because I felt it, the way you feel a draft. Qin had his fist closed hard enough that the knuckles had gone white and the skin over them had gone waxy. Qin was not looking at the puppet. Qin was looking at me, and he was memorizing, Chen Lei Ran. I will remember that name. And you know what? He did. Qin absolutely did. I will give him that much. The next person up was a woman I recognized, and recognizing her nearly took my legs out. Pale hair, 2 long red ribbons falling from her horns, a spear that was not from this world. And at her waist, a small faceted stone in a setting which every person in that hall glanced at and dismissed as a minor spiritual artifact, because in that world, that is what it is worth. Chen Qin, I know exactly where she comes from. It is not this book. It is not any book adjacent to this book. She comes from a place with a completely different set of physical laws, where that stone at her waist is the license that lets a person command an element, and where being one of the people who carries one puts you in a very short list. Here it was a trinket. Here it was appraised in passing at the value of a good sword. She walked up and struck once, and the puppet froze from the point of contact outward, and I mean it stopped being a puppet and started being ice, and she said a phrase as she did it that was clearly the formal name of the technique. Treading on the stars to seize the battle. The examiners noted it down. Communicating spirit realm. The force of 4 horses. 4. Ye Fan had 5. So a person who in her own world is a legend, with a divine eye at her belt and a spear from a foundry that does not exist in this reality, came in below the local rich kid, and let me name the reason, because it is the coldest lesson in this whole episode. The environment does not care where you are from. Her world runs on a completely different kind of energy. Bring that machinery here, and it does not fail. Exactly. It runs at a fraction. She was not weak. She was foreign, and being foreign has a cost, and in that hall, the cost was 1 horse. I stood there watching this and thought, with total sincerity, is she one of us? Is she a reincarnator too? Was she also given a wheel and a bad joke and a quest? I never found out. I never asked. There was never a good moment to walk up to a stranger and ask whether she had died. Slightly more than 50 of us passed, out of a number I did not count and did not want to. They handed out the standard issue, a feather robe, a bundle of talismans, a sword with a sharkskin grip, several jade slips of foundation techniques, and the Fang Juniors, standing in the courtyard with their new belongings, curled their lips. Standard goods. Mass-produced. My family's storehouse has better. They were not entirely wrong, and they were completely insufferable, and I looked past them at Chen Qin, who was 3 meters away, holding her issued bundle. She was looking at it the way you look at something you did not expect to be given. Nobody else noticed that. It was the most informative thing in the courtyard. Then they showed us our quarters, and mine turned out to be several acres of ground with streams running through it, a bamboo grove, and a pond with gold fish in it. For an outer disciple, the lowest rank, one of hundreds of thousands. I stood in the middle of my new garden and did the only sensible thing, which was to laugh out loud at the sky. Because I had been in that world for a little under 5 months, and the quest said 1 year, and outer disciple is not the finish line. Outer disciple is halfway, 5 months for the first half, 7 months left for the second, and the second half is the part where you have to climb past several thousand people who have all been here longer than you. I did the sums and decided it was fine, and then I went to the library, because before you start climbing, it is worth finding out what the mountain is actually made of. The Yuhua sect keeps a record of the world, not a history. A record going back a very long way, and it includes the arrivals, and here is where I found the thing that changed how I understood my own situation. 8,000 years ago, a man turned up who did not belong. Qin walked into this world from somewhere else, and what he did with his time here was to go to the three greatest sword sects in existence and challenge their leaders. All three, in sequence. Qin beat them. Then he laughed 3 times, said that the swordsmanship of this world was not up to much, and ascended and left. That is the entire entry. It is about 4 lines long. His name was Feng Qingyang, which translates more or less as the solitary one who seeks a defeat, and the name is not a boast, it is a complaint. I sat with that record for a long time, because it told me 2 things, and the second one was much worse than the first. The first thing, I am not special. There have been others. There have been a great many others, arriving throughout recorded history, and some of them were monsters, and this world absorbed all of them. The second thing, and this is the one that kept me up, the plot did not change. 8,000 years of outsiders walking in, breaking things, taking things, and leaving, and the shape of this world's story simply continued. The same sects, the same names, the same events grinding forward on schedule. I have watched Lin Feng's Road with my own eyes, and it is running exactly as written, to within a few weeks, despite everything I have done near it. There is a hand on it. Something is holding the fabric in place. Something wants this story to happen and is prepared to absorb any number of foreign objects without letting the shape change. Is that the will of the gate of eternal life? Is it a constraint the main god is working under? Is it the reason I was sent here at all? I did not know. I still do not know everything about it. But I stopped, that afternoon, assuming that I was the one doing things to this world, and started assuming that something was doing things through me. Feng Qingwei came to get me for dinner. She had passed the examination too, and she had spent 3 days making a point of arriving at my gate, which the entire outer sect noticed. You have not eaten, come on. I have food. You have dried travel rations and a very nice pond. She had picked up an entirely new tone since arriving, one that was somehow more relaxed and less pleasant. Come and see the hall, you are going to hate it. The Yushin Hall feeds the outer sect, hundreds of thousands of people. That is the throughput, and the cooking is not done by cooks. There is a cauldron in there, and the cauldron is a Tao artifact, the 5-Qi cauldron, 4th rung, the same category as the thing Lin Meilin keeps turning over her head in a sealed room. They use it to make lunch. And the food that comes out of it is not food in the sense I understood the word. If you took an ordinary farmer off a field with no talent and no training and no instruction of any kind and simply fed him out of that cauldron 3 times a day for long enough, he would arrive at the divine power realm by accident, just by eating. I sat in that hall with a bowl in my hand, surrounded by people complaining about the queue, and thought about my uncle arguing with his elders about 2 pills. Then Ye Fan arrived, and the evening got interesting. Qin came in with about a dozen people behind him, which in an outer sect refectory is not a group of friends. It is a formation. They call themselves the Dade Association. Sons of families with money, organized, with a leader who has a divine ability cultivator for a father. Qin went straight past me to Feng Qingwei, and he had brought a present. A pearl, red, sitting in an open box. Fire jade pearl, and I could feel the heat off it from where I was sitting. Genuinely valuable. The kind of thing that makes a cultivator's practice faster for years. Junior sister Qingwei. No, thank you. Flat. Immediate. Not even unkind. Just closed. And she went back to her bowl. And a young man who has never been refused anything in his life stood there holding a box. So he turned around and looked for somewhere to put it. Qin found me. Ah, Brother Chen. Qin came over with a smile that had been assembled out of parts, and he reached into his sleeve and produced a pill, and he held it out to me between 2 fingers, in front of the entire table. You are only at inner strength, aren't you? Take this. It should help you keep up a little better with junior sister Qingwei. And the table went quiet, because everybody understood the sentence. Qin was not offering me medicine. Qin was establishing publicly in front of the woman who had refused him that I was the poor one, the weak one, the one who needs charity to stand near her. It was actually rather well done. I should give him credit. That is a professional move. I looked at the pill. Get out. Qin blinked. What? Are you deaf? I said, and I did not raise my voice at all. I said get out. There is a thing I decided a long time ago, in a different life, and I should state it plainly here because it explains the next several minutes. If a man respects me, I will respect him twice as much. I do not keep score in my favor. I will pay more than I owe, and I will do it gladly. If a man comes to lean on me, then he can lean on me all the way to the ground. There is no middle setting. There is no polite version where I absorb one insult and we all move on. I do not have that mode, and I have never wanted it, and every time in my first life that I pretended to have it, I lost something I did not get back. Yifan's face came apart. Qin was a young master of the Isle of Eternal Night, communicating spirit realm, force of 5 horses, in the middle of his own people, and a boy from a border province had told him to get out in a full dining hall, so he threw a punch. And here is what actually happened, from the inside, and I want to be careful, because it went so fast that most of the hall reconstructed it afterward from the results. Qin was faster than me. On paper. Communicating spirit against inner strength is a real gap, and if you put our attributes side by side, he wins. Chin was not faster than the first stage Gene Lock reading the intention off his shoulder half a beat before his arm moved. I stepped inside the punch, took his forearm, and broke it. Then, because the arm was already in my hand and his face had arrived, I slapped him. Open hand, not a fist. That was on purpose, and everybody in that hall knew it was on purpose. Chin went off his feet, rotated fully in the air, and landed in the middle of a dinner table, and the table did not survive, and he lay in the wreckage of somebody's meal with blood coming out of his mouth and rice in his hair. Then his people came for me, 12 of them, divine power realm mostly, all older than me, all armed, and I looked at them and said the thing I had never said before in either of my lives, and which I would go on saying for the rest of that year. Now, kneel down, all of you. They did not, so I put them on the floor. I want to be honest about the numbers rather than dramatic. 12 people at divine power against a man at inner strength with a gene lock and a foundation like cut diamond and 3 months of underwater training is not a fight. It is an administrative task. It took about as long as it takes to read this sentence, and at the end of it there were 12 people on the floor of the Yushan Hall with limbs that were going to need 6 months to a year of attention. None of them died. I want that noted, because I checked. And the hall applauded. Not politely. Genuinely, loudly, with laughing and banging on tables, and I stood there in the middle of it slightly bewildered until I understood what I was actually hearing. The Dade Association had been running that refectory for a while. There were several thousand outer disciples in there who had been shouldered out of queues, made to hand over pills, and generally reminded of their place, and they had all been waiting for a very long time for somebody to do exactly this. Lin Yang got to me first. Brother Chen, listen, you have to leave the outer sect tonight. Why? Because Ye Fan's family has a divine ability ancestor, and because the Dade have a patron in the inner sect. His voice dropped. Tao Chen, Qin will come. There is that name again. The one Lin Meilin had listed under people who embarrass this sect. Come to Purple Lightning Peak with us, Lin Yang said. Qingwei's sister holds it. Nobody can touch you there, just for a few months, until this dies down. And I looked at him, and I have to be fair to Lin Yang, because that was a genuinely generous offer, and it cost him something to make it. No, Brother Chen. If I were afraid of them, I said, I would not have hit them. And that is the whole of it. That is the entire policy. You do not get to break a man's arm in public and then go and hide behind a woman's mountain. Either the act was correct, in which case you stand next to it, or it was not, in which case you should not have done it. I went home to my acres and my goldfish and got back to work because I had a much more interesting problem than Tao Chen. 6 months to the mountain and river ranking tournament. That is the sect's great event, and it is where inner disciple places are decided, and I sat down and worked out what I needed and said it out loud, so I would have to hear myself say it. Lin Feng will reach the divine ability inside a year. Qin has a heavenly pill and a Dao artifact and an emperor's inheritance in his chest. Why not me? I do not have a Dao artifact. I do not have a heavenly grade pill. Fine, I will get there anyway. Then I opened a gourd of Mingying pills and stopped counting them. That is the actual method, and it is not elegant. I did not measure doses. I did not build a schedule. I sat in the middle of my garden and took them continuously, and the chi of them came into me faster than any human body is designed to process. And inside about an hour, there was something in my chest that can only be described as a dragon made of energy, thrashing, trying to get out through my ribs. That is where most people die. That is the classic death. The medicine is stronger than the man, and the man bursts. I reached into my own chest with the gene lock, took the thing by the throat, and tore it into pieces. That is not a metaphor either. That is what the second half of the first stage is for. 90% conscious control of the body, all the way down to the level where the energy is being handled, and I sat there for 6 hours dismantling a runaway reaction inside my own torso, piece by piece, and feeding the pieces into my organs. Around the 4th hour, my skin came off, in sheets, like a snake, the whole outer layer of me, gray and dead, sloughing away in strips. And what was underneath was white, not pale. White, faintly luminous, closer to jade than to skin, the 8th level of the physical body, divine transformation, great grandmaster, the realm my uncle Chen Longwei stands at the height of his life, as the head of a great house and one of the strongest men in a province. I was 16 and I had been doing this for 5 months. I stood up in my garden, still shedding, and threw one punch to see where I was. The pond left, the entire pond, several tons of water, and the goldfish, and a certain amount of the bank, went up into the air in a column and came down all over the bamboo grove and the roof of my house and me. I stood there dripping in a flooded garden with a dead fish on my shoulder and worked out the number because I had learned by then how they liked things counted. 15 horses at rest, 45 with explosion, 45 horses. I want you to hold that against the examination hall 5 months later, where a hand of experts had written down 5 for the young master of the Isle of Eternal Night and been impressed. 45. There was, I noticed, standing in the ruins of a fish pond, absolutely nobody left in that province I could say that number to out loud. Which was when I heard someone at my gate, and there were 2 of them, and one of them I had not seen in over a month. Brother Chen, Lin Feng, in a servant's robe still, because the sect had not reclassified him, and standing next to him, a young woman in red who was very obviously not a servant, Princess Lianhua, a friend of his, he said, which was true and also enormously undersold. She had come up through the same intake and had decided at some point that a groom who could carry a boulder was more interesting company than the young masters queuing to talk to her. They came in and stopped. Because my garden was a swamp, there was water standing in the bamboo, and a large hole where a pond used to be, and 1 dead goldfish on the path, and me in the middle of it with strips of dead skin hanging off my forearms. Got carried away with training, I said. Lin Feng looked at the hole, Qin looked at the fish, Qin looked at me, and somewhere behind his eyes, invisible to everybody except him, a dragon was having a crisis. What is that skin? Jiao said. What is that? That is not human skin. That is the skin of an immortal, on a mortal boy, in the divine transformation realm. Lin Feng said nothing. 15 horses at rest. 15. A normal divine transformation cultivator produces 5. Qin is at 3 times the standard of his own realm. Still nothing. And there is more asleep in him. A great deal more. I can smell it. What Lin Feng actually said, out loud after a while, was this. I broke into inner strength last week. The 7th level. Qin scratched the back of his neck. I thought I had finally caught up with you. And he laughed at himself. That is the line I want you to hold on to, because I have turned it over many times since. There was no envy in it. Not a trace. Not the polite kind that people manage in public and take home with them. Not the sour kind that leaks out sideways later. Qin was genuinely, uncomplicatedly pleased that his friend was further ahead than he had thought, and disappointed only that the race had been more fun when it was closer. I have met a great many powerful people since. Perhaps 4 of them could have said that sentence. Princess Lianhua, meanwhile, had come with news, and the news was the reason they were both there. There is a mission posting, Blue Moon Country. There is an infestation, bandits and underground demons, and it has got past what the local forces can handle. And the sect is offering places in the inner sect for the heads of the leaders. She let that sit for a second, because she knew what she was carrying. Plus a yin-yang longevity pill. I looked up. Say that again. Yin-yang longevity pill. That object adds 600 years to a human life. I want to stop on this because I do not think the number lands the first time you hear it. 600 years. Not a bonus. Not a boost. 6 centuries of additional time handed over in a jar to someone who has not earned it by cultivation, which means that a man who is going to fail can suddenly afford to fail and try again and again and again. Everything in that world eventually comes back to time. That is what all of it is for. Every pill, every technique, every sect, every murder. Who else is going? I asked. Everybody, said Lianhua. Everybody in the outer sect who thinks they have a chance. 2 days later, Ye Fan came back, and he did not come alone. I heard them arriving. 40 or 50 people at the gate of my garden in daylight, making no attempt to be quiet because the point was to be seen. Ye Fan's arm was in a splint. Qin walked at the back. At the front was a man I did not know, in a robe with gold thread in it, and I read him before he had finished crossing my bridge. Divine Transformation Realm. 7, 8 horses at rest. 2 spiritual artifacts on him. The robe, which was one, and a sword at his hip, which was the other. That is a rich man. 2 spiritual artifacts in the outer reaches of that sect is a fortune, and I found out his name shortly afterward, when somebody said it in the tone people use for weather warnings. Xu Fenglin, top of the inner disciples. One of the strongest people below true disciple rank in that entire mountain. Qin stopped 10 meters from me, in my garden, and made his offer. Kneel down, kowtow 100 times, then work for the Dade Association until they say otherwise. Qin examined his own sleeve. Do that, and I will not touch you. And one of the crowd behind him, some hanger-on with a loud voice and no sense of occasion, decided to help. Did you hear that? Why are you not on your knees? I looked at him. Me? I took 1 step. I would like to describe this exactly because it became a habit and eventually it became something worse than a habit. I crossed 9 meters in 1 step. Not a technique, Not a burst, simply the distance a person at that level covers when he stops being polite about walking. I put my hand flat on the man's shoulder, and I pressed. I think you will be the one kneeling. His legs folded like a chair with the pin pulled out. Both knees went into my pathstones and stayed there, and he made a sound I would rather not describe, and the crowd behind him went absolutely quiet. Then Xu Fenglin attacked, and he opened with something clever. The righteous might of heaven and earth. It is a spiritual attack. It goes past the body entirely and lands on the mind, and against anyone at the communicating spirit realm, it is close to an instant win, because the recipient simply stops being able to hold a thought. It arrived, it landed, it did nothing whatsoever. I felt it the way you feel someone tapping on a window from outside. And let me explain why, because it is not that I have some special resistance. It is that a spiritual attack works on the connection between a person and their own body, and mine does not go through the usual channel. My spirit is not sitting on top of the machine giving orders. It is distributed through every cell of the thing, at the level where the instructions are written, and there is no lever on the outside to pull. Chin put everything into it, and I watched his face change as he realized nothing was happening. Then I hit him once. Chin went across my garden, dozens of steps through the bamboo, and landed on the white jade paving of the square outside, and the paving cratered under him in a way that people were still talking about a week later. Chin got up. Blood was coming out of the corner of one eye. If all the inner disciples are like this, I said, then I am disappointed. That is not something I said for effect. That is what I actually thought. This was supposed to be the top of the inner sect. This was the man they had brought as a threat. Chin drew the sword, the silver snake sword, a spiritual artifact, and it came off his hip and into the air on its own and started moving, because that is what a flying sword does, and I had never fought one before in my life. Somewhere above us, an outer sect supervising elder who had been watching this entire event from a terrace with his hands in his sleeves frowned slightly, not at me. The frown was for Xu Fenglin, a flying artifact in an outer sect garden against an outer disciple. Even by that sect's standards, that had gone past what was decent. Chin did not intervene. Note that. Nobody intervened. That is the entire character of that place, and it becomes important very soon. The sword came at me, and I hit it with my fist, bare hand into a spiritual artifact, moving at the speed those things move, and the impact ran up my arm to the shoulder, and it went off course and came back around, and I hit it again. Look at that, Jiao said, in a boy's head somewhere across the sect. Look at his instinct. Chin has never seen a flying sword in his life, and he is reading it in flight. That is not something every divine ability cultivator can do. A pause. Watch him, child. Learn. I hit that sword 11 times. I was not trying to break it. I was waiting, and the thing about a flying sword is that it has a rhythm, because the man controlling it has a rhythm, and on the 11th pass I found the seam in it. 30 horses into the flat of the blade. The silver snake sword went out of the sky and into a hillside. Then I went for him, and he did the only thing left, which was to trigger the robe. The golden robe is a defensive spiritual artifact, and it does exactly what it should. A shell of light came up around him, and it was good work, and it was rated to hold against things considerably worse than an outer disciple. I put my fist through it. Chin went into the ground, not down, into. There was a body-shaped depression in my garden with a man at the bottom of it, unconscious, in the wreckage of a fortune, and the crowd stood there. Now, the part that tells you what that sect actually was. The supervising elder came down, divine ability realm, the authority present, and Ye Fan's people went to him immediately, all talking at once, demanding intervention, invoking their families. Chin heard them out. When you went to his gate, he said. I said nothing. Did I say anything? Elder? He has. You went to a man's home, 40 of you, to make him kneel. I watched you do it. I did not stop you, because that is your business. Chin looked at them without much interest. Now you have lost, and you want me to be your nanny. Chin turned to go. Take responsibility for your own actions. And that is the Yuhua sect. That is the whole institution in 6 sentences. Not evil, not corrupt, exactly. Simply absent. The strong do as they like, and the elders watch and take notes, and the only rule is that there is no rule, and everybody there had understood this since the day they arrived. I broke the limbs of the entire Dade Association. All of them, systematically, in front of the retreating back of a divine ability elder. 6 months to a year of recovery each, no permanent damage, and I counted because I wanted the number to be exact and I wanted it to be survivable. Then I got to Ye Fan. Chin was on the ground with his splinted arm held against his chest, and he had gone past fear into that flat, white place where people stop believing the situation is real. Both arms, I said. What? The arms you were going to hit me with. In the dining hall, you swung one at my head, and today you brought 40 people to help you finish it. I crouched down. So, both. I broke them. Chin screamed and I let him. And then I took the fire jade pearl out of his sleeve, the one he had offered to Fang Qingwei in front of the hall, and I put it in mine. Compensation, I said, for the insult. This is what it costs. My father. Qin was crying now, and I need to record that plainly and without any pleasure, because he was 17 and I had just taken his hands away for half a year. My father will not forgive you for this. My father is a divine ability cultivator. Qin will come. I know. I stood up and kicked him, not hard, in the direction of the gate. Tell him I said so. There was a woman standing in the crowd on the far side of the square. Yellow robe, ordinary looking. She had been there the whole time, and no one had noticed her arrive, which should have told everybody something. And while 40 heirs of wealthy families lay on the ground of my garden, and while a man who could bench a mountain wept in the dirt, she watched me put the pearl in my sleeve. Then she nodded to herself, just once, slightly, the way you do when something you came to check turns out to be true. Then she came across the square, and the crowd got out of her way the way water gets out of the way of a keel, and I found out who she was from the sound the outer disciples made. Dragon Xiao, #1 on the mountain and river ranking of the inner sect, not one of the strongest, and she carried the blood of a dragon, which in that world is not an honorific, it is a description of what is in the veins. She looked at Xu Fenglin in his hole. Qin was ranked 12th, she said, to nobody. Qin has been very pleased about that for 2 years. Then to me, come and have a drink. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion has 99 floors and stands at the join of the outer and inner sects, and the higher you go, the fewer people are allowed, and she took us to a floor where there was nobody at all. There were 2 people waiting. The first was lying across a bench with her boots on the table and a bamboo leaf in her teeth, and she did not sit up when we came in. Ji Xiaoman, #3 on the same ranking. You are the one who put Xu Fenglin in a hole? Yes. She rolled the leaf across her mouth with her tongue. I have wanted to do that for a year and a half. Well done. That is the entire assessment I got from the 3rd strongest inner disciple in the Yuhua sect. She then went back to sleep, or pretended to, and I never entirely worked out which. The second person was Chen Qin, still with the spear, still with the small faceted stone at her belt that everybody in this world thought was a trinket. She looked at me the way you look at a stranger in a foreign country who might possibly speak your language, and neither of us said anything about it, and we never did. Dragon Xiao poured wine and recruited all 3 of us to Holy Spirit Peak on the spot. Then we flew there, and I want to describe the transport because it was my first real lesson in what the top of that sect actually looks like. She did not summon a crane. She shrugged, and a cloud came up under us. 5 colors, turning slowly, wide enough for 6 people. It came out of the robe she was wearing, which was a treasure artifact, and which she mentioned had been a gift. From the great senior sister, she said. Mo Yu Yan. A treasure artifact, handed out as a present to a disciple. And Holy Spirit Peak, when we came over the ridge, had a sun over it, a small one, perhaps the size of a house hanging above the summit, turning and pouring pure yang energy down over the whole mountain in a way you could feel on your skin from 1,000 meters out. The Holy Spirit Pearl, another Tao artifact. 1 day of cultivation here, Dragon Xiao said, is worth 100 days anywhere else. Behind us, in the baggage, Xu Fenglin regained consciousness briefly. My sword, he said to the sky. Give me back my silver snake sword. Then he fainted again, and on the 3rd day, I met Mo Yu Yan. I had been building a picture of her for months by then. The name that lends out elemental treasures. The name that set an entire outer sex manners policy from the top of a mountain. One of 2 people at the 10th level in the whole Yuhua sect, realm of trampling the heavens, holder of Tao artifacts. I had a picture in my head of what that person's residence was going to look like. It was a bamboo grove and a stream. That is it. That is all of it. No palace, no gates, no formation, no guards, no floating anything. A grove of ordinary bamboo planted in rows that were not quite straight because a person had planted them by hand, and a small stream running through it that she had dug herself with ordinary water in it. I checked. I looked at that water with everything I had. There was nothing in it. There was no spiritual energy in the grove worth measuring. By every instrument available to me, that place was worth less as a cultivation site than the garden they had given me as an outer disciple. And everyone who spends an afternoon there has an epiphany. Not sometimes, as a matter of course. People go and sit in that grove and come out having solved something they have been stuck on for a decade, and it is so reliable that the inner sect has an informal cue. Jiao, in a boy's head at the edge of the grove, said this. Be careful. Why? Because there is no magic here. A long pause. Listen to her voice. When she speaks, the emotions of everyone present move, and there is no technique doing it. None. No formation, no spiritual pressure, no compulsion, nothing I can detect, and I could once detect a great deal. Another pause. I am going to be quiet now. And I worked out the answer myself, sitting on a rock in that grove, and it is one of the few genuinely important things I learned in that world. Environment is half geography and half person. Stand next to a kind person, and the air is warm. Stand next to someone who has killed a great many people, and the air is cold, and it does not matter how much gold is on the walls. The place takes the shape of who lives in it. That is not mysticism. Anyone who has ever walked into a house and known immediately that something is wrong in it has felt exactly this and simply had no word for it. She had planted a bamboo grove and dug a stream and been a decent person in it for a long time. That is the whole formation. That is why people have breakthroughs there. She was not what I expected in any other way either. No arrogance. None of the vertical distance that everybody else at that altitude carried around like furniture. She asked my name and used it. She asked what had happened and listened to the answer. And when I told her about the sword, she went and got it and turned it over in her hands. The silver snake sword. She sounded tired. Yes, this is Xu Fenglin's. And then she said something about Zhou Yuheng that I did not expect and did not forget. Qin wants to regulate every cultivator in this world with morality. That is his stated project. Qin speaks about it constantly. She set the sword down. And his own disciples behave like the demonic path. That is steel. Under all the warmth, that is steel, and the reason I noticed it is that she said it in an even voice with no anger in it at all, the way you state a measurement. Then she took the sword away from me, which was correct, and gave me something else. She opened a case, and there were more than a dozen treasure artifacts in it, and she told me to choose. I want you to hold that image. 12 treasure artifacts in a box offered to an outer disciple by a woman who considered it roughly equivalent to offering somebody a pastry. I took the wind and thunder armor. Medium grade. Roughly 100 horses of output on its own, speed past the sound barrier, and thunder that carries 1,000 paces. And I should be precise about why I chose it, because there were more impressive things in that box, and I passed on all of them. There was a sword in there that would have doubled my killing power. There was a spear that could have punched through a mountain. Armor first, always armor first. Think about defeat before you think about victory. Everything else in that box made me better at ending fights I was already winning. The armor made me survive the fight I was losing, and I had already worked out on a riverbank and in a forest full of mandrills that my entire strategy in that world was going to be surviving fights I was losing until I was not. She gave spiritual artifacts to Lin Feng and Lianhua and Chen Qin as well, for no reason, because they were standing there. I have to record one more thing that happened on that mountain, which I was not present for and learned about much later, because it explains the shape of everything after it. The other three sat down together after I had gone and told each other the truth. Mo Yuyan is not from that world. She came from somewhere else entirely, from a place with a different sky, and she came here on purpose, volunteering, because there was something in her own world that needed saving, and this was the price. Ji Xiaoman is not from that world either. Different origin again, same arrangement, and Chen Qin is dead. That is how she put it, apparently, quite calmly. She died suddenly enough that her mind did not register the transition. One moment there, then here, and no in-between at all. So all three of them are travelers. Fine. I had assumed as much. Here is the part that stopped my breath when I finally heard it. They do not know the story. When they came through, whatever brings people here took their knowledge of this world away. They may have been briefed. They may have been shown the whole thing in whatever space they passed through. It does not survive the crossing. They arrive knowing their own names and nothing about what is going to happen next. Which explains something that had been quietly bothering me for 6 months. Why has nobody touched Lin Feng? There are travelers all over this world, some of them at the top of the largest sects, some of them with Dao artifacts. A servant boy is walking around with an emperor's inheritance in his chest and a heavenly pill in his heart, and not one of them has gone and taken it. They cannot. They do not know he exists. To every one of them, he is a groom. I am the exception. I am, as far as I have ever been able to determine, the only person in that entire world who came through with the book intact. And I sat with that for a long time because it cuts both ways and the second edge is sharper. If everybody else has had their memory stripped and I have not, then somebody made a decision about me specifically. That is not a bonus. That is an assignment. Something wanted a person in that world who knew what was going to happen, and it wanted it badly enough to break its own rule. Why? That question has never gone away. And then, while I was sitting in a bamboo grove having this thought, Mo Yuyan picked up the silver snake sword and went up the mountain. Not to an elder. Not through a channel. She walked up Yuheng Peak, which is the residence of the other person at the 10th level in that sect, and she walked in. Senior brother Yuheng. She held the sword up. How is what Xu Fenglin did different from the demonic path? 40 people, to an outer disciple's home, to demand 100 kowtows. Her voice was not loud, and it carried, and everybody on every peak within a considerable distance heard it, and elders came out onto their terraces to watch because a fight between those two is The only entertainment available at that altitude. Is this the standard of a disciple of senior brother Yu Heng? Qin was gracious about it. That is his particular gift. Qin was warm and reasonable and slightly amused and said he would look into it. I hope so, she said, because if it happens again, I will not come to you. She turned to leave. I will go to the platform of heavenly punishment. And that name is worth writing down, because it comes back at the very end of this story, and when it does, it comes back for me. She left. The elders went inside. The mountain went quiet. And Zhou Yuheng stood alone on his terrace, smiling pleasantly at nothing, and said the thing that nobody else heard, and which somebody repeated to me years later. You carry the inheritance of Shi Wangmu. I carry the inheritance of the immortal Lord Fuxi. Qin watched her cloud go down the valley. Let us see whose is stronger. We spent a month in the mountains behind Holy Spirit Peak, the three of us, and it was the best month I had in that world. That is not nostalgia, it is a measurement. Nothing was trying to kill us. The sun over that peak did in one day what a normal place does in 100, and I had a friend and a princess and a great deal of medicine. Lin Feng came out of it in the divine power realm, 6, 7 horses. I came out of it at 20 horses at rest, at the peak of the divine power realm, 1 level below the gate, and I could feel the gate now the way you feel a wall in a dark room. We were flying home when the sky went wrong. 7 columns of black smoke came up out of the ground below us, and as they rose, they acquired faces, not carved, not drawn. The smoke simply arranged itself into faces, 7 of them, at the top of 7 pillars, and every one of them was screaming without sound. The 7 malicious smokes of the heavenly wolf. I did not know the name at the time. I knew that my chest had gone off like a fire alarm for the 2nd time in my life, and I had learned to respect that. I hit them with thunder. That is what the wind and thunder armor does, and it turns out that 100 horses of directed lightning has very little patience for something made of smoke. The pillars came apart and the faces went with them, and for about 2 seconds I was quite pleased with myself. Then a man walked out of the mountainside, not out of a cave, out of the rock, through it, the way you would walk through a doorway, and he stood on the air in front of us and looked us over with the mild interest of a man inspecting fruit. Yuhua sect. Qin was in dark red. Older, but not old, and there was nothing about him that felt like a person. Someone in your own sect asked me to take care of you. Qin said it pleasantly. Qin was not gloating. Qin was providing context, the way a workman tells you which office sent him, Liu Jiao, of the demon god sect. And then he gave us the rest of it. And this is the part that has stayed with me for a very long time, because it is the cleanest piece of villainy in the entire story, and it is delivered as a piece of good news. I should thank you, in fact. For what? For your heads. Qin spread his hands. The pill they offered me for them, the yin-yang longevity pill. I did not want to fight 3 of you on credit, so I asked for it in advance, and they gave it to me, and I used it. Qin smiled. I broke through last week. I am at the divine ability now. I need to lay this out slowly, because it took me a moment on the day. The sect had posted a mission. Kill the leaders of the infestation in Blue Moon Country, and the reward is a yin-yang longevity pill and a place in the inner sect. Lianhua had brought me that posting personally in my flooded garden as good news. Somebody inside the Yuhua sect had taken that pill out of the sect's own vault and paid it to an enemy of the sect as an advance to have 3 of its own disciples murdered, and the assassin had used it immediately and had crossed into the divine ability realm on it and was now standing in front of us at over 100 horses of output, and he was thanking us for the promotion. That is the world. That is what I was actually living in, under all the flying swords and the floating cities. Look for a chance to run, I said. I will hold him. Brother Chen. Lin Feng. Run. Liu Jiao opened a gourd. What came out of it was not smoke and not fire. It was a swarm, golden centipedes the length of my forearm, blood mosquitoes in a cloud thick enough to shadow the ground. Butterflies that were not there when you looked at them directly and were there when you did not. The 7 malicious gourd, ancient venomous things cultivated for centuries, and each individual one of them can kill a divine transformation realm cultivator by touching them. There were thousands, and Jiao, who had been silent for a month, screamed inside Lin Feng's head loudly enough that the boy staggered. Run! Both of you, run now! These poisons are made for the physical body road. They go for flesh, blood, marrow, everything the 2 of you have spent a year building. Qin did not bring these for a general fight. Qin brought them for you specifically. Liu Jiao closed his hand, and a magical grip came down on Lin Feng and Lianhua and held them in the air like a fist around 2 birds. I broke it with thunder. I got them clear, and I put myself between them and the swarm. And then I was alone in it, which was what I had wanted. I drew the Shiri sword. That was the first time I had taken it out in front of a witness, and I was aware, while I did it, that I was giving up a card I had been holding for 6 months, and I did it anyway because there was not going to be a later if I did not. 3 feet of sunlight. I want to give Liu Jiao his due. Qin blocked it. A man who had been at the divine ability for a week, taken by surprise, blocked a pure Yang treasure artifact coming out of nowhere at his throat, and I have thought about how he did that, and I still do not entirely know. Then he stopped playing. Qin put down an array. If you have not seen one, a demonic array is not an attack. It is a change to the local rules. The air around me acquired weight. Then the weight acquired direction, downward, and then more of it, and my knees started to go, and the sword in my hand became heavy, and then very heavy, and then I could not lift my arm at all. I stood in the middle of that thing, unable to move, watching a swarm come toward me at leisure, and the door opened. I have tried to describe this to people since, and I have never got it right. It is not a decision, it is not a surge of will. It is the specific and total absence of any alternative, and the body, which has been rationing since the day you were born, finally understands that there is no tomorrow to ration for. 3 times. That is the first thing I felt. Everything in me tripled, and the array creaked. 5. My shoulders tore my own robe. 8. The wind and thunder armor, fitted to me exactly, went tight across the chest and started to stretch, and I heard the metal of it complaining. 10. And I became something else. 2.5 meters of it. Not a man who had got bigger. A different construction, with proportions that were not mine, and every muscle in it standing out under skin that had gone the color of old gold, and the armor riding on it like a shirt on a bull. 20 horses times 10. 200 plus the 100 from the armor. 300 horses. That is not an outer disciple number. That is not an inner disciple number. 300 puts a person in the territory of a genuine true essence realm cultivator, which is a category above the divine ability, which is to say, above the man standing in front of me, who had just spent a 600-year pill to get where he was. I looked at the array holding me down. Break. It broke. The whole structure came apart at once, and the pressure went out of the air, and the swarm that had been drifting toward me at leisure was suddenly in a completely different situation. I went through it. The strike went through the smoke and through the poisons, and the poisons did not survive being in the path of it. I do not mean they were killed. I mean the ones nearest the line simply detonated, and the ones after that went with them, and there was a chain of small bursts across the whole swarm like a fuse burning, and then it reached Lu Jiao. Qin went into the mountain. I want to describe the trench because it is the only way to convey the number. Qin did not hit the mountain and stop. Qin hit the slope and kept going, and he cut a channel through it, a long one, throwing rock, and when he finally came to rest, there was a furrow behind him that you could have laid a road in. Qin got up. I will give him that as well. Qin got up, with most of his bones broken and his robe in strips and one arm hanging, and he looked at me, and his face had nothing left on it but fear. What are you? I did not answer. You are a physical body cultivator. You were at the divine power realm when I arrived. I read you. You were 20 horses. His voice was climbing. What is this? Are you a spy of the demonic path? Are you a demon wearing a person? What are you? And then he ran. Qin abandoned the contract, the payment, the 600 years he had already spent, and he went, at the top of his speed, without looking back. I could not follow. I would like to be completely honest about the state I was in 3 seconds after he left, because the version where I stand triumphantly in the wreckage is a lie and the truth is more useful. I fell over. A 10-fold explosion does not leave you tired. It leaves you empty in a way I do not have a good comparison for. Every reserve in the body, every last thing that was being held back for an emergency, had been spent, and what was left was a 16-year-old lying in a trench he had made, unable to close his own hands, in a very great deal of pain. I ate over 100 Mingying pills. More than 100, not to get stronger, to be able to stand up. There had been a second attacker, incidentally, hidden, weaker, waiting to finish whatever Liu Jiao left. Qin watched all of that and then left as well, and I did not find out he existed until much later. And lying in that trench, chewing medicine, I found the thing that made all of it worth it. 10 years of closed-door cultivation is not worth one moment on the edge. That is not a slogan. That is a report. In the 20 seconds when that array had me pinned and the swarm was coming, my body learned more about itself than it had in 6 months of gourds and river bottoms, and the proof was sitting in my skull, because I could feel the divine transformation point, the 10th level, the last stop before the gate. Something in the center of my brain that had not been there that morning, and that I could now touch, faintly, the way you feel a bruise. I had been at the peak of divine power an hour earlier. They tried to have me killed, and the attempt promoted me. I lay in the bottom of my own trench and started laughing, and it hurt, and I kept going anyway. The sect arrived 11 minutes later. Elders. Divine ability realm, several of them, coming down out of the sky in formation, and I was still on my back in a furrow with medicine on my chin, and Lin Feng and Manhwa were helping me sit up, and the first thing out of their mouths was not, "Are you hurt? How?" An old man in a purple robe landed in front of us and looked at the trench and the burnt swarm and the shattered array residue, and his face was not concerned. His face was calculating. How did 3 physical body cultivators survive an attack by a divine ability realm expert? Nobody answered because there was no answer that would have helped. That is not possible. Chin came closer. Unless, confess, are you in league with the demons? Is this an arrangement? Are the 3 of you plotting against the sect? I want you to sit with that for a moment. We had been ambushed by an assassin who had been paid out of the sect's own vault. We had nearly died, and the institution's first act on arriving at the scene was to accuse the survivors of collaborating with the attacker on the grounds that surviving was suspicious. His name was Tao Lieyang. Remember it. It comes back. I got to my feet, slowly, because my legs did not entirely want to, and I triggered the armor. Not to fight, to be seen. The wind and thunder armor came up around me, and thunder rolled off it and went down the valley and came back, and every elder there recognized it in the first second because there are perhaps a dozen treasure artifacts in that entire sect, and they all know where each one lives. The great senior sister, Mo Yuyan, gave me this, I said. Personally, 3 weeks ago. I let it hang. Do the elders believe that the great senior sister awarded a treasure artifact to someone plotting with demons against the sect? The temperature changed instantly. It was almost funny how fast. 4 divine ability cultivators went from interrogating 3 teenagers to expressing warm concern for our welfare inside about 2 seconds, and one of them actually asked whether we would like to be carried, except Tao Lieyang. Chin did not warm up. Chin looked at me for slightly too long, and then he reached out his hand, and a giant hand of force came out of the air above us to take all 3 of us at once, and he said something about escorting us for questioning. And a blade came down and cut it in half. The hand came apart. The pieces went out like a light. There was a woman standing on the air about 10 meters up, and she had not been there a moment before, and the sword in front of her was not being held. Feng Ruoxi, immortal master of the spiritual sword. You do not have the right to touch Mo Yuyan's people. Her voice was very quiet. She did not look at him while she said it, which I thought was a nice touch. An elder like you is a disgrace to this sect. And Tao Lieyang, divine ability realm, an elder of the Yuhua sect with decades of standing, took that in front of 4 of his colleagues and said nothing at all. She took us to Holy Spirit Peak on a heavenly sword, which is the fastest way to travel in that world, and, I can report, an extremely unpleasant one. And on that mountain, Mo Yuyan told me the truth, plainly, without softening it. It was Zhou Yuheng. I had assumed. Hearing it said was different. Because I shamed him over Xu Fenglin, Qin will not have given the order himself. Qin will have let it be known that he was displeased, and someone will have understood him, and that person is Tao Chen. A pause. The son of the elder who just tried to arrest you. Lin Meilin was there too, standing slightly apart, and she gave me the other half, which was worse and which nobody else was willing to say out loud. You should understand your position. Immortal lady. The life of an outer disciple is worth nothing. She said it the way she said everything, with no edge on it at all, which is what made it land. If the 3 of you had died out there today, no crime would have been committed. There would be no investigation. Your names would come off a list. That is the sect. Hundreds of thousands of outer disciples, and the institution's actual position is that they are raw material. Then Mo Yuyan offered me a choice, and let me lay out both options exactly as she gave them, because the choice is the spine of everything. That happens afterward. First option. I go to the platform of heavenly punishment now, today, and I demand an investigation. I have the standing to force it. They will find who did it, because they already know who did it. Everyone above a certain level already knows. And they will be censured, fined, perhaps confined for a period. She met my eyes. They will not be executed. I should be honest with you rather than kind. A true disciple is not put to death for arranging the murder of an outer disciple. It has never happened. Second option? You grow. You reach the divine ability yourself, and then you kill him with your own hands, and nobody in this sect will be able to say a word about it, because at that level, the only law is what you can enforce. I did not need long. Then I will let him live for now. And she nodded, because she had known which one I would pick, and I think she had made the offer partly to find out whether I would say it out loud. But I want to add the part she explained afterward, because it is the coldest thing anybody told me in that world, and it made everything else make sense. I asked her why the elders let it happen. Why the giants at the top of that sect, the ones who genuinely can see everything, do nothing. They can, she said. Understand that first. There are ancient beings in this sect who know the movement of every mosquito's wing on this mountain. Nothing that happened to you today was hidden from them. Then why? Because they want it. She said it without any bitterness, which was the disturbing part. They let the true disciples tear at each other on purpose. If 100 divine ability cultivators die in that grinding, they do not care. If 1,000 die, they do not care. Those are not people to them. Those are attempts. She looked out at the mountains. Because the only thing they are actually waiting for is one who survives all of it and goes all the way to immortality. Everything else in this sect, all of it, every disciple and every peak and every treasure, is the cost of producing that one person, and a system that protects its young does not produce them. I have thought about that speech more than almost anything else I heard in that world. She gave me compensation as well, and the amounts had stopped being able to shock me, which itself tells you something. 30,000 foundation pills, 300 gourds of them, 3 storage bags to put them in. Across the sect, in a different set of rooms, the other side of this was having a family conversation, and I heard about it later from someone who was outside the door. Tao Liang was shouting at his son, "Killing a fellow disciple, fine, everyone does it. I am not angry that you did it." Tao Chen, sitting there sulking. "I am angry that you failed. You paid a yin-yang longevity pill, 600 years out of the vault, and you sent one man, and he ran away from 3 children, and now they are alive, and they know. So what?" Tao Chen actually shrugged. "What is going to happen to me?" And his father, who was a great many bad things but was not stupid, told him, "You idiot, she does not need a reason. Father, Mo Yu Yan is at the 10th level, trampling the heavens. She does not need evidence, she does not need a hearing, she does not need permission. If she decides tomorrow morning that you should stop existing, then you stop existing, and there is no institution in this world that will ask her about it." Qin was not shouting anymore. "Compared to her, I am nothing." "And what are you?" Because here's the thing about Tao Chen, which I did not know at the time and which explains a great deal. Qin is a true disciple, one of the 365, and he is at the 2nd level of the divine ability, 70 or 80 horses. That is embarrassing. That is genuinely embarrassing for a true disciple, and everyone at that level knew it, and the reason for it is that he did not open his own gate. His father fed him a yin-yang longevity pill to get him through it, and he has been coasting on the family's medicine ever since. The 2 of them went to Zhou Yuheng, and Zhou Yuheng received them warmly and told them not to worry, and said the sentence that set the shape of my entire next year. "While I, Zhou Yuheng, am here, no one in the Yuhua sect will touch you." And then, when they had gone, he thought about Liu Jiao, who had taken a 600-year pill from him and run away without delivering. Nobody in this world has ever taken something of mine and simply left, quite pleasantly, to an empty room. Qin will serve me yet. Meanwhile, I went home and started eating 100 pills a day. I want to be clear that this is not a figure of speech. 100 a day, every day, out of 300 gourds, and the only reason my body could process that is that it had been beaten into the shape it was in at the bottom of a river 6 months earlier. 20 horses became 40 in under a week, and then the 10th level opened. Divine transformation, the last stop on the physical road, and the point they refer to is not poetic. It is a small gland in the center of the brain, and when it activates, the thing it gives you is not strength, it is authority over your own body. I want to describe what that actually means because the manuals are coy about it, and it is not coy at all. I sat in my garden and made my hand swell until it was larger than a melon. Then I made it shrink until it was the hand of a small child. Both of those took about 4 seconds, and neither of them hurt. Then I let the bones grow. They came out through the skin. Deliberately, along the forearms and the shoulders and up the spine, and they interlocked, and they kept going, and inside about a minute I was standing in my garden inside a shell of my own bone, 2.5, 3 meters of it, plated, ridged. Not a man in armor, a thing that had grown armor. 40 horses became 80. I caught sight of myself in the surface of the new pond. If an ordinary person saw this, I thought, they would go gray on the spot. That is not a human being. There is nothing human in that outline anywhere. Very powerful, best not shown to people. And here is the honest assessment because it matters later. That form does not raise my ceiling. The 10-fold explosion still multiplies off my base, and my base with the bone shell is higher, but the peak number does not move much. It is a defensive posture that frightens people, and against the wrong opponent, it is a very large target. The genuinely valuable thing the 10th level gave me was smaller and quieter, and it changed how I fought forever. I could change my height, from something like the size of a small child to about 5 meters at will. I could change my face, not a disguise, not an illusion, the actual structure, to the point where I could walk past somebody who had known me for a year, and I could hold the giant form. That is the one. That is the whole prize. Before the 10th level, the second stage was one enormous strike, and then a boy face down in a trench eating 100 pills. All or nothing once, and then a window where a child with a stick could have finished me. Now I could open it part way. 3 times. 5 times. Hold it there. Work in it. Spend it across a fight instead of dumping it all into a single punch and praying. I stood in my garden as a 3-meter monster made of my own skeleton, shrank down to the size of a child, grew to 5 meters, put my own face back on, and thought, there is nothing at all in this sect that can stop me now. Which was, of course, precisely the wrong thing to think, and I was about to find out exactly how wrong, in a desert, in front of witnesses. Dragon Xiao came to my gate about a week later and asked whether I wanted to go to the Hanhai Desert. I said yes before she finished the sentence. She raised an eyebrow at that because she had come prepared to argue. Somebody had just tried to have me killed. The obvious move for a person in my position is to go and sit on Holy Spirit Peak under Mo Yuyan's roof for a year and let it cool. Here is why the obvious move is wrong, and I should lay it out because it is the closest thing to a survival doctrine I developed in that world. Hiding does not work. Not because they will find you, because hiding does not change the equation that made you a target. I would come out in a year exactly as expendable as I went in, and the people at the top of that sect, the ones who actually decide whether an outer disciple's death is a crime, would have spent that year not thinking about me at all. The only thing that makes you safe in a place like that is being valuable enough that killing you costs somebody something, so you do not hide. You go and do something enormous and public, and you keep doing it until the people who could have you erased start doing arithmetic about what erasing you would cost and come out on the wrong side. Safety is not a wall. Safety is a price tag. I got another 10 horses out of that week, incidentally. 50 at rest, 500 with the second stage open. And I tried the gate again, and it did not move. Not a fraction. I put everything I had against it, and it sat there like a mountain, and I came out of that attempt frustrated in a way I had not been for months. Then I worked out why, and the answer made me laugh at myself. The gene lock had made me too heavy. Every ordinary cultivator arrives at that gate as a normal person carrying a normal amount of accumulated force. I was arriving at it carrying diamond organs, a rewritten fist art, 100 horses of armor, and a body that could reshape itself into a monster. The gate does not weigh your talent, it weighs you, and the more you are carrying, the harder you have to push. The harder the breakthrough, the bigger the payoff on the other side. You reap what you sow. That is genuinely all it is, and I stopped being frustrated about it because complaining that the door is heavy when you are the one who loaded the cart is not a serious position. Lin Feng got me a crane for the journey. I need to record this because it is one of my favorite small things in that year. The cranes of the Yuhua sect are not animals. They are spirit beasts at the communicating spirit realm and above, and they can speak, and they simply do not bother speaking to people below a certain level because there is no point. I could hear this one. What are you staring at? I had been staring. Never seen a beauty before? She was, I want to be clear, an enormous white bird with a wingspan wider than my house, and she said this to me with total confidence. My apologies. She settled her feathers. Your friend has manners. Lin Feng gave me foundation pills. Do you know what he asked for in return? 2 of my relatives, 2 cranes, for a bag of pills. She made a noise that I can only describe as smug. Now that is a deal. I fed her a pill from my sleeve and she took it with the delicacy of a duchess and became my friend for life. And Chen Qin, who had reached divine transformation by then and who did not say much to anybody, came over and put her hand flat on that crane's neck and stood there for a while without a word. I found out later, from a third party, why. The person who taught her, in the world she came from, had been a crane. Then, Dragon Xiao briefed us, and the briefing was the worst thing I heard in that entire world. Blue Moon Country, the underground demon emperors have introduced something. She said introduced. That is the word she used. It came from outside this world. They call it the demon corpse venom. It was put into the water supply of a city. She let that sit. The city died. All of it. And then it got up. I want to give you the specifications because the specifications are the horror, not the description. The infected have the strength of the divine power realm. All of them, regardless of what they were in life. A farmer becomes as strong as a trained martial artist. They are fast. They do not stop. It transmits by bite. 1 becomes 10. 10 becomes 100. If you are at inner strength or below when you are bitten, you have 10 days. The only protection is the membrane that forms at the divine power realm and an antidote that exists in insufficient quantity. She showed us an image through a talisman projected in the air over the table, and I am not going to describe what was in it beyond saying that it was a living hell and that the thing that made it unbearable was not the violence. It was the ordinariness, streets, doorways, a market square. A zombie virus, I said. Everybody looked at me. Sorry, a term from where I grew up. And then I asked the question that made Dragon Xiao sit up. And I want credit for this one because it was the only genuinely useful thing I contributed in that room. Does it work on animals? What? Does it cross species? Does it work on beasts? Does it work on spirit beasts? I pointed at the ceiling, meaning the sky, meaning the thousands of cranes we were about to fly in on. Because if it does, then our transport is not transport, It is a delivery system, and we are about to fly 1,000 spirit beasts at the divine power realm directly into a plague zone. There was a silence. Then Dragon Xiao started giving orders, and she gave them fast, and she gave me a look on the way past that I've thought about since. Nobody had asked. 100 cultivators had planned that operation, and not one of them had thought about the birds. And I want to say the thing this scene actually taught me, because it is the moral spine of the entire second half of this story. The Yuhua sect is not good. I have spent a long time telling you exactly how not good it is. It lets its disciples murder each other. It treats hundreds of thousands of people as raw material. Its elders arrive at ambush sites and interrogate the survivors. And even that sect would not have done this. Not out of virtue, out of a floor. There is a line, and it is quite a low line, and the immortal path is on one side of it and this is on the other. And the difference between the two roads is not the flying and the swords. It is exactly this, and only this. Lin Feng looked at that projection for a long time, and then he said something that I want to put down exactly because it is the first time in the entire year that he said out loud what he actually wanted and because of what he eventually became. This is why you have to grow. Lin Feng. No, listen. Qin was still looking at the image. If I ever reach immortality, if I ever actually get there, I am going to undo this, all of it. I am going to establish reincarnation properly so that the wicked get what they have earned and the good get what they are owed, and this stops being a thing that can simply happen to a city because someone decided it should. Lian Hua looked at the floor. Dragon Xiao said nothing. And I have to tell you what everybody in that room was thinking, because it was written on all of them. Qin was a 15-year-old servant in a borrowed robe who had reached the 6th level of the physical body, announcing that he was going to reform the structure of the afterlife. I said this. Good. First, you have to dare to think it. Qin looked up. That is not encouragement, it is a mechanism. Nothing has ever been built by somebody who did not first allow himself to say the thing out loud in a room. Most people never get that far. They edit it down to something achievable before it reaches their mouth, and then they achieve the small thing, and then they are 60. I meant it. I have never once regretted saying it. Inside his own head, on the flight out, Lin Feng thought something he did not say to me for a very long time. Brother Chen has helped me a great deal. It is my turn now. We went in on 1,000 cranes. They blacked out the sun. That is not a figure of speech either. I was under them and the light went. Every one of those birds was at the communicating spirit realm or better, which means that individually each of them was equivalent to a general in the mortal world, and there were thousands. I have seen armies since. 1,000 of those is worse than 1,000,000 men. 100 li out from Blue Jade City, Dragon Xiao called a halt and asked for opinions. And she asked me first, which the ranked inner disciples noticed. 2 of us go in, I said. Not a formation. 2. If the city is holding, we find out what it needs. If the city has fallen, we find out what took it, and we do not lose 1,000 cranes finding out. Who? Me and him. Lin Feng was already standing up. We flew out together, and about 20 minutes into that flight, he did something I had not asked for and had stopped expecting. Brother Chen, come with me. Where? Inside. And the world folded. I have to be careful here, because this is the moment the friendship stopped being a friendship between 2 boys and became something with weight in it. Qin took me into the Tao artifact. There is a world in there, not a room. A world with a sky over it and a horizon, and running through the middle of it a river so wide that the far bank is theoretical, and the water in it is the color of old brass, and it is called the Holy River of the Yellow Springs. Against that, Dragon Abyss is a drainage ditch. Against that, the Yuhua sect is a nice view. And out of the river came a dragon the size of a mountain range, and it arranged itself impressively, and it began, in a voice like continents moving, "Mortal, you stand in the..." "Jiao," said Lin Feng. "What are you doing?" There was a pause. The dragon deflated, in stages, with visible reluctance, down to about 3 meters, and coiled up on the bank looking sulky. I was doing an entrance. Qin is my brother. Stop it. I want to note that this is a boy who 8 months earlier had been sleeping in a stable, telling the spirit of an unrivaled Tao artifact to behave itself and being obeyed. So I showed them the gene lock, not described, showed. I opened the second stage right there on the riverbank and became 2.5 meters of it, 200 and something horses standing on the shore of a dead river, and then I put it away and explained the whole architecture. All 5 stages, what each one does, what it costs, where it came from. I had not told anyone in that world, not Mo Yuyan, not Lin Meilin, nobody. I told him because he had opened a Tao artifact for me without being asked. Jiao did not speak for a while, which for Jiao is remarkable. Genes, he said eventually. The great emperor of the Yellow Springs mentioned something of this kind once. Near the end, Qin uncoiled slightly. Understand what I am about to say, boy, because I do not say things like this. That is not a cultivation method. A cultivation method is a road somebody built and other people walk on. That is not a road. Then what is it? It may be a Tao of a sage. The dragon's head came down level with mine. A teaching that stopped being a teaching and became a rule. Not a technique that a species uses, a technique that a species becomes. And then he gave me something, and he did it without haggling, which I later learned was unprecedented. Hold still. Chin put one claw against my forehead and poured. The Yanluo golden body. The supreme physical technique of the Yellow Springs demonic sect, the highest thing of its kind that world has ever produced, transmitted directly into my skull by an entity who had been asleep for an age. I gave him a gourd of pure yang pills, all 100. Chin objected, which I had not expected. That is too much. The Yanluo golden body is worth considerably more than 100 pills, and we both know it. I put the gourd down on the riverbank. And when I reach the divine ability, I intend to take a few thousand more off Zhou Yuheng's people, so consider it an advance against future income. The dragon looked at me for a long moment. I like this one, he said to Lin Feng. Chin is not a nice boy at all, is he? Then I asked them why the gate would not open, and Zhao gave me the answer nobody in the Yuhua sect had given me in about 9 words. Because you are trying to break into the divine ability without having finished divine transformation. I am at the 10th level. You are at the 10th level and you have not mastered it. There is a difference, and it is the difference between owning a scalpel and being a surgeon. Chin tapped the ground. The brain is a delicate thing. You are hammering on it. People who hammer on it do not become divine ability cultivators. They become corpses with very good muscles. Chin let that land. Take the Yanluo golden body to 100 horses, master the body completely, and then, when you break through, your magic will be beyond anything your generation can produce, because magic on the other side scales off what you were before you crossed. And then Lin Feng, who had been quiet, said the thing that solved it. The pure yang pills are the extreme of yang, he said slowly, and the water of the Yellow Springs is the extreme of yin, if you tempered the body in both at once. There was a silence. Jiao, who had just been informed that his sacred river was going to be used as a bath, said, "Of course, certainly, that is entirely possible." Chin did not sound happy about it. But that was for later, because we had a city to look at, and when we came over the last ridge, the city was in the process of being eaten. Blue Jade City, millions of people inside it, and around the walls, ladders, and the ladders were not made of wood. I am going to leave that there. They were pouring oil off the walls and setting it alight, and there were burning columns going up all round the perimeter, and the defense had been holding for long enough that the defenders had stopped screaming and started working. We came in high, invisible, and I listened. There were flying yaksha above the siege line, drifting in pairs, talking the way workmen talk on a break. And one of them said something that I have never been able to put down. "You always overthink it," he said to his colleague, apropos of nothing, watching the wall. "They are livestock. You do not negotiate with a herd. You do not explain yourself to a herd. You simply decide how much of it you need this season." That was all. Chin said it comfortably, the way you would discuss a harvest, and then they moved on to some grievance about a promotion. I want to be honest about what happened to me in that second, because up to that point, I had been managing this world reasonably well. I had been calculating. I had been keeping score and paying debts and thinking about safety as a price tag. That sentence took all of it away, not the atrocity below, the tone, the absolute, unbothered, professional tone of a creature discussing several million people as an agricultural yield. I also learned 2 useful things from that conversation before I stopped listening. 3 demonic emperors had allied with something called the Lord of the Abyss from outside this world entirely, which almost certainly meant another traveler like me, with a quest of his own and a very different reading of it. And the 2 who mattered on this field were both here, the great commander of the Asura and the Prince of Red Dust, and it was the prince's head that the Yuhua sect had put a 600-year pill on. They were standing together on a command platform above the siege. I came down out of the sun. Neither of them turned around. That is not a boast, it is a report on the physics of a 500-horse strike arriving from directly overhead at speed. There was no time in which turning was available. Both heads came off in the same movement. And then I opened the wind and thunder armor all the way, and I want to describe what 100 horses of directed weather does to a besieging army, because it is the first time I understood what I had actually become. Tens of thousands died in the field, not fighting, not resisting. The way straw goes down in front of a scythe, in ranks, because the wind arrived and then the thunder arrived behind it, and nothing in that army was built to be outdoors in that. An Asura subcommander broke and ran, 13 horses, which had made him somebody an hour earlier, and he went across the desert at close to the speed of sound. The lightning caught him a mile out. When it was finished, there was a patch of glass out there, quite large, with the sand fused into it, and it is presumably still there. And while I was doing that, Lin Feng did something completely different, and I did not see it until afterward. Chin landed on the wall. in the middle of the defenders, in front of the burning oil, in a servant's robe with a borrowed sword, and he shouted so that the whole section could hear him. I am Lin Feng of the Yuhua sect. Qin pointed at the sky. Do not be afraid. My brothers are already on their way. Blue Jade City will not fall. The governor of that city came across the parapet and went down on his knees in front of a 15-year-old and put his forehead on the stone. And I hung in the air over a burning desert with 2 heads in my hand and watched my friend become somebody's hope for the first time. And I noticed something about the 2 of us that turned out to be the whole shape of the rest of our lives. I had killed the commanders. Qin had told them they would live. Neither of us could have done the other's job. The Tai sect arrived about 40 minutes later. Purple and gold robes, 18 of them coming down in formation over a field they had not fought on, and I have to explain who they are before I tell you what they said, because the whole thing turns on it. The Tai sect is the first sect of the immortal path, not one of the great ones, the first. The Yuhua sect measures itself against them and does not enjoy the result, and my sect's elders had a habit of telling disciples to step aside when Tai wanted something, and everybody understood why. Every one of those 18 was an inner disciple, 15 to 30 horses each. Their leader landed in front of me and did not greet me. Have you seen the Prince of Red Dust? I have. Then you killed him. Qin held out a hand, palm up, the way you do to a servant. Produce the body. I will reward you generously. I want you to sit with the grammar of that. Not where is he? Not did you fight. Produce the body. The corpse was already theirs in his head. The only open question was how much of a tip I was going to get. I do not have it, I said. And I turned to leave politely, because I had spent 8 months learning when a fight was not worth having. Stop. I stopped. Open your storage bag for inspection. Qin was already walking toward me. If you are clean, you may go. And then, because apparently that was not enough, he added the line that ended it. What is wrong with you Yuhua people? Does Zhou Yuheng not teach you any manners? I stood in a burning desert and did the accounting. Yi Fan, who tried to buy my humiliation with a pill in a dining hall to impress a girl. Xu Fenglin, who came to my home with 40 people and offered not to hurt me if I would kneel and knock my head on the ground 100 times. Zhou Yuheng, who took 600 years out of his sect's vault and paid it to a murderer for the heads of 3 of his own disciples, and then stood on a terrace and said that while he was here, nobody would be touched. The elders who arrived at the trench and asked me to explain why I was still alive. And now this. A man who had done nothing, on a field where he had killed nothing, demanding I turn out my pockets and asking whether my sect had taught me manners. Enough. That is the whole thought. That is all there was. Not a speech and not a decision, just a word arriving with total finality. The world is like this. Then it is kill, kill, kill. Every last piece of filth in it thinks it can wipe its feet on my head, and the reason they think so is that I have been standing here calculating whether it is worth the trouble. Put the immortal king of creation himself in front of me and I would bite him. I hit the leader first. My fist went through him, not into, through, and out the other side, and he was still forming the next word when it happened. The second one triggered a golden wheel, which is a defensive artifact good enough to hold off the first or second level of the divine ability, and I broke it, and then I crushed him inside it, and I do not have a better word than crushed, and I am not going to look for one. The remaining 16 scattered and did the correct thing, which was to stop fighting me individually and start hitting me with everything at once. 7 or 8 treasure artifacts simultaneously from different vectors. I went up into the cloud layer. Because here is the thing about a treasure artifact, and it is the reason I survived that fight, and it applies to every powerful weapon in every world I have ever been in. Even the most devastating object has to hit you first. So I did not stand there being magnificent. I went into the cloud where they could not see me, and I opened the second stage, 500 horses, and I came out one at a time. I killed them the way a harvest is taken in, not in a battle, in a sequence. And I need to record what they said, because it stays with me. I am an inner disciple of the Tai sect. That was one of them, at the end, and he was genuinely confused rather than afraid. I am a genius. I am a seed of the divine ability. How can I possibly die here? That is not bravado. Qin honestly could not fit it into his head. Qin had been told his whole life what he was, and the arithmetic did not include this. And another one, at the last second, shouted the traditional thing. I will be waiting for you at the Yellow Springs. And I said, because it was true, and because I could not resist. The Yellow Springs belong to me now. Come there and you will end up on the 18th floor. I killed all of them. I want to be explicit about the reasoning, because the reasoning is the part that matters, and the reasoning is cold. The moment I hit the first one, the choice was already made. You do not injure the Taiyi sect and then let 16 witnesses fly home. Either I do not start or I finish, and there is nothing in between except a slower version of my own death. So there could not be a witness. That was not cruelty. That was the shape of the situation. The last one nearly got away. Qin was fast and he had a head start and he was running for the horizon. And Lin Feng caught him. Qin simply opened the void of the Yellow Springs diagram in front of a man traveling at full speed, and the man flew into a Dao artifact at speed, and the door closed. Jiao was delighted. Oh, well done, and he brought a treasure artifact in with him. A pause, thoughtfully. Taiyi sect, is it? We will train him properly. Then it was quiet, and I stood in a desert full of purple and gold robes and took stock of myself. And I felt fine. That is the part I want to tell you honestly, and it is the part that people find difficult. I had just killed 18 human beings, most of them not much older than me, several of whom had done nothing to me personally, beyond standing next to a man who was rude. I felt clear, steady, lighter, if anything, not one drop of regret, not that day, not since. Something in me had finished a long argument, and the argument had been running since the first week in that world, and the conclusion was that I had been trying to survive a wolf's world on a bookkeeper's ethics, and it had nearly got me killed 4 separate times. That was the day I stopped being a man from an office who had been given a body. Then the practical problem arrived, and it arrived fast. We cannot hide this, I said. The city, Lin Feng agreed. Millions of people on those walls. Hundreds had watched 18 Taiyi disciples come down out of the sky in formation and had watched 2 people leave. The Taiyi sect would have the whole thing inside a day. So we go back to the sect and explain, said Lin Feng, and then he watched my face and stopped. We do not go back to the sect. No. Why not? Mo Yuyan would. Mo Yuyan would. I was already thinking it through and I did not like where it went. Mo Yuyan is at the 10th level and she is not the person who decides. Zhou Yuhang is the great senior brother. Taiyi will demand us and Zhou Yuhang will tie us up and hand us over personally with an apology because it costs him nothing and buys him a great deal, and because he has wanted me dead since the day Mo Yuyan shamed him on his own terrace. I looked at the sky. They will hand over a physical body disciple without blinking. 2 of them, gladly. And if we were not physical body disciples, then they would think about it. And that was the plan, arriving fully formed. And it was not a good plan, but it was the only one. A sect will surrender a mortal. A sect will hesitate over a divine ability cultivator, because they have pride, and because losing one is expensive. So the road was clear. Disappear. Get to the divine ability. Come back when I am too expensive to give away. I turned to say goodbye and found that I did not want to, so I did not. I want to be honest about that. I did not make a speech. I did not thank him. I did not want to stand in a desert and construct a farewell with a person I had known for 8 months and who had thrown a rock at a dragon for me, so I did the cowardly thing and simply started walking. If I do not die, I will reach the divine ability. Then we will meet again. 2 steps. Ha! I stopped. Brother Chen, wait. Give me a ride. I turned around. Qin had his hands in his sleeves and he was grinning, and he looked exactly the way he had looked on a riverbank the night he asked if he could call me brother. Let us leave this Yuhua sect. Lin Feng. We are brothers. Qin shrugged, as though this settled a very small matter. In a world this large, there is a road for us everywhere. And that is the moment. If you take one thing out of everything I have told you, take that one. Because I have been in a great many worlds since, and I have never had a better one. I had spent my first life alone. Orphan, a grandmother who died, an office, a diagnosis, and a conclusion I reached in a hospital bed and was quite proud of, which was that it was fortunate I had nobody because there was nobody to ruin. I had come to this world and found out immediately what kind of place it was. A world where people are treated as livestock by the things above them, sects that farm their own disciples, men who pay 600 years for a murder and thank you for the promotion. There is a great deal of filth in Xuanhuang, but it is not all filth. At the very least, I found one real friend. We went east together, and behind us Dragon Xiao came down onto an empty desert about an hour later, looking for 2 of her people and finding neither. She quartered that field carefully. What she found half buried in the sand at the edge of the killing ground was a scrap of cloth, purple, with gold thread in it. Taiyi. She stood there holding it for a while, and then she laughed, and it was not a good laugh. Then the boys did the right thing. Because she understood immediately. If they had stayed, if they had come back with her, if they had walked up that mountain and put themselves in front of the elders, they would have been handed over inside a week. And then she said the thing that I think about whenever anyone asks me what was actually wrong with that sect. Zhou Yuheng, how far are you willing to go in wrecking the Yuhua sect? She looked at the empty sky. A sect that cannot protect its own disciples. 2 children get into trouble and their first instinct is not to run to their elders, it is to run away from them. She put the cloth in her sleeve. What a disgrace. We flew for 3 days on a cloud that the wind and thunder armor assembled, which is not something an ordinary divine ability cultivator can do, and which I mentioned because it was the first time I noticed that I had quietly stopped being measurable by the local scale. Then we did the inventory, 18 storage bags, 8 treasure artifacts, 3 of them pure yang, which sent Jiao into a state I can only describe as ecstatic because pure yang material is what he needed to rebuild himself. With 3 of these I can restore my protective aura, he kept saying. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what I was? Yes, Jiao. I do not think you do. And more than 30,000 Mingying pills. Converted down to the ordinary currency, the total came to something in the region of 10 million. We took it to Jinfeng, the Golden City. That place is neutral ground, which in that world means it is where everyone goes to do the business they cannot do at home. Every sect has an office there. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion and the Juding Xuan had both opened branches inside a single day when the war started, because a war is the best trading season there is. Jiao disguised us with water from the Yellow Springs. Not even a celestial could see through this, he said, and he was not exaggerating, and it is the single most useful thing that Dragon ever did for me. The appraiser at the Heavenly Dao Pavilion was a divine ability cultivator, and he was perfectly composed for about 90 seconds. Then he got to the Tai sect items. I watched a grown man at the top of the local ladder go through the recognition in stages. First the robes, then the artifacts. Then the sheer quantity, because 18 inner disciples worth of belongings is not a haul you can explain any other way. His hands started shaking. You killed them, he said, all of them, and then you brought their belongings here, to us, to sell. I said nothing. Who are you? Qin was whispering now. Are you a rising star of the demonic path? Are you a great Asura in human shape? I put my hands behind my back. Is the Heavenly Dao Pavilion afraid? And I want to give that man full credit for what he said next, because it took him about 4 seconds to find his professional footing again, and the answer is the best statement of business ethics I have ever heard. We simply trade, he said. We do not ask why. Qin straightened his sleeves. In our time, we have done business with the barbarian emperor of the demonic sect, twice. 7.5 million. I put 500,000 straight back into herbs, all of them for the Yanluo golden body, and then I told Lin Feng to go and buy himself magic. Treasures. And he tried to argue, and I ignored him until he stopped. Qin came back with a robe of water and fire and a gourd containing 99 flying knives. 3.6 million. By the time we walked out of that city, we had almost nothing left, and that was correct. Money that is not converted into capability is not money. It is a number you are carrying around for someone else to take off your corpse. The appraiser gave us a parting gift, out of pure generosity. There is a volcano, he said. 30,000 li from here, underground, extraordinary spiritual energy. Nobody has claimed it, since you have been such good customers. We thanked him and left, and behind us, his assistant said the obvious thing. Master, there is clearly a treasure down there. Why would you tell them? Idiot. Master? That is precisely why I told them. Qin was already putting the goods away. There is always something guarding a treasure. Let them fight it. Let whatever is down there fight them. And then we go and collect the winnings and the merchandise we just sold them, all at once. Jiao laughed about that for a full day. Qin has no idea, he kept saying. Qin has absolutely no idea who is standing behind those two. But before the volcano, there was the cauldron, and the cauldron is the part of this story I would keep if I could only keep one. We set it up inside the diagram on the bank of the Yellow Springs. 2 alchemical cauldrons, large enough to stand in. Into them went the holy water of that river, which is the extreme of yin, boiling, and the herbs, and then the pure yang pills, which are the extreme of yang. When the two met, 2 fish appeared in the water, one dark, one bright, turning around each other. Jiao gave me the briefing and it was short. Endure, and be as unmoving as the earth. Be as deep and hidden as a buried treasure. That is very poetic. What does it actually do? 18 hells, he said. 18 distinct kinds of pain, in sequence, and each one is designed for a different part of you. If your spirit wavers, even once, even for an instant, the process does not stop. You simply cook. You will come out of that pot as a piece of rotten meat and there will be nothing left to bury. I looked at the water. However much it hurts, I said, it hurts less than being weak. And I went in first. I have to describe the first 10 seconds accurately because I have had a long time to think about how to do it and I still cannot. The gene lock opened on its own. It did not consult me. My body, which had been through a mandrill and an ambush by a divine ability assassin and a 10-fold explosion, took one moment of that water and declared a full emergency without asking my opinion. So So I did the clever thing. I used the second stage to cut the pain nerves, total control of the body, all the way down. Simply switch off the reporting channel and sit there in comfort while the work gets done. It did not work, not even slightly, and it took me a while to understand why, and the reason is the reason that water is what it is. It was not hurting my body, it was hurting me. It went past the nerves entirely and worked directly on whatever it is that a person actually is. And there is no switch on that, and there never has been, in any world. So I hung there in boiling yin and yang with no way to make it stop, and I did the only thing left, which was to think about my life. I thought about being left at the gate of an orphanage. I thought about the woman who ran it, who gave me a surname and a name that means peace and quiet, and who died before I finished school. I thought about 4 years of working nights to stay at university, and about finally getting a decent job, and about the 2 or 3 months where it looked as though the whole thing might come out right. I thought about the scan. I thought about the way people's faces changed afterward, not cruelly, just efficiently, the way a light goes off on a timer. I thought about lying in a ward being told that the weather was nice, and I thought about walking down a sunlit street with a bag of pills in my hand, having decided not to be treated, having decided to go and look at the Great Wall first, and about the sound of a horn behind me. And then I noticed something, and the noticing changed the temperature of my whole life. Have I not suffered enough? I have. I genuinely have. I have had a full portion. But none of it turned into anything. That is the difference. That is the entire difference. In that world, I suffered, and it produced nothing. It was not payment for anything. It was not building toward anything. It was just weather that happened to me until it killed me, and there was no ledger anywhere in which any of it was recorded. Here, every single drop of it becomes strength. Here, it is a currency, and I started laughing. In a boiling cauldron, in a Tao artifact, on the bank of the river of the dead, with my skin coming off, I started laughing, and I could not stop, and I said this out loud. I, Chen Lei Ran, will show you exactly how much pain I can eat. Jiao told me afterward that he did not sleep well for some time. I thought he was a polite young man, he said to Lin Feng, who was sitting on the bank, not eating, watching the water. Courteous, well brought up, a little cold perhaps. Qin is madder than any demon I have ever kept company with, and I kept company with the great emperor of the Yellow Springs. Qin was quiet for a moment. Listen to me, because I know what I am talking about. A man who is cruel to other people is a small, fake sort of demon. Anyone can be cruel to other people. It is the cheapest thing there is. Qin watched the cauldron. A real demon is cruel to himself. 10 days and 10 nights. 5 pure yang pills a day, which is 50 over the course of it, which is a fortune poured into a pot to cook a boy in. Around the 6th day, Lin Feng stood up and said, to nobody in particular, is he dead? Qin might be dead. And Jiao told him to sit down, and he sat down, and he did not leave the bank once. And somewhere in there, the thing changed shape. The first days were a man enduring. Then there were some days I do not remember at all, where whatever was in that pot was not a person in any useful sense. It was an animal in a trap, and it screamed, and I am told the sound was not good. And then it stopped. Not because the pain stopped, because on the far side of the animal there was something else, and it was quiet, and it simply looked at the pain and did not argue with it. There is an old line in that world about a demon putting down the knife and becoming a Buddha. I always thought it was sentimental. It is not sentimental, it is a description of a sequence. Man, then demon, then the thing on the other side of the demon, and you cannot skip the middle one. I came out on the 10th day. My skin was the color of dark gold. I was 2 chi taller than I had been. And the whole architecture underneath had been rebuilt from the ground up. Lin Feng threw a spiritual artifact flying sword at me to test it. It rang, like a hammer on a bell, and it left no mark at all, and it came back to him, bent. 100 horses at rest. 2nd stage gene lock, at its peak. And the gate, when I turned and looked at it, was no longer a wall. It was a door. Strike while the iron is hot. That is the whole doctrine, and it has never failed me, because the second attempt at anything is weaker than the first, and the third is empty. The body remembers the shape of a thing it has just done, and it will let you do it again immediately, and if you wait a week to be sensible about it, the willingness has drained out and you are starting from cold. So, I did not ask anybody's advice. I did not rest. I climbed straight back into the cauldron and turned my attention inward to the gate, and I hit it with everything my mind had. Not force, mental energy, in waves, one after another, and the image I had in my head at the time was a tsunami hitting a drum. The gate held, then it moved, then it complained. And I shouted 3 times inside my own skull, which is the only place in that world where I have ever been genuinely loud. Divine ability. Divine ability. Divine ability. The gate came down. I have been asked to describe what it is like, and I have one comparison, and it is not a good one, but it is the true one. A caterpillar does not become a better caterpillar. There is no continuity. The thing that comes out is not an improved version of the thing that went in, and the moment the gate fell, I stopped being immortal in the technical, categorical, legal sense of the term. Everything I had done up to that point had been the physical body road, and the physical body road ends there, and what is on the other side is a different substance. The cauldron burst, and the water that came out of it and the fragments of the cauldron itself went up into the air and stopped, just stopped, suspended, every drop and every shard hanging exactly where it was, as though time had been asked to wait. That was my magic. That was the first thing it did, unprompted, and I did not fully understand it for months. Ha ha ha, I am finally in. That is what I said. Not elegant. I had spent 9 months on it, and let me record what Lin Feng said, on the bank, before any of it, while I was still in the pot and had been in there for a day past what Jiao considered survivable. Jiao had been telling him to prepare for the worst. Lin Feng said, "I believe in Brother Chen. If he cannot do it, then nobody in this world can." That is all he said. Then he sat back down and kept waiting. We measured it afterward at the river. I reached out with the new magic and lifted water dragons out of the yellow springs, one after another, until I ran out. 500. 500 horses of magical output on the first day from a fresh divine ability cultivator. The normal range for a newcomer at that level is somewhere between 80 and 200 is a talent people write down, with a tenfold explosion on top of it, 5,000. 5,000 is the yin and yang realm. That is not the next rung, that is 4 rungs up. Jiao stopped calling me boy that day and never called me it again. And then the gene lock did something I had not been warned about, and which I have never heard of happening to any other holder of one. It mutated. Here is the problem it was solving. The third stage, as it exists in the world I came from, is brain development, parallel processing, multitasking, telekinesis, extremely useful in a horror film where you need to track 6 threats and open a door with your mind. Completely useless here. I had just acquired magic that could stop water in mid-air. Telekinesis is not an upgrade to that, it is a downgrade with extra steps. So the thing rewrote itself around what I actually needed, and what came out the other side I called all laws clear. In my sea of consciousness there is now a palace. Inside that palace there are thousands of me, not memories, not simulations in the loose sense. Working copies, each one running a cultivation technique in parallel, each one making different choices, and each one finding out what happens. Some of them die of chi deviation, some plateau at 30 horses, a few break through into the divine ability, and all of it happens in an instant, and I keep the results. I took the first martial art I ever learned, the Demon Bull Great Strength Fist that an 8 generations dead ancestor of the Chen family left unfinished and died sorry about, and I rewrote it. Not improved. Rewrote. Into a technique that carries a man all the way to the divine ability. The second gift of that stage was quieter, and I used it more. 10 times thinking speed. In 1 second of the outside world, I get 10, which meant that in the length of a single exchange in a fight, I had time to consider it properly, and which meant that when I sat down to work on something, 1 second of sitting there was 10 days of work, half a month in the time it takes to blink. And there is an honest limit on it, which Jiao pointed out immediately and which is worth stating because it is the reason I was not simply invincible from that day forward. To understand all methods, you must first completely master one. The palace can only extrapolate from something I actually know. I did not know a single divine ability technique on the day I acquired it. Not one. So the palace could derive nothing at that level, and it sat there for a month like a workshop with no materials in it. The third thing it gave me was the one that frightened Jiao, humanoid magic. Not a projection, not an illusion. A condensed piece of my magic with a fragment of my actual mind inside it, capable of acting on its own initiative, thousands of li away, with no instruction from me, up to 50 of them, 10 horses each. Jiao looked at that and lost his composure for the first time since I had met him. That is a yin and yang realm capability, that is 4 levels above where you are standing. How are you doing that with ordinary magic? I did not have an answer. I still do not. We went to the volcano. They were waiting for us, of course. The appraiser from the Heavenly Tao Pavilion, and the governor of the Golden City, and a collection of their people, and both of the principals were divine ability cultivators. 10 days, the appraiser said. Qin was smiling. We have been sitting here 10 days. Do you know what the Tai sect is offering for the 2 of you? We are going to be rich men. I looked at them. Kneel. 1 word. They both went down, not knelt, went down, flat, faces to the rock, and the sound their knees made on the stone was audible from where I stood. And I watched 2 divine ability cultivators lying on their faces trying to work out what had just happened to them. That is not possible, the governor said into the ground. Not even the protective aura realm can do that with a word. To do that you would need, Chin stopped. You would need 5,000 horses, their guards, and the governor's son tried to run. I sent humanoid magic after them, over the ridge, and it was finished before either of them reached the tree line, and I did not watch because I was busy. The appraiser converted instantly. I have never seen anyone convert so fast. Mercy. Mercy, my lord. It was the 3 from Tai Yi. They made me. They came to the pavilion and they threatened the whole branch. I had no choice. I will serve you. I will be your dog. I will be your dog for 100 years. I looked down at him. You are not fit to be my dog. Zhao took them both into the diagram, sealed with runes of the Yellow Springs, and I am not going to tell you what became of them because I do not entirely know and I did not ask. The take from that ambush was close to 30 million. Which is to say roughly 5 times what we had spent in the Golden City, handed to us by the man who sold us the goods, because he could not stand the idea of us keeping them. There is a lesson in that, and I have never needed to learn it twice. Then I went down the throat of the volcano, and I started on the thing I had bought all those herbs for, the Chi of the Red Emperor, Fire Lord. It is a branch of the Great 5 Elements technique, and it is a fire cultivation method, and it has a reputation for being extremely difficult to begin. I began it, and the magma went out. Every drop. Within several hundred meters, instantly, black and cold and dead, and then the boundary kept moving outward. That is not how that technique behaves. Other people who practice it spend years coaxing a thread of fire qi out of a candle. The manual is full of advice about patience. The element came to me, all of it, in a rush, the way subjects come to an emperor, and I stood in a cooling crater trying to work out what I had done to deserve it and coming up with nothing. Then I found out what it costs, because I had spent 10 days in a pot making myself into a creature of earth and yin and yang, and now I was pouring the essence of fire into that same body, and the 2 of them did not agree. They fought inside me. I was baked. That is the honest verb. My organs charred. Not metaphorically, I could feel them going, and the smell reached me from the inside, and my skin came away in plates, and there was new skin underneath that promptly started to go the same way. The answer to this was straightforward and horrible, and I arrived at it in about 4 seconds. Hold the fire. Take yourself out at the moment before you are fully cooked. Then go back in. Again, and again, and again. 3 days. At the end of it, I was the color of charcoal all over, on my 4th or 5th complete skin, and I had a fire chi foundation that people spend 40 years building. Zhao said something to me afterward that I have kept. You did not merely survive that, he said. Do you understand the distinction? Most people who survive something come out with less. You came out with more. You made a profit on it. Chin shook his enormous head. I lived in the Yellow Springs demonic sect for an age. I never saw a lunatic like you. And then, deep in the fire veins, I found Liu Jiao. Chin was not alone. The thing standing next to him was tens of meters tall, with the horns of a ram and the wings of a bat made of fire and something darker under the fire, and it was at the yin and yang realm, and it did not belong in that world at all. An abyssal flame demon, a Balrog. A legend from somewhere else entirely. I hid inside the magma, literally inside it, using the fire key, because after 3 days of being cooked, I was more comfortable in there than out. And I listened, and I got close, and then I put a hand of fire around Liu Jiao's throat and lifted him out of his own bodyguard's shadow. It is me. Were you not expecting that? Chin screamed. You betrayed the Yuhua sect. You went over to the demons. Everyone knows. Chin was thrashing. How are you a divine ability cultivator? It has been a month, 1 month. You were a physical body disciple. And then, because that is what men like him have instead of a spine, my patron will hear about this. Do you know who protects me? Do you have any idea whose name? Watch closely, I said. I am about to break every hope you have left. I opened the second stage, 5,000 horses in a volcano, and the Shiri's sword came out with the whole of the blazing sun array running down its length. The Balrog got 1 movement in. That is not nothing. It had been a legend somewhere. It had fought in a war I have never heard of, in a world with a different sky, and its last words, when it understood what was happening, were about a lord it had served and a battle it had been proud of. Then it went down, and I did what needed doing, and it did not take long, and I am not going to walk you through it. Its death cry was about a name. Marthos, Lord of the Abyss. So I searched what was left of its soul, and I got the rest, and the rest is the largest single piece of information I acquired in that world. The Lord of the Abyss is a reincarnator. Chin came in with an army from another dimension, and before this world he had consumed a different one entirely, a world of walking corpses, and that is where the demon corpse venom came from. Chin did not invent it. Chin brought it, the way you would bring a tool from one job to the next. Blue Jade City was not an atrocity in that world's terms. It was a man reusing a piece of equipment. Invading Balrog slain. Reward. 1 4-star story card, 10,000 reward points, 4 stars. And that is when the pattern finally resolved, and I need to state it because it is the rule I have operated under ever since. 2 stars for the Wolf King, 2 for the Mandrill, 3 for the Viper, 4 for this. The reward is for the first kill of each rank, not for each kill, the first, which means there is no farming. I had been quietly wondering, in the back of my head, whether I could simply go and kill an enormous number of mandrills and retire. No. The main god closed that door before I ever got to it, and I found, on reflection, that I respected the design. Then I made a joke to myself about it, in a fire vein, standing on a demon. It really is faster to cultivate by eating other people. And then the lava opened underneath me and I fell out of the world, a spatial vortex. It took me sideways rather than down, and I came out in a place that had a sky and grass and a river running through it and a sun overhead. All of it was made of fire. The grass was fire. The river was fire, running. And when I looked up at the sun turned over and unfolded and became a bird. I want to be accurate about scale here. It filled the sky, not the way a large bird fills your view, the way a sunset does. Well, it said, after 3,000 years and more, I did not expect to be woken by a child out of the realm of magic. Her name is Yun Shi. She is the spirit of the Danhuang Precious Cauldron, an upper-rank Tao artifact and one of the 7 treasures of the Immortal Phoenix clan, and she read my entire life off my aura in about 6 seconds. That Yellow Springs diagram is not yours. You have borrowed the smell of it. She circled once. You are in a hurry. Everything about you is in a hurry, and you have no patron. Nobody stands behind you. You have come this far entirely on your own account, and the speed of it has cost you something. Is there a question in this? There is an offer. She came down until the eye was level with me, and it was larger than a house. I made a decision a long time ago, and I have had a very long time to reconsider it, and I have not. Whoever finds me next, I will acknowledge as my master, phoenix blood or no phoenix blood, human or otherwise. I am finished with waiting for the right sort of person. And the price? Swear that when you have the strength, you will restore the Immortal Phoenix clan. I swore. I did not take a second to think about it, and I have never regretted that either, and I want to be honest about the 2 reasons, one of which is creditable and one of which is not. The creditable one is that she was asking for something I would have wanted to do anyway. The other one is that I was standing in front of an upper-rank Tao artifact that was offering itself to me, and there is no version of me that says no to that. Then I added the Gate of Eternal Life to the oath. That is a form of words from that world, and it is the heaviest available. And the reason I used it is that I wanted her to know I was not going to weasel out of it later. And she reacted in a way I did not expect. You know about the gate? She pulled back. That is too heavy. Take it off. I did not ask for that. The enormous head tilted. I am not asking you to make war on the Dragon Clan. I am not asking for revenge. I have watched 3,000 years of revenge and it did nothing for anybody. Then what? I want the Phoenixes to have somewhere to live. That is the whole of it. That is the entire ask from one of the 7 treasures of a clan that used to be the oldest thing in creation. She told me the history. And it is short and it is bleak. The immortal Phoenix of creation was older than the primordial dragon ancestor. When the phoenix fell, the Wutong realm came down with it, and the dragon clan took the inheritance apart and carried it off in pieces, and the 7 treasures were destroyed one by one. She is not even the original. She is a Tao-ranked copy of a thing that no longer exists, and she has died and reformed so many times that her actual strength today is not meaningfully above mine. She gave me 2 things. The first was a pill, the Yanhuang True King pill, heavenly ranked and beyond ranking, and I will get to what it did shortly. The second was fire, the divine flame of her clan, the Danhuang fire. And I stood in a world made of flame, having sworn an enormous oath to a bird, and thought with total clarity, that is a debt. That is the largest debt I have ever taken on, and it is not a promise I made to an audience. It is a price I agreed to pay for something I wanted. I intend to pay it. It is simply going to take a while. When I came back up, there were 3 people standing over the crater ironing the mountain flat. Ren Long, Bai Jue, Qin Ming. True disciples of the Tai Yi sect at the protective aura realm, which is 2 full levels above where I was standing. Qin Yang had sent them. That is the man who runs Tai Yi's operation in that region, and he had spent 10 days going quietly insane, and I heard about his briefing later. 18 inner disciples gone, 10 days, and they are still alive out there. Do you know what people are saying? That the Tai Yi sect has fallen so far it cannot protect its own. So he sent 3 true disciples with instructions to make an example. They were doing a thorough job of the search, protective aura pressure, over and over, across 100 li of mountain. And Ren Long, who was clearly the senior, said this while he worked in a tone of complete boredom. When I find them, I am going to tear them apart and throw the pieces into a pigsty. Let them live with livestock. It is where they belong. Livestock again. That word again. From the other side, from the immortal path this time. One burst of his temper set the volcano off, not deliberately. Qin was annoyed, and a mountain erupted, and several hundred li went into chaos, and he did not comment on it. I did not come out. Because they were carrying lunatic life-shortening pills, which is a thing I want to explain because it tells you what kind of people they were. You take one and you lose 100 years of life and gain 5 to 10 times your strength for a while. 100 years spent like small change to win a fight against people they had not yet found. 3 of those at the protective aura realm would have been the end of me, and I knew it. So I hid inside the Danhuang cauldron, and while 3 true disciples of the first sect of the immortal path tore a mountain range apart looking for me, I swallowed the Yanhuang True King pill. It was like swallowing the sun, and it immediately started fighting the Yanluo golden body, because of course it did, because one of them is the deepest thing the underworld ever made, and the other is the highest thing a phoenix ever produced, and putting both into one 16-year-old is not a recommended procedure. I felt myself starting to come apart along the seam. And here is where I did the thing that Zhao told me afterward he had genuinely never seen. I opened the second stage and forced them to agree, not blended them, not reconciled them. Held both of them down, physically, at the level where the instructions are written, and kept holding until they stopped. The primordial energies are in conflict, are they? Nobody asked my opinion. Man is the head of all living things. That is the sentence I had in my head while I did it, and I want to defend it slightly because it sounds like arrogance, and it is not. It is the oldest thing the gene lock carries. It came from a memory that is not mine, of somebody with an axe saying that if the age of humanity had to be paid for with 100 deaths, he would pay it 100 times. What came out the other side was the Yanhuang True King body. There are phoenixes in my genes now, tiny ones. I have looked. Physical strength went from 100 horses to 300. And then the breakthrough came on top of it, and I went into the true essence realm, and the number was 3,000. 3,000 horses of magic at the true essence realm. 30,000 with a tenfold explosion, which is above the ordinary 5th level entirely. Then I went and found the 3 of them. Renlong turned around and I gave him his own line back. A pigsty. Living with the livestock. I let him get a good look at me. That is a fine idea. I have decided it is going to be yours. Great Seal of the Fire God's Palm. 30,000 horses at point-blank range. His precious wheel came up, which is a defensive artifact that would hold against most things in that world, and it did not hold against that. It burned through from the outside in, and Renlong burned with it, and what was left afterward was a storage bag and half a wheel. The other 2 lost their composure entirely. You killed senior brother Renlong. Your family will be exterminated. Your sect will be cut down to the last child. Do you understand me? The last child. And I said the truest thing available. Go and exterminate the Yuhua sect, please. Be my guest. I meant it, and that is what made it land. What are you barking at me for? They reached for the lunatic pills, and the Danhuang cauldron froze time and space around them, and 2 beams of light went through their hearts, and it was over. One of them got out the traditional last line. I am not reconciled. I refuse to accept this. Nobody ever is. Lin Feng arrived about 4 seconds after it finished. With Zhao, both of them braced for a rescue that was no longer required. Qin looked at the 3 bodies. Qin looked at me. 1 month, he said. 1 month, Chen Leiran. Divine ability, true essence, and a Dao artifact as well. Yes. That is too much. That is genuinely too much. And he had reached the divine ability himself by then, which he had not mentioned because he had been busy worrying about me. In Renlong's storage bag, there was a piece of wood, palm-sized, absurdly heavy for its size, thousands of caddies, and shaped like a ginseng root with the roots cut off, a fragment of the world tree, and I stood there holding it and felt the floor of the world move slightly under me, because I knew that object. In the story I read, that fragment reaches Lin Feng. It comes to him much later, in a place called the Guixiu Sea, by a completely different route, from completely different hands. There is the weight of fate. I had killed 18 people to change the shape of events and fled a sect and hidden in a volcano, and the story had simply routed the object around all of it and delivered it to the same address using me as the courier, so I gave it to him. Take it. Brother Chen. I am on the fire road now. Wood is no use to me. It would sit in a bag for a century. I put it in his hand. It will open for you, and when it does, you are not going to shortchange me. Qin did not argue. Qin had learned not to. Then he made a plan, and it was the first time in the entire year that he was the one with the plan and let me give it to you as he gave it to me because it was audacious and stupid and it worked. We cannot run forever. No. So we stop running and we make ourselves indispensable. Qin laid it out with his hands. There is a war on. Immortals and demons at the great rift of the abyss. Everyone will be there. if we go in and do something large enough in front of everybody, then the Yuhua sect will have to protect us because handing over 2 heroes of that battle is not a small transaction anymore. And the 18? We plant the 2 Taiyi bodies we have left in the demon camp. I looked at him. Yes, he said. Taiyi finds their own true disciples among the abyssal demons. They conclude the demons did it, and then the entire Taiyi sect spends its rage on the demon army instead of on us. There were holes in that plan. There were a great many holes in that plan. I counted at least 4 while he was still talking. And I did not say a word about any of them, because I had watched this boy's luck operate for 9 months and I had come to a professional conclusion about it. With his fortune, it would work. Jiao was practically vibrating. There it is, finally. That is the great emperor of the Yellow Springs coming through in you at last. For the infiltration, I changed my body, not a disguise. The 10th level plus the 2nd stage means I do not need an illusion, I can simply become something else, and I built myself into a bone demon over the course of about a minute, and Yun Shi watched the whole process with her beak open. Other people put on a mask, she said, you change what you are. Lin Feng went in a black robe with demonic qi off Jiao. And on the way, both of us learned the burning lamp technique, which had been sitting in that storage bag since a river in Dragon Abyss, unused because nobody had been able to make sense of it. Jiao told us it was impossible. Qin said the word twice. Qin said it violated the laws of heaven. It worked. The mind becomes a lamp, and the lamp extracts primordial energy out of anything at all. Rock, water, air. The efficiency is comical, about 1 part in 10,000, and Jiao stopped laughing the moment he did the arithmetic on what that actually means. You can make it, he said. Do you understand? There are cultivators in this world who never open the divine ability, not because they lack talent, but because the specific primordial energy they need does not exist anywhere they can reach it. They spend 800 years looking for a well. Qin stared at me. You are carrying a well. The plan worked exactly as designed, which I still find slightly offensive. We walked into the demon army as the Hermit of White Bone and the Old Demon of Black Water, and nobody looked twice, and we planted 2 bodies in purple and gold where the abyssal demons were camped, and by that evening the entire Taiyi sect had found their missing true disciples in the middle of an enemy position. Their immortal master went up into the sky and howled about it, and every sect on that field heard him, and by morning the whole war had a new grievance in it, and none of the grievance was pointed at us. Then we walked out of the demon camp and straight up to the Yuhua sect's line, 2 divine ability cultivators, one of them at the true essence realm with 3,000 horses, which is a number that made 2 ranked inner disciples stop talking mid-sentence. Ji Xiaoman looked us both up and down. You two, she said, did the thing I would not have dared to do. And then Tao Liang started up again because of course he did. Suspicious origins, suspicious growth. Nobody advances like this. They must be questioned, and I mean properly questioned. And Guling Tian, who is one of the 10 true disciples and Zhou Yuheng's man to the bone, reached out a hand of magic to take us both, so I threw Liu Jiao onto the ground in front of them, bound, alive, in front of the assembled elders and true disciples of the Yuhua sect and a fair proportion of 2 allied sects. Look carefully at who this is. Nobody moved. Are we the spies of the demonic path? I let it sit for a second. Because from where I am standing, the suspicious ones here are the 2 of you. Guling Tian tried to take the body, and the void tore open. Mo Yuyan came through it, and the word she used was not loud, and it stopped everything on that field. How dare you? She took Liu Jiao herself. Qin will stay with me, she said, to nobody in particular, in a pleasant voice. Otherwise, somebody might decide that a witness is an inconvenience. Zhou Yuheng arrived and was reasonable about it. Qin is always reasonable about it. Qin suggested, warmly, that emotions were running high and that perhaps the junior sister was being hasty. You can explain yourself, she said, on the platform of heavenly punishment. It was Elder Wenhua who ended the argument, and I should record how, because it is the only time in that entire year that an institution behaved like an institution. Qin was an immortal. Qin came down, looked at the scene for about 4 seconds, and cut through it. These 2 captured Liu Jiao and reached the divine ability. Naturally, the Yuhua sect protects them. Qin looked at Tao Liang. Stop embarrassing us in front of our allies. That was all it took. That is what had been missing for 9 months. I handed out tens of thousands of Mingying pills to the disciples standing around us, on the spot, and every grievance anybody had been nursing about me evaporated in about 90 seconds. Ji Xiaoman, watching this, said, with feeling, that Taiyi sect really is very rich. The Taiyi sect came for us 3 days later, formally. Gao Hongwu, in front of everybody, to the head of the Yuhua sect himself. Hand over the 2 who killed our 18 inner disciples. And the 3 true disciples are theirs as well, whatever the bodies say. And here I have to introduce the man who runs that sect because he had been invisible for the entire year and he turned out to matter enormously. Whisper of the Azure Gale. Chin looks like a young man in a white robe with the manner of a well-read gentleman from a good family. Chin is not. Those three were clearly killed by abyssal demons, he said. Their bodies were recovered on the battlefield among the enemy. That is irrelevant. It is still Yahuwah's fault. Will you hand them over or not? And every immortal on that field went still because of the answer. This is a quarrel among disciples. They are not children. Let them answer for their own lives. Chin did not raise his voice at all. The boys were hot-headed. They were not without cause. Let them come back and reflect on their behavior. That is a refusal. That is a refusal delivered so mildly that it took Gao Hongwu a moment to notice he had been told no. Chin started to escalate, and then a voice came out of the void and stopped him. His own sect leader, calling him home and giving a reason that changed the temperature of the entire region. The previous head of the Yahuwah sect had come back, the one who vanished thousands of years ago. Chin had reached the level of a true immortal, and he had been seen, and every sect on that continent recalculated its position on the Yahuwah sect inside a single day. Afterward, inside the sect, Sun Qi, another of Zhou Yuheng's people, suggested that the two of us should still be punished, and that our promotions should be deferred for a period, purely as a matter of discipline. Whisper of the Azure Gale cut him off. Enough. They have done nothing wrong. They were driven into hiding by the Tai sect, and now their own sect wants to interrogate them? Chin gestured. Give them the status of true disciples. Reward them for the extermination of demons. Let everyone see clearly that the Yahuwah sect is not afraid of Tai. Manhwa put it plainly when he handed it over. In the entire history of this sect, no outer disciple has ever been raised directly to true disciple. Not once. You two are a precedent. The transmission elder scanned me down to the foundations and found exactly what he was supposed to find, and nothing else, because whatever protects a reincarnator's origin held. It had held for Mo Yuyan, it had held for Feng Ruoxi, it held for me. Such a body, he said, and such true essence. This is a supreme fire divine ability. This boy has extraordinary fortune. Just lucky, I said. Chin gave me a very long look, the way people had started to. We each got one of the 8 great divine abilities of the Yahuwah sect. Mine was 7 rays of azure flame. Lin Feng took the great law of the heavenly tree, with an eye on something he was building toward, and I should state what I actually concluded about that sect on the day it finally protected me, because it is not a warm conclusion. The sect is not a family, it is not a parent. Nothing here is given without a reason, and the reason is never me. But if you treat it as a platform rather than a home, then every one of its squabbles becomes tolerable, and you can stand on it and reach things you could not reach alone. That is all it is. That is all it was ever going to be. And once I stopped being disappointed about that, it became quite a good platform. Then, as they were dismissing us, I did not leave. Elder, I have a report to make. Manhwa turned around. I have evidence that a true disciple of this sect conspired with demons and arranged the murder of fellow disciples. There was a silence. And then that old immortal started laughing. You bloodthirsty child, you have been back for 3 days. You went out and slaughtered 18 Tai disciples. You came home, and the first thing you do is start another fight. Chin wiped his eye. Good, I like your character. And he went and struck the bronze bell of the platform of heavenly punishment, which had not been struck in a very long time, and the sound went across every peak in that sect. Jin Shitai, to the platform, now. While the sect assembled, Zhou Yuheng did the sensible thing and edited the memories of both Tao Lieyang and his son, removing himself from all of them. Do not blame me, he said pleasantly, to a man he had used for 2 years. Blame your own stupidity. And Tao Lieyang, divine ability elder of the Yahuwah sect, agreed, because there was nothing else available to him. On the platform, Manhwa opened Liu Jiao's memory and projected it into the void where every disciple in the sect could watch it, all of it. Tao Chen handing over the yin-yang longevity pill, Liu Jiao breaking through on it, Liu Jiao going out to kill 3 physical body disciples on contract. And incidentally, the sect got its first look at the second stage of the gene lock. You could hear the reaction move through the crowd. Qin was not even a divine ability cultivator then. Qin was a physical body disciple, and he turned into a 200 horse giant and crippled a divine ability assassin. Mo Yuyan, standing at the front, said something extremely dry. The physical body defeated the divine ability. How remarkable. Forgive my small tricks, senior sister. Zhou Yuheng, when it became clear which way this was going, performed magnificently. Junior brother, why would you think such a thing of me? I have never held any grudge against you. In fact, I had been intending to present both you and Lin Feng with a yin-yang longevity pill of your own, and Feng Ruoxi said to the open air in a perfectly clear voice, crocodile tears. Tao Liang got 100 years in the immortal prison and 300 years of unpaid alchemy after an immortal called Meiji spoke up for him, and given that the man's remaining lifespan was around 800, that is a sentence of the rest of his life dressed up as leniency. Then Wenhua stripped Tao Chen of his status, picked him up, and threw him down at my feet. His life and death are in your hands. Qin had broken bones, Qin crawled, and then he started barking, genuinely, on his hands and knees on the platform of heavenly punishment in front of the entire Yuhua sect. Master Chen, I was wrong. I will be your guard dog. Woof, woof, woof. Zhou Yuheng asked me sweetly for mercy and offered, in exchange, to personally transmit a divine ability to each of us and an upper-rank treasure artifact each on top. And I said the thing I had been holding for 4 months. Qin did not try to murder you. The whole platform went quiet. It is very easy to forgive when it is your neighbor being cut open. I looked at him properly for the first and last time. I hope that when they come for you, you also find somebody willing to ask for mercy on your behalf. Wan Luo, one of his people, exploded. How dare you speak to the great senior brother that way? Who are you to instruct me? I did not take my eyes off Zhou Yuheng. You cannot save him. The heavenly king himself could not save him. Tao Chen's head came off and rolled across the platform, and his father lost his mind. I mean that in the clinical sense. Tao Liang burned everything he had left, all the way up to the Guiyi realm, 100,000 horses, and detonated an unrivaled treasure artifact, which is 1,000,000. Wenhua moved to stop him, and the immortal Meiji, who had spoken up for Tao Liang 10 minutes earlier, happened to be standing in exactly the wrong place, and happened to get in Wenhua's way, entirely by accident, in a manner that everybody on that platform understood perfectly, which is why I was carrying the heavenly serpent staff. Mo Yuyan had put a Dao artifact in my hands that morning without being asked, and said, just in case. I put it through Tao Liang's head, and Zhou Yuheng, withdrawing the assistance he had never officially offered, said to nobody, "Ah, was that necessary? Well." And then Mo Yuyan turned around and put 3 charges to him in front of the whole sect before anyone could leave. 1. Qin let his disciples run wild, and she named them Shu Fenglin, the Jin family. 2. Qin had spent years ordering Yuhua disciples to back down in front of the Taiyi sect and apologize for things they had not done, and every person on that platform had either done it or watched it done. 3. As great senior brother, he had failed to set the sect a decent temper, and the sect had the temper it had because of him. I stood there listening and had one small, disloyal thought, which was that Xuanhuang had got to her a little. She was reading out charges like a local now. That, said Zhou Yuheng, and he was still smiling, is the last time you will hear me call you junior sister. Please. They fought above the platform. I am not going to give you a blow-by-blow because I did not follow half of it, and neither did anybody else below the 10th level. What I can give you is the inventory, because in that world, the inventory is the fight. She had the Holy Spirit cloak, the heavenly serpent staff, the Holy Spirit pearl, and the 5 elemental pearls. Qin had the ancient furnace of the great wilderness, and the divine sword of Fuxi, and he opened in the form of heaven and earth, which is 5 heads and 9 arms with a treasure in each hand. Qin struck with the great art of calamities, which is 3,000 Daos moving at once, and he told her to kneel, and he would let her live. She told him to learn to actually govern the heavenly Dao before lecturing anyone about calamities. Then she brought out a heavenly crystal and did something with it that I have never been able to describe properly, and which she called universe, and which was, as far as I could tell, the birth and death of a world happening in one place at one time. They were separated. It was a draw. The sect head gave them each a year of seclusion and set the terms of the rematch, which is that whoever first reaches the life-generating realm becomes deputy head of the Yuhua sect, and Zhou Yuheng walked away from that platform with his reputation cracked all the way through because everyone had seen the same thing. His people had been executed in front of him, and he had not been able to stop it, and he had smiled the whole time. Then, the main god settled up. Main quest complete. 1 5-star story card. 50,000 points. Hidden side quest. Achieve the rank of true disciple within 1 year. 1 6-star story card. 100,000 points. Slay a Guiyai realm cultivator. 1 5-star story card. 50,000 points. A hidden quest. I had not known there was one. Somewhere in the accounting of that thing, becoming a true disciple in a year had been sitting there the whole time as a bonus objective, and nobody had told me, and I had done it anyway. The sect paid separately for Liu Jiao, a yin-yang longevity pill, and an unrivaled treasure artifact of my choosing. Wenhua opened the vault and grumbled the entire time. Anything except the cauldron. Do not ask about the cauldron. Qin gave me the Yantian armor of the heavenly god. Crimson and gold, and I will simply give you the number, because at this point in the story, the number is the joke. 100,000 horses. Somewhere in a province 5 weeks' travel from there, a man with a clipboard had written down 5 horses for the young master of the Isle of Eternal Night, and the whole examination hall had been impressed. I had been in that world for a little under a year. Do the Taiyi disciples I killed count towards anything? I asked. Do not push your luck. Get out. They gave us peaks. That is what a true disciple gets. Your own mountain, in a sect with 365 of them, and you name it yourself. I stood on mine and thought about the previous 9 months. The wolves in the first hour, the mandrills, Yi Fan, Shu Fenglin, Liu Jiao in the trench, 18 bodies in a desert, 10 days in a boiling pot, a head rolling across a platform that morning. Not one quiet day in the whole of it. So I named it Peace Peak after myself because my grandmother had given me a name that means peace and quiet, and life had never once had anything to do with it, and I decided I would simply take the thing by force. Lin Feng named his reincarnation peak. Ji Xiaoman looked at the 2 signs and said, "The ambition on you too." I gave my second yin-yang longevity pill to Lin Feng. 600 years, handed over without discussion, and he tried to give it back, and I ignored him until he stopped, which by then was the established procedure between us. And then I went home. Dragon Abyss had not changed at all, which was the strangest part. Same walls, same market, same guards on the Chen family gate, and one of them was a man I remembered because he had once pretended not to hear my uncle laughing. I came in over the wall because I had forgotten that people cannot do that. Chen Longwei was in the courtyard. Qin looked up at a man standing in the air above his own house, and he rubbed his eyes with his knuckles like a child, and I heard him say it. Have I missed the boy so much that I'm seeing things? Uncle Jun, I came down. Look at me. Do I look like an immortal master? Qin did not answer for a long time. Qin walked all the way around me once, which I let him do. Then I went out to the training ground, where the young men of the Chen family were drilling on a new testing stone because I had destroyed the old one and then destroyed its replacement. I have to describe what I did there because it is the only thing I did in that entire year that I'm unambiguously glad about. I took out several dozen Mingying pills and detonated them, not fed them out. Detonated, into the air, into a cloud of raw refined energy hanging over that yard, and then I put out humanoid magic, one for each of them, dozens at once, and I took hold of their bodies. And I walked them through the Demon Bull Great Strength Fist, my version, the rewritten one, the one my palace of 1,000 copies had built out of an ancestor's unfinished work. Every one of those young men moved through the 9 forms correctly, in their own bodies, at the same time, with the energy going in where it was supposed to go. They did not learn it, they experienced it, which is a completely different thing, and which takes a teacher 20 years to produce in one student. Every single one of them had a moment of insight standing in that yard. Several of them broke through on the spot. Chen Longwei made a sound I had not heard from him before. One movement, he said. In one movement. An epiphany for all of them at once. Then I left the clan 3 manuals. The rewritten Demon Bull Great Strength Fist, complete. A technique that now carries a man to the divine ability instead of stopping at the 8th level. The bone forging technique of the Tiger Demon. The ape demon leaps through the air. I need to be exact about what those 2 are, because it is the whole point of the scene. 8 generations ago, a passing immortal left the Chen family a fist art with a piece missing. Their ancestor, who was the best they ever produced, spent his life trying to finish it, and could not and did not open the divine ability because of it, and died sorry. Every head of that family since has kept the incomplete thing in a vault and handed it to their most promising son and watched him fail with it. I had made the missing halves myself, crudely, in a courtyard, in my first month when I was 16 and had been practicing martial arts for 4 weeks. I had been carrying them around for a year without particularly thinking about it. I put all 3 on my uncle's desk. Qin read the titles, then he sat down, and he did not say anything for a very long time, and when he did, his voice was not steady. For 800 years, he said, this family has been accumulating fortune. All of it. Every good deed, every debt paid, every child raised properly. Qin put his hand flat on the papers. It was all so that you could be born. I did not have anything to say to that. Qin walked me to the gate himself, which the head of a great house does not do. If it ever becomes too hard out there, he said, come back. This is always your home. In the worst case, we will go into the mountains and hide, all of us, and you will come with us. 300,000 mercenaries. Second family of the province. And his contingency plan for a nephew in trouble was that the whole clan would go and live in a cave. That is a real offer. Nobody else in that world ever made me one. The emperor tried to give me a title and a province, and I turned it down, and my uncle backed me up on it quietly on the way out. Live in Dragon Abyss, he said. Do not put anything on this family that it cannot carry. Qin was right, and I did as I was told, which I had not done for anybody in a year. I went to see the Fang family as well, and handed over several thousand pills and a number of artifacts for nothing, because Fang Zeshan had taught me 3 foundation arts in 10 days and had never once asked what was in it for him. Qin tried to refuse. Qin was quite upset about it. There were 3 more things before the end, and I will take them in order. The first is that Zhou Yuheng left. Qin went to the Taiyi sect of all places to prepare for his own breakthrough into immortality, and that is why the last stretch of that year was quiet. I would like to be precise about the shape of that, because it is not a victory. Qin did not flee. Qin was not driven out. Qin has a year of seclusion to serve and a rematch to win and a deputy headship to take, and he went off to do the work. And in the entire time, I knew him through Xu Fenglin, through Liu Jiao, through the platform, through the execution of 2 of his own people in front of him. He never once treated me as an enemy, not because he forgave anything, because at his altitude I was not yet an item on the list. I killed the men who took his money. I embarrassed him in front of his sect. And to Zhou Yuheng I remain a promising junior who has caused some inconvenience. Yet. The second is Mo Yuyan. I went to her to trade, at the end, 9 million pills for 100,000 pure yang, which is a fair exchange at the going rate, and she gave me 110,000 and called the extra a commission, which is not a commission, that is simply how she gives people things. And standing in that bamboo grove, I told her the truth about myself. Nobody asked me to. It was the single most dangerous sentence available to me in that world, and I said it voluntarily, and I have thought about why ever since, and the answer is that I wanted one person in that world to know. I am a reincarnator. I know. I stared at her. I have known since the day you and Chen Qin walked up this mountain. Then why did you never say anything? And she looked genuinely puzzled that I was asking. Why would I? If you were hiding it, you had reasons. That is your business. She poured tea. I am your senior sister, and I am the eldest among the reincarnators here, so I helped. That is all. And I assumed that when you decided you did not need to hide anymore, you would tell me yourself. She looked up. And here you are. You have told me. I called her sister Yuyan for the first time. She told me the rest of it then. Liu Haoyang, Wu Yangfeng, others. A whole quiet population inside that sect, none of whom remembered a single thing about this world when they arrived, all of them working it out from scratch. And she told me about the filter, which explained a great deal. You cannot tell a native what they are. The world itself bends the understanding. You can say the words and they will hear something else every time, and eventually you stop trying. I asked her whether it bothered her, knowing that the people around her come out of a book. She put the cup down. I do not think of them as invented characters, she said. Every book is a world. Everyone in it is an ordinary living person in their own place, getting on with it. She looked out at her own bamboo. Nobody in here is fictional to themselves. When I got home, Yunxi was waiting for me with her head on one side. Master. What? You have not gone and fallen in love with your great senior sister, have you? Where has that come from? You are smiling. Go and do some alchemy, I said. 10 million phoenix pills before we leave, not one fewer. The third thing is that the mountain and river ranking tournament finally happened, the event I had been aiming at for 6 months, and I did not win it. Chen Qin won it. She came up through the whole bracket and took first place, and then she took her yin-yang longevity pill, 600 years of life, and gave it to Princess Lianhua. Because Lianhua had been the one who brought us the mission posting in the first place. Because a girl in a red robe had walked into a flooded garden one afternoon and started a chain of events that gave a foreign woman a place to stand. She said all of that out loud, in front of everyone, in about 4 sentences, and then she went and stood at the back. Main quest complete. Return authorized. And the main god, in what I can only interpret as generosity, gave me an hour. I did not use it. I want to explain why, because it looks cold, and it was not. There is nothing that can be said in an hour that improves the situation. An hour is enough time to make people sad and not enough time to fix anything. Everything I owed in that world I had already paid, in objects and manuals and medicine, and, in one case, a head on a platform. Returning, I said. The pillar of light came down on Peace Peak. It is white, and it is enormous, and it goes up further than the eye follows, and from the outside it is entirely silent. And of every person on that mountain, only one saw it. Jiao did not. Jiao was standing 4 meters away and told Lin Feng, quite reasonably, that Brother Chen had gone off to gain some experience and would be back. Yunxi said the same. Everyone said the same, calmly, with total conviction, because the filter had reached out and adjusted them, and it does that to everyone. Lin Feng watched the pillar of light take me out of the world. Qin worked out, standing there, that whatever was doing that was above the immortals, above the sects, above everything that mountain had ever measured, and he was not troubled by it. Qin told me so later, and I believe him. With your talent, Brother Chen, and your luck, you will do well wherever that is. Which means there is no reason for me to sit around in this Yuhua sect either. Qin left within the month. Went overseas with Dragon Xiao and Ji Xiaoman to be tempered somewhere with no name on it. Because the boy who had punched a river rock until it was wet had never in his life waited for anything to be handed to him. The last thing he said to an empty peak, out loud, to nobody, with his hands in his sleeves. Brother Qin, I hope that by the time we meet again, the two of us will have changed past recognition. Qin looked up at where the light had been, and then let the whole of Xuanhuang find out what we can do. Here is where I came in. A boy in a hospital bed by a window, discharged not because he was better, but because the money had run out, being told by a kind woman that the weather was nice and he ought to get some sun, an orphan with a name that means peace and quiet, who had worked out that the only good thing about having nobody was that there was nobody left to ruin. A man on a sunlit pavement with a bag of pills in his hand, who never heard the second horn. That was 365 days ago. Since then, I have broken a testing stone that had held for 8 generations, and been called nephew by a man who did not have to, and pulled a girl out of the mud in a forest full of things that eat people. I have made a secret technique out of thinking about a cooking pot. I have stood at the bottom of a river until my organs turned to diamond, and split a fortune with a stable boy because he threw a rock at a dragon for me, and put 100 million worth of medicine into his sleeve without knowing that it would wake an emperor. I have been sold to an assassin by my own sect's great senior brother for 600 years of somebody else's life, and been asked afterward to explain why I was still alive. I have been boiled for 10 days in the river of the dead, laughing, because it finally occurred to me that in this world the pain is worth something. I have sworn to a phoenix that I will rebuild her clan, and I meant it, and it is going to take a long time. And this morning I stood on the platform of heavenly punishment in front of an entire immortal sect, and watched the man who paid to have me murdered crawl to my feet and bark like a dog, and I did not forgive him, and I did not need anybody's permission not to. I put 3 manuals on my uncle's desk on the way out, the ones his ancestor died wishing he had. Qin said 800 years of a family's fortune had gone into producing me. I have no idea whether that is true. I know that a woman at an orphanage gate picked a name for a baby nobody wanted, and that the name means peace and quiet, and that I have now put it on a mountain. Somewhere out past all of this, a man called Zhou Yuheng is preparing to become an immortal, and he still does not consider me an enemy. That is fine, Qin will.